hey. Don't blend in with them. You were made to stand out. They chasing clouds. I'm chasing the crown. They follow trends. I follow Christ. This ain't for light, this for life. Hey, yeah. Turn it up a notch. In a world filled with hate, show more love. Hey, hey, yeah. Keep your faith, don't fold. Rise above. Hey, yeah, yeah. Don't lose your light, tryna blend in with the dark. Stay true, stay bold, let Christ lead your heart. Hey, yeah. Show more love.
I ain't perfect, no, but I'm perfect, yeah. World cold, but His grace still working, yeah. Too many voices, gotta mute that static, yeah. Fade beat a filter when the world's so graphic, yeah.
They talk cash, I talk kingdom currency. Love over hate, yeah, that's urgency. Cap when I rap, just facts and faith. Face hit hard like it's grace in place. Hey, I ain't tryna blend in no more. Got my light too bright, I glow. Keep my soul on 10, let the spirit flow. If you know, then you know. In a world filled with hate, hey, show more light. Yeah, yeah. Keep your faith, don't fold. Rise above, yeah, yeah. Don't lose your light, tryna blend in with the dark. Stay true, stay bold, let Christ lead your heart. Hey, yeah, yeah. Show more love. They throwing shadows, I throw light. They chasing status, I'm chasing faith. Word in pain, we the medicine. Real love always win again. We don't blend, we glow. More love, let it show. Hey, hey, yeah. Don't blend in with them. You were made to stand out. They chasing clouds. I'm chasing the crown. They follow trends. I follow Christ. This ain't for light, this for life. Hey, yeah. Turn it up a notch. In a world filled with hate, show more love. Hey, hey, yeah. Keep your faith, don't fold. Rise above. Hey, yeah, yeah. Don't lose your light, tryna blend in with the dark. Stay true, stay bold, let Christ lead your heart. Hey, yeah. Show more love.
I ain't perfect, no, but I'm perfect, yeah. World cold, but His grace still working, yeah. Too many voices, gotta mute that static, yeah. Fade beat a filter when the world's so graphic, yeah.
They talk cash, I talk kingdom currency. Love over hate, yeah, that's urgency. Cap when I rap, just facts and faith. Face hit hard like it's grace in place. Hey, I ain't tryna blend in no more. Got my light too bright, I glow. Keep my soul on 10, let the spirit flow. If you know, then you know. In a world filled with hate, hey, show more light. Yeah, yeah. Keep your faith, don't fold. Rise above, yeah, yeah. Don't lose your light, tryna blend in with the dark. Stay true, stay bold, let Christ lead your heart. Hey, yeah, yeah. Show more love. They throwing shadows, I throw light. They chasing status, I'm chasing faith. Word in pain, we the medicine. Real love always win again. We don't blend, we glow. More love, let it show you.
I was on mute, my bad. Happy blessed Sunday night, everybody. I thank God for allowing us to see the first Sunday in 2026. Tonight's topic is thoughts become action. What's on your mind and how important it is for us to steward our thoughts. I will be coming from 2 Corinthians 10:5, which states, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. And I do want to start with prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for this moment. Lord, I thank you for our minds and our hearts. I thank you for the gift of consciousness and for the ability to choose what we dwell on. Lord, thank you for giving us freedom of choice. And God, I just ask today that you grant us clarity and that you provide us with wisdom and discernment. And I also ask that you help us to recognize the thoughts that are not from you and the ones that try to exalt themselves above your truth. And Lord, I just ask that you please help us to bring every thought, as your word tells us, into captivity to the obedience of Christ. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
So, oh, hey, Bolo, how are you?
I thought you forgot about me. Hey.
Of course not. You know, I always do my little introduction. I'm sorry.
No, you good. You good. How are you?
I'm good. So, yes, we're talking about sorting our thoughts, and we should all just declare, that we will be great stewards over our minds. We have to choose to nurture thoughts that bring life and peace and clarity. And a lot of times we find ourselves nurturing the thoughts that exalt fear and doubt and negativity to have control over us. So it's important for us to align our minds with God's truth and walk in obedience and his victory. And it's not an easy thing. So that's why I wanted to talk about this tonight. Hey, Irby, thank you so much for tuning in. I will drop my cash up in a second. I appreciate you. Hey, Chloe, good to see you. I pray all is well. But I did want to speak about this tonight because I know that it's something that impacts everyone, whether you are saved or unsaved. Your mind is very impactful, and our thoughts are not just random images or ideas that just pop up out of nowhere. They are the battlefield where spiritual warfare really does happen. That's where the lies take place, the fear, the anxiety, the doubt, or any negative feeling that tries to take root in our minds. It's the strategy of the enemy to steal our peace and our clarity and even our purpose. What are your thoughts?
I agree with everything you just said. And you read the scripture, which is an awesome one. That's a great pick. Spiritual warfare, it starts in your mind, right? A thought becomes an idea becomes action, action becomes movement, and therefore you're moving towards that total end, whatever it may be. And when we read the scripture, it's very important that the Lord tells us that we need to use the Holy Spirit to fight these thoughts and to cast them down because they become bigger than us. Because your brain grabs hold of it, your spirit grabs hold of it and manifests it. So you're 100% on, 100%.
Yes, I agree. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So speak. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, 1 second. Let me read this. Speak said, "Good evening, Mo and Bolo, showing some love to the stream and shared in my Discord. Thank you so much, Trunk 8479, which is Speak on it. Again, I would not know Bolo if it wasn't for Speak. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. What were you saying?
I asked if you wanted me to read the whole 3 verses that go with it, but
oh yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 10, starting from 3. I mean, we could read to 6. It says, "For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but in God, for pulling down strongholds." So you have to understand, your brain picks up on things that, first off, typically we may not be able to pick up because it's a spiritual thing at first. It doesn't start in the physical, it starts in the spirit. So what happens is, us as believers, if our warfare is the same as theirs, we will lose because our warfare is supposed to be God.
Right.
It isn't supposed to be my personal opinion, my ego, pride, malice, strife, and then you have anger, vengeance. These things are not of God. These things are not of God. And if you are egotistical enough or prideful and think that you can war against this, in this war that we have, without the armor of the Lord, you are fully mistaken. So it reads on, casting down arguments and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of the Lord. That can be your job, it can be your man, your woman, it could be your children, it could be your car, it could be your finances, and it can be Satan himself. It could be any
Right.
of these things that pull you away from the Father. Any of these things, you're supposed to bring it into captivity
Captivity.
and obedience, because that's what the Lord does. The Lord says, subdue everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't subdue the thoughts of your mind, we have a problem. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't think something that's, some people think they want to slap somebody, or if someone gets mad at them, they want to do something. No,
Right.
that's not what the scripture's talking about. What it's talking about is taking that thought and subduing it, get it cast out, because the more and more you meditate on it, sooner or later you'll do it. So that's what he's talking about in a nutshell. And then the last verse
Mm-hmm.
says, and being ready to punish all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. That's an awesome scripture. Good pick.
It is. Thank you so much. I just felt like it was befitting for the topic, because
Absolutely.
everything does start in the mind. And Chloe said, very interesting topic. I'm constantly fighting with my intrusive thoughts. I need to turn to the Holy Spirit to help me because I'm losing the fight.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Well, this is what I say. What's his name? Chloe?
Miss Chloe.
Oh, Miss
Mm-hmm.
Chloe. I'm sorry. What I would say to that is that's the first step. The
Mm-hmm.
first step is being able to acknowledge it. And that is so awesome that you're able to say, I need to come to the Holy Spirit. Now, the one thing that Mo Love and I are very keen on is wording. So when you say I need to come to the Holy Spirit to have it fight, now the Holy Spirit ain't gonna fight your fight. And I just
Mm-hmm.
want you to understand that you're going to have to fight your fight. The Holy Spirit is the connection to our Lord and Savior. This is the bridge that continuously back and forth in real time give us information and leads us in ways that we ourselves don't know how we're being led. So it's the Holy Spirit, and that happens from a connection, an intimate
Mm-hmm.
connection with God. So yeah, that was an awesome statement. Absolutely. Coming to
Yes.
understand that is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And if you check some of Mo Love's past streams, she has put numbers that will help you. So if you feel that you're losing in this thought between yourself and the spirit, 'cause I'm gonna tell you what it is. When you physically look at it, it's the spirit of warring against the flesh. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
And if you're feeling that, it may be due to alcoholism, drugs, whatever it may be, if it isn't, in her past streams, I think about 2 weeks ago, she put up some numbers that you can use to help yourself get help nationally. And when you do speak to them, I'm sure that they can point you out to regionally of where you may be able to get some support and help. You're not alone. So you don't have to fight this fight alone. And those numbers are free and anonymous. Sorry for being long-winded. So Be Shy says, no, isn't that my man Dark Lake or Dark Knight, one or the other? He says people don't believe in God because you can't see him. But for whatever reason, they believe in thoughts when you can't see them. But you can see them. Everything we see is a result of thoughts, not God, too. I don't know what that last part meant, but I totally agree. I totally agree. Let's see some other comments. Well, that was Dark Lake's comment. I don't know if that's the name you still. If you did that, he says, I like what Bolo wrote and put it good. What are you guys talking about? Mo, can you hear me? You're not God too was a question. But the way you put it together, so I couldn't read it the way. I don't know if Mo bounced out, but yeah. So is that it? Herbie said, "Mo drop cash. What's going on, Herb? What's going on?" And that's it. So yeah, this topic is an awesome topic, and until Mo comes back, you guys are gonna hear my voice. I know it's not as nice and as soothing as hers, but we'll get past it. We'll talk about it, and we'll figure it out. So let's talk about stewarding your thoughts, okay, which is very important. A man doesn't fall by accident, okay? He drifts. He drifts, and typically that's what happens. They're one thought at a time. Scripture is plain and unembarrassed about this truth. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. It's Proverbs 23:7. Thoughts are not harmless. People tend to think, and my man Dark Lake just broke it down. Thoughts are not harmless. What happened?
I had an emergency. I'm sorry.
Everything
I'm
is
not gonna
okay?
tell you what the emergency is.
Okay.
I was boiling eggs and I forgot that they were on the stove. And I'm in there saying, I said, what's that noise? The eggs just popped out everywhere.
Wow. Okay, I thought
forgot.
when I was talking, I ain't hitting the response. I'm thinking like, yo, maybe I'm bugging out. Maybe I'm not connected.
I said, what y'all in there breaking? What y'all breaking? I was like, Mama, your eggs, you're breaking them.
What kind of damn eggs you was boiling them?
I didn't know eggs could pop like that. That's
of course, yeah. If you boil them, were you boiling them? Were they still in the shell?
I was about to make chicken salad for tonight. I was like, okay, I'm gonna step ahead. Let me
I
go
know
ahead
you
and make
in your mind saying, you was in your mind saying that egg is going to add some nice flavoring to it.
Oh my gosh. It's something. I'm yelling at the kids. They're like, oh
Yeah, eggs can do that because when it's in the shell, the pressure. It's the same thing in microwaves. Like in microwaves, it do the same thing in microwaves.
Mm-hmm.
And normally I wouldn't be this giggly, but my medication is kicking in.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be this giggly. So this would be a good night for Eat a Man to come up so we can make a joke of who was the other dude? Shadow Sprinter.
He makes like appearances and then I don't see him for a good month or two. It was Shadow Observer. That is still funny from last week.
That name is fire, son. Let me tell you something. In that name, like if he was in the Avengers, he'd be the dude just observing things. You know what I'm saying? You can't find him. But this dude, fellas, the Shadow Observer is not supposed to fall asleep on his post.
And he fell asleep first. That's what's so crazy. He fell asleep first. Did you respond to Dark Lake? Hey, Dark Lake.
Dark Lake, yeah. Yeah. He responded because that one portion. It wasn't really a response. It was more of a statement, and he was completely right. Completely
okay,
right.
He said people don't believe in God because you can't see him, but for whatever reason, they believe in thoughts when you can't see them. But you can see them. Anything we see is a result of thoughts.
He says, why not God too?
Why not God too? I love that. Yeah, that's true.
That's too simple. You see what you just did? That was too simple for them. They need something more complicated to make them think that they're complicated. You know, there's some people that are real simple, but they try to make themselves look like they're more than what they are. They try to make themselves like a Rubik's Cube when they're really a snake. Remember the snake back in the days when you used to make, the little snake and you used to make it into things? That was a very simple. You don't remember that?
What year was this?
Oh my God. I keep forgetting my age, man. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, because A bit
It was a
lost.
toy. It was a toy snake. But I'm trying to figure out because it was made like Rubik's cube. See, Irby understands. He sees it.
Oh,
I'm trying to pull it up so
a
that you can have an
snake.
idea. It was no, but it wasn't a snake. It was like a snake that you can make into. I don't want to say. I'm gonna say Rubik's cube. I know it wasn't one, but maybe the internet will pick it up. It was a snake. There we go. I got it. See, you
Hold
thought I
on real
wasn't.
quick.
Yeah.
Irby said, I would be like, Mama, you better say sorry, accusing me, and that's my egg. I actually was like, y'all couldn't have watched the eggs for me?
He did what? You know, the kids got things to do, man. How dare you? Can you
No.
share my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it right there. That's the
I don't
snake.
know. What year was this?
This was in the 80s. You see how much money it costs? This was in the 80s, and you can make it into different things.
I was
don't know if
born
they
in
was-
the 80s, the
Yeah,
late
I don't know.
80s.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I mean, you could make it into a snake. You could make it into a heart, an apple. You know what I'm saying? And you had to fold these things into it. It came in different colors. Do y'all remember this? Y'all
Miss
remember the
Chloe
snake?
remembers it.
Huh?
Miss Chloe, she remembers it.
Yeah, this right here, everybody had them. You had real big ones, small ones, medium sized ones, and people. I remember I used to make Death Star. I miss this. I'm gonna look to see if I can find them.
Wow.
Yeah, this right here will have. Listen, this will have your kids bonkers, because they get so interactive with it. Because you can create things, so it makes you think 3-dimensional. Does that make sense? It makes you think 3-dimensional because you yourself have to create the shape. So you will create something that will look like a heart. You can create something that looks like a snake. There was so many different things you can make out of this, man. But this is when things were simple, man. Look at this right here, man. Kept you busy. This right here.
Before phones
Before
and
phones.
PlayStations, and yeah.
Phone, a snake can't touch a phone. That phone will keep you crazy.
I agree.
Miss
Yeah,
Close-
so go ahead.
Miss Close and all my friends on the block had them. The fellas too. Yeah, everybody had them. Yeah. You were just coming into the world when that was popping.
I was. That's why I'm like, huh? The snake.
Snake.
I
snake
saw on The Simpsons and 80s docs, it does look hard and frustrating.
Absolutely. It's frustrating. It's frustrating,
Mhm.
Irby. But when you get when you can visualize it in your mind, see, this is why I say to you guys to think panoramically, and it kind of ties into what Mo Love is talking about in subduing your thought, right? When you close your eyes, a lot of the times when I have conversations here, my eyes are closed, because for me, when my eyes are open, it's hard for me to see 3-dimensionally because I got shapes and colors in front of my eyes, right? I'm looking at 4 screens right now. So it's hard for me to, visualize these things 3-dimensionally. But when you close your eyes, what this toy made you do was think 3-dimensionally. So if you're looking at creating something with this snake, you had to think 3-dimensionally. You had to move it in your mind in a 3-dimensional way so that you were able to make or translate what's in your mind into your hand to create it. And this is what we were talking about earlier. A thought becomes an idea becomes an action becomes who you are and what you focus on. So wow, I like the way I tied it in. That is so important to the point that you're making when it comes to guarding your thoughts and thinking panoramically 3-dimensionally and knowing that this is a spiritual war, not a carnal one. It starts in your mind first. I had no idea that the snake was going to lead me here.
Yeah, that was such a good point. And when you read 3 and 4, for though we walk in the flesh, we do not war. After
Oh, absolutely.
For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. And that's Paul just being straightforward, letting us know that our fights are spiritual. It's not physical or carnal. And sometimes that's the only way that we may look at it, because the Lord equipped us, like he gives us spiritual weapons. And sometimes we choose the weapons of the flesh, you know, against, we choose the weapons of the flesh against like anger, or manipulation.
You mean
And
we use those things of the flesh, right?
yes, we use those things,
Okay.
and they don't work against our spiritual problems,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're
again, God
100%.
gives us spiritual weapons. Like that's what prayer is for, our faith is for, and his truth in the word.
You're 100%. You're 150% on. And if people are not, you might have babes that in the gospel, our weapons that are not carnal is anger, vengeance, malice, strife, jealousy, ridicule. Those things is what he's talking about.
Hey,
We don't,
dude.
we don't war with those things. Okay. We don't come
Mhm.
that route. We come through love.
Hey, Lady Navoa. Right.
Lady
Yep.
Navoa, hey. Irby be holding you down though.
He does. Thank you so much, Irby.
Yeah,
I
Irby be
appreciate
holding
that.
you down. He's the first one in the building. And look like
Right.
Irby might be the last one to turn off the lights. Just
Hi, Brandon.
turn all the water off, Irby. That's all we
And
ask,
he
baby.
tells me at 10:30 on the dot, my love, you are not here. You are on
You see what I'm
CP
saying?
time.
If I close my eyes, he'd be the dude that he'd set up StreamYards. He'd be the guy, you know what I'm saying, getting the buttons. He'd be the guy getting the buttons together. And you know what I'm saying? He's that, that alarm. Hey Mo, yo. We got people.
I appreciate it. And Lady Navoa too, a lot of times.
Oh, Lady Navoa, oh my. Lady Navoa. And then she'll catch you. Like when you get pissed off at her or angry because she might be reminding you of something, she'll say, you told me to remind you, right? So you can't be angry no more because she's doing what you asked of her. So yeah. What did that Irby put a smile, a little bubble smile guy?
Yes, he did.
You got a fan? You got a fan on?
You can hear that? That's my heater because I'm cold and these boys are like, you are burning us up. So I have to have my own little personal heater. So it keeps turning on and off. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
try to accommodate them. But I know it's hot because when people come over, they're like, it's burning up in here. So
yeah, I can use that right now. It's 23 degrees over there, man.
It is 56 here.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you and all that you do.
56. Absolutely. 56.
Yeah, 56. 56 inches.
But it gets real. I don't know why it's not cold tonight, but normally it's 7. Well, last week it was 70s and then it'll drop to like the 40s. So it does.
Do you consider that? Do you consider that really cold? Like when it drops down to 40?
Hey, Hustler Muscular. If I'm out there in it, it's cold, but we've had like 12-degree weather, maybe once a year.
12 degrees.
Hey, World Class.
World Class, this is all your fault, bro.
But 40 is cold for Texas, I would say.
Good God. Yeah. 40 would be awesome down here. Look at what Lady Navoa wrote. He wrote, technically snow is light skin.
Snow is light skin. You are such a hater.
Let me see. Lady Navoa. Let's see what she wrote.
She said, gotta make sure y'all stay on point, doing my job. Love y'all though. Happy New Year again. No snow, headed to the Shaw tomorrow. Then back to Cali again. This is a big travel.
I want to understand.
Traveling Grace.
Yeah.
Hey, Truly.
When you're typing, is that part of it? Are these emojis part of your typewriter. I can't think of what it is.
I think it's like in her recent or it's saved emojis because she uses them so frequently.
You know what I'm saying? She used them. She writes like they're letters.
Mm-hmm.
She puts them in there like they're letters, man. And those
Maybe
emojis,
it's just habit.
I'm just saying, man.
Hi, Lady D. Good
Close.
to see you.
Chloe said she's in Georgia and it's 46.
Oh,
That's not
yeah.
bad.
See,
I
I
mean,
consider that cold.
that's madness. Madness. You hear me? Madness.
What, 46?
Yes.
Are you hating?
Yes. I don't lie. I hate all you people over there in Cali and Texas and Georgia and all that stuff. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I pray that the Lord drops snow on just your houses. In your car.
Not
Just
gonna
around
happen.
just around your houses.
Nah, I doubt it.
It can't
Then
hurt
we
that.
normally get snow though. Normally January or February
Yeah, okay.
we'll get
You
snow.
know, water coming down from the sky is not considered snow.
We get actual snow. Actual snow. I prefer snow over black ice.
Why? Because snow is white?
Just because
That was a
snow is
racist
not
joke. I'm sorry.
snow is easy to drive on. The black ice, I never understand why people get out there and drive
Black-
on black ice.
Black is always worse, huh?
Oh my gosh.
I'm just asking a question.
Icy roads. Is that
That's
better?
not what you said. No, that's not what you said. What kind of icy roads?
Black. See,
Word.
want to make me a racist.
Chloe says, yeah, 46 it isn't cold. I hate when it dips down to the 20s. We get ice, hardly ever get snow. Yeah.
Yeah, Lady in the Boy, he is hating. Lady in the Boy says, "Stop hating, Bolo. Don't look good on you, my G. Enjoy the snow the Lord created for you to live in or move."
Okay.
Yeah.
Until then, I can still pray for something. Now, whether I get it or not, that's a different story. But you can't tell me I can't pray for snow around you people's houses. You can't tell me that. How you want to tell me no, not to? I'm not praying for snow everywhere. I'm just praying for snow where you are.
It's not happening.
And you may be right, but then again, you could be wrong.
In Texas.
Listen, I didn't say in Texas. I said around your house.
I hear you.
Okay.
You'll be waiting.
As long as I'm heard.
Mm-hmm.
For some
Where
reason,
are you? Close said, "Where are you, Bolo? Keep praying."
I'm over in the east. I'm in the
I
East
love
Coast.
snow. Yeah.
Well,
Exactly. We love snow.
Right, because y'all don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you love it. I understand. You know what I'm saying? You want something different, but I'm just saying. So for some reason, these headphones is making your voice sound 3D.
Is it bad?
No. I think it's
Maybe I
probably
should
not
turn
good.
my mic down.
No, it has nothing to do. It's not you. It's not used on my end. I'm thinking maybe it's the medication kicking in. That's all. It could be
okay.
that too. It could be that too. But yeah, that the topic that you picked tonight is very important. Because so many people are wrestling with things in their head. And a lot of the mental health, it stems from the inside out. Experiences that you might have had. Losses that you might have incurred, etc. There's so many things that starts in our mind, and if not checked, we give it free rein,
and it turns into strongholds.
It turns into it encapsulates you.
Mm-hmm.
So again, what you just said inspired, right? So it's like you have this thought in your mind, and I'm saying this as I'm closing my eyes talking to you. So I'm trying to create this thing in my brain right now. So forgive me. You have this thought planted in your mind. Now, you have the choice of uprooting it or paying no attention to it or addressing it. You have these options. And for those that choose not to address it, it festers, okay? It infects and it affects and it grows and it grows to the point of what Mo Love just said. It encapsulates you. It cages you up in your own thoughts. And
Yeah.
because you didn't create anything to check it, right? Like, you know how your body's, when any type of germ comes in, your body automatically dispatches these white blood cells to attack what it interprets as enemies. You didn't set those things up. So you have these leaves and you have these vines growing all the way around, and sooner or later you find yourself caught up in it. And it takes up so much room you can't think, literally. So
That's so true. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, we've created things to, I guess, combat our issues, but sometimes it's not of the spirit. Like, the weapons of the flesh we create to try to be a defense against those things that play a part in our peace, us being robbed of our peace. And we try to respond through anger or retaliation. And those things don't work against spiritual problems, you
100%.
know?
Yeah, I agree with you. You're 100%. So this is why when reading the word, it tells you, it helps you, it guides you into learning how to fight spiritual wars spiritually. You know,
Hey, 84.
it comes from having that relationship. It comes from being around it. It comes, you know how we say children learn from things that are repetitive. They have to consistently see it, right? They have to be in the environment of it. They have to feel it. They have to live it. They have to taste it, talk it, walk it, whatever. All of those things. That's how the spirit works too. You know,
Yeah.
in your mind, it takes you into that training room and gets you working out. And what does it work out? You know, Mo talks about this all the time. It works out your faith, it works out your patience, it works out your forgiveness, it works out your tenderheartedness, it works out your strength, it works out so many different things because all of these things we're going to need.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
That's
yeah.
true. And the casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. That's so key, because thoughts are the battlefield. That's sometimes where fear may lie, and doubt, and the anxiety that we feel, or even sometimes pride, because that is the stronghold too. And it tells us to cast down the high things, and those, that right there is the thoughts and the patterns that oppose God, you know. And we have to aggressively deal with those things, because if we allow those destructive thoughts to roam freely, again, it will turn into strongholds and us just operating completely out of the flesh. And that's where the enemy wins, because he wants, by any means necessary, to rob us of our strength. His goal is to tire us out so that we will give up. So we have to be wise, and again, stop fighting naturally and use our spiritual weapons that the Lord has provided us with.
I couldn't have said any more, but you said it perfectly.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
You've been a one hitter quitter all day today, boy.
Really?
Yeah, you came to my show. You gave a definition of something, and the place got quiet. I wanted to end the show after you said what you said, as you know,
Oh, that's
sometimes,
cool.
yeah, sometimes people will say things that are so inspirational. For you to speak after it, it's like, you know, leave them, you know, leave it the way it is. Like I
Hmm.
saw Stranger Things, and you know, I seen the last 3 years. You watch Stranger Things?
Hi, Beaver Valley and Brandon. So I'm still on episode 3,
Of the
season
first season?
1, correct.
Good God.
But it's
All right.
good so
So,
far.
so I'll stop telling you because I was going to tell you the ending of it. So I won't
Uh-uh.
say nothing.
Mm-mm.
You
Is it
just
really
me-
good though?
you just messed everything up, man. Now I hope you get
I think
30
I
inches
be
of
trying to
snow.
do too much because
Oh,
now I've been trying to watch Breaking Bad because I heard Vaughn mention how good that is.
Breaking Bad is fire.
And then I've been hearing people talk about
Oz-
Stranger Things.
what about
So
Ozark? Ozark is fire too.
I watched some of Ozark.
Ozark is fire too.
Thank you, 84.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
so
I,
oh
I
go ahead.
tapped out. I tapped out of Stranger Things for the second and third season.
Was
I
it
tapped.
bad?
I don't know. I tapped out. You know, seeing a bunch of little because it's supposed to take place like in the 70s, like in the
Mhm.
70s, early 80s. So even 60s, like late 60s going into the 70s. And you know, it, there's just so much as the first 2 seasons was good. So you're in a good spot right now. Third
Okay.
season, you may like it, but I saw the rest of it, the last 3 episodes, and it brought a tear to a brother's eye, man. You know what I'm
What?
saying?
Stranger Things?
Yes, I brought a tear to a thug's
Wow,
eye,
I gotta
man.
watch it. Not to
Well,
a
yeah,
thug.
to a thug's eye, son, it brought a tear. I'm trying to tell you, it brought a
Thug
tear.
Squad?
The-
Thug Squad?
we try not to, because I had to ask myself, what is this salty stuff coming out my eye? You know what I'm saying? But you know, it was touching. It was very touching. You know, and
Yeah.
then you
This is
know,
the latest season?
this is the last season. There's nothing after this. They're saying it's done after this.
Oh, they said okay, so it's season 5, right?
This is season 5. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it. Got it.
but tears to a dude's eyes, man. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, kid. It's crazy. But you know,
Mm,
it just goes to show you. He says Stranger Things is a masterpiece, but it's like something you cook in a crock pot. You gotta let it simmer.
okay.
Um, it was just he said probably was allergic something bolo. Yeah, man. It was good. It was good. It takes a long time to get to where it needs to be, but once it gets there, it was good.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna check that out after I
Yeah,
finish Breaking Bad.
yeah, you'll like it. You'll like it.
I don't know what it is about me in episode 3. I'm stuck on episode 3 with Breaking Bad.
You say you stuck on episode 3 of who?
Breaking Bad?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where were we? What part of the verse?
I think you were at verse 6. You finished reading verse 6.
6 is in having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. Yeah, so that's just helping us to keep in mind the importance of obedience. Obedience matters because spiritual weapons are the most powerful, but we must actively also obey God. That's a huge part of our walk too. We missed out on a lot of things, and we have to suffer through things that the Lord never meant for us to suffer through when we're not obedient. You know,
100%. 100%. But I mean, it's just you have to be obedient so that you can understand what's going on. You have to
hmm
be obedient because uh there's no way you can get it if you're not obedient. How do you learn? How do you grow? Right? You're trying to add your own thing to it, and you know, you're either gonna get the connection right, you're gonna get the mixture right, or you're not.
right? Because every time we choose to act in alignment with God's word, we are training our brain and our spirit. You know, obedience rewires our minds.
100%. Obedience allows you to be discerning. It allows you to, it gives you discipline. It allows you to take your time and to properly, to the best of your ability, be analytical of something to make sure that you make the best decision in the moment that you're in.
Right. And when Paul said having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. So he's saying the stronger our obedience, the stronger our ability to tear down those high thoughts and those strongholds.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
He's 100% correct.
Yeah.
100% correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Obedience, is so key because it creates alignment with God's truth.
You know what's so crazy about that? That on one side you have it so easy, right? Because the Lord has given you the answers. He's telling you, this is what you need to do to beat this. So it's not like you have to figure it out yourself, right?
Right.
He's giving you the answers. And on the other hand, we have the pride that foregoes all of that. I mean, you never think of it like that in that thought process? Like,
That is easy, but why
like,
don't we choose?
right. I'm giving you the answer to the test. You know that this test is going to have a heavy mark on your final grade.
But
yet,
you know what I think?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, talk to me. Go ahead.
I was thinking sometimes the answer is simple, but other times, like whatever those thoughts are, they can be deceptive. You know, they're not always like obvious lies. They can masquerade as like reason or practicality, things like that. Does that make sense?
It
And
absolutely does.
it doesn't always show up as like, duh, I know this is right or this is wrong, you know?
Yeah, and you know, you just said something that made me think of something. It's like you watch Star Wars, right? Did you ever watch Star Wars?
Star Trek back in the day with my mama.
Oh my God, man. Oh Lord. I'm talking about Star. She say Star. What you know about Star Trek?
I forgot.
Oh snap.
I just remember the name and my
Yo.
mom used to love Star Trek. I would
Okay.
be like, why is my mom so into this weird show? I was little. But I was never really into Star Wars. I know my boys
Okay. So
are.
you have Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
When they realize that you're a Jedi, the Jedis are like the Levites in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
These are the dudes that are gonna go and learn, and they're different. It's in their blood. They're special. Not everyone can be. It's like in Israel, right? To be a high priest, you had to be a Levite, but not all Levites can be high priests. You had to be out of the sons of Aaron. The Jedis are the same. They're the same. And you can either be a Jedi for the dark side or a Jedi for the light, right? And what you learn is the Force. The Force is the spirit. That's what you're learning.
Right.
So, and just walk with me because I'm gonna take you to where you're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're a child, they typically want you to come into the Force as a child, okay? And what they want you to do is learn the books, learn the theory, learn all of these different things before you get into the lightsabers. You're not close to the lightsaber. They assign you a master, and then you become a Padawan. You become the assistant, the mentor, mentee situation. And you're learning the Force through reading lectures and reading the history and things of that nature, because what it's spiritually doing is preparing you for these spiritual wars. You don't know that you're being prepared. It's the same thing with the Karate Kid. When he's telling him wax on, wax off, he doesn't know that he was preparing him mentally for something that was going to happen physically. So that's what's happening in the Star Wars. So being that you really don't watch it, There are times
Mhm.
when Yoda, who was supposed to be the man, Yoda was the man on the light side, and Darth Vader was the guy on the bad side, him and the Emperor. And there would be times when, and you know, they had these lightsabers, you know, the little stick that they had, and they hit the button, the light would come out of it. They call that a
Mhm.
lightsaber. So the Emperor would have a lightsaber, Yoda would have a lightsaber, Darth Vader would have a lightsaber, Luke Skywalker. All these people that were Jedis and they were adults had lightsabers. So you would ask yourself, why would they have lightsabers? They can do all sorts of stuff. They could jump high, they can lift stuff up, they can break things without touching it. So
Mhm.
as you're speaking, I'm sitting here saying, because I remember that there was a part where Yoda and the Emperor were fighting,
Mhm.
and it got to a point where they were shooting lightning out of their hands, and they're throwing it at each other, but they're catching it and deflecting it. That physically was the spiritual war.
Right.
When you're seeing both of them wielding lightning and doing all that stuff, and then the Emperor would say, we can both tell that we both know the force. So we're not going to win this way. So that's when they take out the lightsabers and they handle a business physically. But this is what Mo Love, and again, my eyes are closed, so this is why I get like this. When she's talking about spiritual war, before it ever touches the physical of your body, the physicality of this earth, it's
Mhm.
already spiritual. So the more and more you spend time in the word, the more and more you spend time with God, the more fortified, the more skilled you become.
Mhm.
That was my
Absolutely.
long way of saying that.
No, that was a great example. That's true. Hey, Coach Berg, he said the truth is never deceptive. Most just ignore the truth because of our pride, which blocks the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. You can't see it.
A4 said Mo more into sports and reality TV. I don't think Star Wars or Star Trek is up her alley. At least that's my observation. I could be wrong. Um, yeah, I was little when
All
Star
right.
Trek was out. Hey,
They,
Blue Jay, good to see you.
they still play Star Trek. You just wasn't into it. That's all.
They still play it.
Yeah, they do. I forget the name of the
Oh.
old people's channel. There's an old people's channel, and I forget the name of the old people's channel because I used to watch the Jeffersons and all that stuff on there. But there's an old people's channel like that just plays old stuff. Sanford
Mm.
and Son. They play.
I'm gonna drop the link if y'all want to share y'all's thoughts. Or did you want to add anything else before?
No, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
What's my man narrative and dialogue's name? What do you call him?
Coffee.
Why you call him Coffee? What does that mean?
That's his name. That's like his channel is the narratives and dialogue. But
Right.
he like when he hits the link, he'll say, "Hey, my name is Coffee."
Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't
Mhm.
know because it would trip me out when you would say that.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, Coffee.
is he here? Like Kwafi sounds,
Yeah,
it sounds like an African name.
he's
That could be.
here. Good to
Okay.
see you, Coffee.
Good to
I
see you,
thought
my
you
G.
mentioned him because he was here, but I guess he just showed
Nah,
up.
nah, nah. He showed up, and I know sometimes you call him that, and I'm like, who the hell is she talking about? I don't see that name in there.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
You know,
Did I drop the link? I thought I
you did
did.
not drop it.
I did. No,
Where? No, you didn't.
my bad. I thought I did.
He writes, they have new versions of Star Wars on Paramount Plus. There's a new Star Wars coming out that look fire.
A new Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
I'll pass. Y'all should go see the new Avatar. 3 hours and 15
Yes.
minutes, but it's
I'll
absolutely
pass.
worth it.
I'll
Do
pass.
not hate on Avatar.
Okay.
It was so good. Feel free to come up, guys, and share your thoughts on being good stewards over our thoughts, how how it's a detriment to ourselves when we choose our emotions and we allow those thoughts to be Lord over our lives versus giving God in His Word. And the spiritual weapons He's equipped us with power. Did that make sense?
It did.
Okay.
It did.
Do you find yourself overthinking?
A lot.
Mm.
Absolutely. A lot.
So wouldn't overthinking be a sin or is it not?
Overthinking? You
I
said
don't think
you said,
so.
oh, I don't think overthinking is a sin. You know, you get that thing called paralysis of analysis. You
Mhm.
overthink something in that moment of striking has disappeared in that point. You know, you're over analytical, and you know, it could be fear. Excuse me, it could be fear. You know, that you're looking, you know, I forget the name of the prophet that did that, right? He was like,
Mhm.
Lord, you know, Gideon, when Gideon had to go to war,
No.
you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
The Lord, my man threw a carpet on the floor and said, Lord, listen, if you want us to go to war, can you please make the middle of this carpet wet and the outside of it dry?
Hmm.
Next day he wakes up, that carpet, he wrings it out into like 4 pots and it's
Mhm.
dry on the outside. And he says, okay, Lord, I hear what you're saying. Can you reverse it, please?
Yeah,
Can you
right?
make the outside dry, the inside dry, and the outside? And he did it at, you know, you become fearful and you become over analytical about it. You're analyzing everything, and it to you, you're like, this doesn't make sense, you know, and you miss that moment. You miss that moment.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and that could be good and that could be bad. You know, you could be over analytical about something and you miss that moment. You could be over analytical about something in danger and the time to get out passes. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I'm caught off guard. I'm writing something in the chat.
What happened?
Oh, I was writing something in the chat.
Huh?
Yeah, so when you find yourself overthinking, like do you get distracted in that thought like for long periods of time or are you pretty good about
It depends.
okay.
I'm pretty um um I'm pretty good with it, but then there's some things that, you know, it takes time to work out in my head. It takes time to work it out.
Mhm.
Yeah. What about you?
Um definitely an overthinker. Definitely. Uh and I try to snap out of it. Sometimes I do get distracted within my thoughts, but eventually I do read my word and I pray and I remind myself of the truth versus the thoughts because a lot of times they are huge distractions, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not easy. You know, it's not easy finding a way because we all have our own way of how we fight off our thoughts or wrangle our thoughts in. So
Right.
it's, you know, it's not easy, man. It's not.
It's not. Would
Absolutely.
you say that that's one of our biggest um um I can't think of the word right now.
One of our biggest fights, one of our biggest,
Yeah.
yeah. You talking about our mind?
Hmm.
The biggest. It's the
Absolutely.
biggest. The Lord tells us that, right, in Ephesians. You know,
Hmm.
our warfare is not carnal. For we
Right.
wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places, principalities, so forth and so on. So, and I'll paraphrase the scriptures, guys. Yeah, you know, for sure, mentally, for
Right.
sure, because
And
there's so
that's
much.
why he attacks it because
Absolutely,
what we think shapes what we do. You
yes,
know, shapes the way that we feel our emotions and how we are aligned spiritually. So of course that's gonna be his go-to. Let me
Yes,
plant this seed in their mind to throw them off.
you're absolutely 100%. You know, that's where he's going to attack, because if he can break down the head, the body's going to follow. You have to understand that. And if you don't have that discipline, that perseverance, that understanding, that stillness that you need to have, if he can attack you from when you're young, allow someone to touch you, or allow a traumatic episode to happen that stirs or stops that process, it's going to be hard to get back on it. You know, and even if you do get on it, because of that trauma, you left the back door open that he can always slip in and knock you down. This is how the enemy is. This is why the Lord tells you, listen, learn from the past, leave all doors closed, so that those things can't attack you in the future. Not easy. It's not easy.
Right, it's not.
It's not easy, but we have to try. That's the only thing you can do, is try. What else can you do? You know, you can only do your best. That's all you can do. So yeah. Can you put up what Blue Jay said?
You said something just then, but I lost my train of thought.
What did I say? What was I saying?
Forgot.
You forgot what I was saying? Or you forgot what you said?
What you said.
Oh, I was talking about you know, your thoughts and how it starts there, and Satan attacks you there, because if you don't have the experience of being able to fight in your mind, then you're not going to have that experience physically. You know, you'll just be fighting aimlessly, you know.
Hey, Vaughn. Right. I love that. John 14:27, peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. Amen. That's so powerful.
That's why the Lord tells us to stop. You don't have the fear, because fear is faith killer. It's the faith killer. It's the faith killer. So yeah, man.
Yep. Brittany said, yep, trauma physically changes your brain. It does.
It does. It
Hi,
changes.
Anthony. Good to see you.
Wait, Big Ant's in the building? There he go. What
is.
up? G, what up? What up? Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, but that's so big, like our thoughts.
Nobody wants to touch this topic tonight, Mo.
I know, but it's
very important.
Like
it's a needed one. It's a needed topic.
A struggle, like that's why we struggle so much mentally. That's why there's so much depression.
You see how these topics frighten people to have. Let me take that word back. You see how people, they scatter from this conversation, but somehow I guarantee you.
Why are you nervous, Irving? You can come up. You don't have to be nervous.
I guarantee you, if we were talking about submission or something like that,
you already know.
We'd have 8 dudes up here.
You know it.
Well, Bolo, let me ask you a question. If the puka letter goes 5 ways and you try to go around it and jump up and down, then where are you in NASA? Do you know that dude ended was a shadow observer? He ended one of his sentences in NASA.
He did.
He said NASA. He said, yeah, and if you check it, you can go to NASA.
He talked about so many things, and then he said, but y'all not ready for NASA though. And it had nothing to do with nothing.
If that dude comes up, I'm gonna write down on my chalkboard, we're not ready.
And then my sister did not help the situation. She said, they're not ready. Shadow observer, they're not ready. I said, girl, please.
Yo, she didn't even know what he was talking
She
about.
didn't know. It just sounded good to her.
Yo, Tia's always starting stuff with people. Like,
she is.
She said, Duke said, and yeah, you don't understand, and you ain't ready for NASA. Yo.
She was like, they not ready. They not ready. I said, no, ma'am. That was so funny.
Oh,
Duke
man.
said, I've been in and out. What topic is the hard one to talk about? Mental health, like
Guarding your
bringing
mind.
our
Guarding your
thoughts
mind.
under subjection.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Every time I see my man's name, it reminds me of the da
What name?
King Duke.
This name? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You were too young, but there was a rapper called the Rapping Duke,
Mm-hmm.
and he was supposed to be John Wayne. Aretha Franklin. Let
Who
me
is
rock you.
this?
Let me pull it up for you so you can hear it. The Rapping Duke.
Brandon said, doom scrolling on our phones can cause depression. Ask me how.
How?
You have to be mindful of the things that you give your attention to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I noticed these phones, if I have a conversation with my sister about something that could be a bit depressing, I'll start seeing that on my timeline. And I'm like, no, let me get you up out of here. But
I'm telling
yes, these phones can have an effect on your mental state if you let it. Hey, Scam.
Say it again.
Oh no, I was just responding to Brandon. Blue Jay said, I know he was talking to Moses, but doesn't that mean it's for everyone too with the new covenant? That's how I take it, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know exactly what. Do you
What's she
know
talking
what
about?
she's
I
tying it
know
into?
he was talking to Moses, but doesn't that mean it's for everyone too with the New Testament? What do you mean, Blue Jay? What do you mean, Blue Jay?
Yeah,
Hey, I don't understand what you mean.
I know he was talking to Moses, but doesn't that mean it's for everyone too with the new covenant? That's how I take it.
Hey, you gotta tell us what you're talking about. What was said to Moses?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? I know he was talking. Oh, okay. I thought that. Okay, can you share my screen?
Oh yeah, I can. Hey, 84.
Thank you.
Hey, what's going on? I heard people say that people were scared to come up here. Is that what y'all said?
I
Is that
mean,
people
it's
We
been
would,
scared?
we
so
would, we
fun.
would make it,
Is this what the people's champ is hearing? You know what I
brother.
mean?
We were
Uh-oh.
making,
Uh-oh.
we were making
Let me start off
an
by saying
Hey,
observation.
Scam.
finally 84 has come back.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I am here. Ain't nobody scared. All right.
Okay.
I was just
Uh-oh.
busy getting my workout on. That's it. But I ain't
All
scared.
right.
Let's go.
Oh,
Okay.
shout out to the
So you
workout.
had to work out before
Yeah,
you came on my love stage.
that's right.
All right, brother. I'm just asking. You really
And I'm
hype
about
right
to eat too.
now.
I'm about to eat as well, Bolo. I'm about to eat
All
something
right,
too. You know what I
brother.
mean?
You
Hey,
real hype, my
Zion.
G. You real hype, man. I keep forgetting you 3 hours behind. It's
Yeah,
only
Oh,
9 o'clock
before
I'm
over
in
there.
Cali time right now. I'm still awake. You know.
Yeah.
oh, it's early for y'all. So Blue Jay said she was referring to the scripture she posted.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Wasn't it? Which one was it? Was it the peace
Man,
I leave unto you scripture?
it could have been. That was for everybody.
Oh, Joshua.
Here's this
Have
is the
not
one.
I commanded thee, be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the
Absolutely.
Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest.
Absolutely, Blue Jay. You're 100% correct. It was for
Mhm.
both it was for both the new and old. Here's the rapping Duke, Mo.
Nice
This is
guy.
him right
John
here.
Brown.
This is him right
E
here.
plus, amigos. This is the Rapping Duke, and you're listening to U68. Check the video, Pilgrim.
This dude is about
E
62
plus,
years old back
amigos.
then. This dude's about 62. 62.
He was
Look at this
old.
dude.
He was old then.
Wow.
I knew he was old. I knew it was 60s.
Oh,
Nah,
so
you
y'all
you
know
say,
that song?
I don't
Yeah.
think he's 60.
Sean
But that-
Brown.
Yeah, that dude was
Around
What you
82.
mean? This thing was bigger than New York. This was
What,
big.
this song?
Wow.
This song was big.
I was kind of only 2 years old.
Never
Yeah.
heard of it.
Oh, here we go with the age shit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The age stuff. That's the medication, my bad.
That's okay.
The
I don't
medic-
think
yeah,
I've
here we
ever
go
heard
with the-
you cuss on stage.
That's the first time. Here we go. You guys with this age. I was 3. I was 1.
What year was it?
The Rapping Duke.
I think it was 82.
85. 85.
I still. Okay. I wasn't
85.
born yet. My parents were thinking about bringing me into the world, but not quite.
Yeah, the Rapping Duke visited no. He might be right. Might be earlier. It's saying that he visited U68 Studios in 1985. This is you hear my man. This is a grown man saying this.
¿Qué pasa, amigos? This is the Rapping Duke, and you're listening to U68.
84.
Check out this video, Pilgrim.
And my man had to hold a gun.
¿Qué
a fake
pasa,
gun in his hand.
amigos? This is the Rapping Duke, and you're listening to U68. Check out this video, Pilgrim.
Word. Check out that video.
Mm.
Think it's a game. The Rapping Duke. You can't tell me
Interesting.
our time wasn't better than yours.
Oh,
Hear that beat?
please.
Hear that beat? Boom.
Late 90s music, early 2000s. Y'all
Was the
have
best.
nothing on us.
What? Yeah, it was the best. It was the best.
Absolutely.
Da, da, da. Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, definitely early
amazing.
80s kind of vibe.
So what do you got on the topic, Mr. Scam, pertaining to guarding your thoughts and reeling them in and taming those thoughts that that can lead us astray?
I just got here, so
Okay. Never mind the whole breakdown I just gave. Okay.
Brandon was saying dopamine depletion.
What happened to 80? Oh, he went to go eat. Didn't he say he was going to eat?
Did he?
That's
I
what he
don't know
said.
where 84 went.
I could have swore.
84, come back.
He said, Coach Ferg said, Ratchet, Music 90s, 2Ks, Kelly and Diddy, Oil. Wow. Hit Brandon, Blue Jay.
Blue Jay?
Yeah, I think she's the last. Brandon, it isn't the problem that we train our brains to accept a frequency dose of dopamine releases, and it disrupts the natural, slower, and less frequent cycle of serotonin production. So you're saying that you don't want the dopamine. The dopamine moves you too fast. You need the serotonin to kind of slow you down to even kill you. Absolutely. To even kill you so that you can think it through. This is what we're talking about. And you see how these conversations that we've had on your channel kind of clicks together? That's the difference between discernment and desire, right? Dopamine, serotonin. So yeah, even though they're not that, it's just the fight or flight and the not thinking, and that goes to show you, damn, how awesome God is. Like he created chemicals to give you. Listen, man, I'm always in awe of that guy. I'm always
Me
in awe.
too. Hey, Coach Ferg.
Coach Ferg, what's going on, my brother?
How y'all doing, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
all right.
how are you?
I'm okay. Happy New Year to y'all, man. Hope y'all have a safe holiday. Y'all had a safe holiday and your family's blessed.
To you too. Thank you.
Yeah, I just came up here because of that. My man took me back years when I was a young teen with the Rapping Duke. You know what I'm saying? I was like 12 years old, right? But I was like 12 years old. But that was some of the examples of, men, other community, even though he was his style was unique and it was clean and we was outside boogieing and dancing as kids together. And, you know, and it was a good time in the community,
Yeah.
you know, and it's just unfortunate how we have sort of digressed over the last 50 years, you know, as a community as a whole, because a lot of us get away from that message that y'all speaking about, just, you know,
Yeah.
letting go of pride. It's just where we are, you know, but I'm always with the old school because it was something that allowed us to express, but it wasn't about putting nobody down. It was just about, you know, taking advantage of the new opportunities that were afforded to Gen X.
Then there's the truth.
Yeah, and there's the truth. Remember, Scan, you was 2 years old, still peeing in your underwear and your diapers.
You were
You know,
12.
you still
St. George.
No, I was 12 and I played sports, and the community I was around was about, you know, supporting each other. You know, the young women wasn't, you know, calling y'all broke. They didn't call us broke. You know, the young men we didn't walk around without a belt on and, you know, smelling like pickle juice and shit as grown men. Young men stood up strong, you know. I mean, that's the example I got. I don't know what you got. I don't know what
Then there's the truth.
everybody else got, but yeah, we wasn't deleting each other. We was trying to be young entrepreneurs and working, cutting the grass, and you know, then dope hit the streets. Like I say, crack came and it changed the game.
Yeah, crack. Damn, crack changed everything, bro.
It changed the game.
Yeah, man.
Then there's this thing called the truth.
What
Yeah,
do you
that's the
mean by
truth.
that, Sam?
Nah. What you say, my love?
What do you mean by and then there's the truth?
We was this community. We all stuck together.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah.
I told you. Now,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Scam, we was more together back then, brother. I'd say that we were more together back then. You know,
we was married at 60%.
Kids played in the street. You know, they
Yes.
turned the hydrant on. You know, kids played off the wall, stick ball, tag. You know, kids did some stupid stuff too. You can't take that away. But it was a different time than it is now, bro.
It's
different
called
time.
picking. It's called picking and choosing.
What do you mean?
Picking and choosing.
Okay, I'm gonna give you some words that Frey Ferg doesn't like because they didn't. I'll give you one.
Picking
One
and
is called.
choosing.
One of them is called heroin.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Another one is sexual liberation. Another one is called feminism. These didn't happen in 2022.
Yeah, but they didn't happen. They didn't really pop off in the 80s neither.
Right.
Heroin
They happened
was
for a
made.
reason.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, no, I'm not saying that you know, we weren't leading into it. What I am saying to you is when you look at heroin, it was a much longer time frame to get access to the drug, right? You had to heat it up, you had to put cotton, you had to do all of that stuff. With crack, it was right there readily available. You just light it up, and it's much faster to get you to that high. So
that means
crack,
they were more focused on becoming addicts back in the
No.
it was just a new drug that was introduced into the community that no one knew was gonna pop off like that. No one
But brother, here,
you know what's wrong with 1985?
Say it again.
If I want to,
how old was you scam in 1985? First of all, how old were you?
47. Now.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. Your nose was 47. Nigga, stop it. This be truthful. Stop it. So how old were you, brother? I'm
If
sorry.
I wanted to know what's wrong with 1985,
I'm sorry.
probably should go to 75.
I think we
Wanna
should
know
go.
what's wrong
If
with
we go
75?
85,
Yeah.
if we go to 5, you would go to. Everything was very sexual at that time too. You had a lot of.
In the 80s?
No, it wasn't. It was grown. Listen, okay, so
it wasn't
Sexual
for children.
liberation
So-
was
Hold on. It
last
wasn't.
year.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't as accessible to children as it is now. Far from what it was. But when you're looking at the 70s brought the black exploitation, you know, that pimp thought process and things that kind of slid into the 80s. You know, kind of.
but that was the propaganda. That was the propaganda that they was put. But here, but let me just speak on this, and I'll shut up, Scan, because this is why I always make reference to this, Mo, because you know you hear me say it a lot, right? And I think my man can contest to what I'm saying. We had those drugs, right? But those drugs only affected the men. Most people that did heroin were men that really went over to Vietnam, got affected with all them drugs,
That's
and
true.
and it only affected that group. But those group of men that it affected, Mo Love, still went out to work. A lot of them got caught up when they shipped the company. Yeah, listen, yes, and but here's the thing, Mo Love. Those men still had jobs. Those men went to work every day. Now, and I'm gonna break it down because I saw it out when they started shipping jobs. When Gen X was coming out, they gave us the most information. They gave us wood shop in the middle school and high school. They gave us vocational skills in high school. So brothers and sisters was coming out of high school in the 80s from like 82, 81, going to with a trade already, making, and then they shipped a lot of jobs overseas right when we were becoming young men back in the Clinton era. Then they bought the drugs. And this is why I make reference to the crack era. Heroin affected most men. Crack affected the women. It affected the women of the community. Mothers started getting, and now those women had children because those women had children, and a lot of those kids got caught up in the mix of it. A lot of those kids, especially in the 90s, when I started working in foster care and I started seeing the numbers across the country, small towns were affected with Black children going into foster care, not because of the father, because again, they said the father wasn't in the home anyway. Mothers of the old 70s and project mamas, they did their best to make sure their kids got to school. They wouldn't let their big 6-foot son drop out of school. Most of us was graduate with a high school diploma because you can get a skilled trade. When that dope hit the streets, when that dope came in, and remember, everybody graduated high school in the 80s was young, 21, 18, 19, coming out of school, and it's when they slid that drug in there, and it changed the game because now you look at 10, 15 years down the road. Where are we at today? A lot of people who are in the prime of their life struggle emotionally, struggle with relationships, struggle with understanding how to do math and science. They can't budget themselves. They all overspend. They all blame it on mama and daddy, when really it affected the whole community across the country. I'm just saying it from what I see. Brothers and sisters single mamas were still raising families of big, strong boys and daughters. When no girls walking around with their ass and titties out, they're not shut up.
Right.
That's a lie. When you
Okay,
get
but Scam, before you go, I do want to read this. Thank you so much, Trucker, for the $20 super chat. He said, "Hey, my love, what's up, fellas? Just showing support for all the wisdom and the truth." Like Scam saying, he was tight. He was tight though back then. Together, we were tight back then, and together versus now. Thank you so much, Trucker. I appreciate you.
Mo, whenever you want me to share about the topic, Mo, whenever you want me to share about the topic, let me know. Scam, go ahead, bro. I'm just saying balance.
Okay, then there's the truth, all the way from the Bible in beginning times. It's the same. It's been the same behavior, same thing, same way. And then someone grabs them like, "Oh, we wouldn't like that back then." Sexual liberation was in the 70s. Shaming, blaming, abuse that wasn't even considered abuse, that was 60s, 70s. Heroin, stronger drug than crack, 60s, 70s. But then we can pick and choose because we don't got the video, which actually there is public. You go on Hezekiah News and Films, whole channel, all kind of videos, even the men's and women's conversation. Did a show, Mandrell and Shamiri did a show on it. Same talking points. And the video is from 1969. But just because it ain't on Instagram, we was married at an 82.6% rate. If the marriage rate fell from 80s to 20s, what's that tell you about the marriages? What does that tell you? Why it ain't 93? It
tell you that y'all can't get along.
It tells you that back then they couldn't get along. Honestly, Adam and Eve they couldn't make it work. Some stuff always been, but it's the easy way to say, well, it ain't us, it's them. Them people's over there. Like, nah, if you trace it back.
But you do believe in marriage, right? Scam?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just talking about as a whole.
Gotcha.
Right. I'm more against the We was perfect. Them people over there,
Nobody said nobody was perfect, Scam. You make assumptions. Nobody said that.
Wear tight dresses.
Despite what was happening, most young adults were still thriving. Now young adults 40 and under, y'all struggle with just keeping a damn job. Let's be real.
Then 20 minutes later, you're gonna go say, man, us black people's doing great together. Look at us. We's buying rims and teeth. And
thank you so much, Irby, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you.
But the truth is, if you want to go and say what's wrong with these kids out here, there's these people called parents. You ever heard of those? They made the kids. Then if you go back before that, you'll find these people called grandparents. But how is it that you say, well, us over here, we separate. Them over there just went and crack fell out the sky and they said, crack, let me get two. No, that ain't true. But it sounds good. And it's one reason why the youngsters don't even listen to the elders. Like, all right, whatever, man. But that's all I got.
So, and I hear Coach Ferg talk about this a lot. Do you think that it was really that big? And I know it was a huge issue, but did it really affect the majority as far as the drugs and ruined families? Like, or do you think that maybe your environment also cultivated your thought process because you did have a helping hand in foster care and things like that?
Well, if these families were so perfect, there'd have been no foster care in 75. But we didn't even have abuse laws. They started with animal treatment, which just means that's how they were raising people. Like animals.
I was saying
they started behaving like animals, coping with it with heroin and sniffing glue out of paper bags. See, we can talk. We can skip over all this stuff and act like it didn't happen, and then say it started in 85.
Here's the thing, and this is where I love my crack era adults. I never said that it didn't happen. I never said that.
But you
because this
before you respond, Coach Ferg, I was saying, do you think that affected like over half or majority of our community as far as the drug addictions and the broken homes because of the drugs?
My love, it affected us all. It has affected us all over the last 40 years, is what I'm saying. It had affected because again, even growing up in that time, what we didn't do as brothers, we wasn't knocking out 500 or 600 of us a year in a city because we were black. We wasn't deleting each other. We had guns back then. Guns were still easy to get back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. You had a certain culture. Drugs was behind the scene. When men did drugs, they was behind the scene. Now since crack, you see drug people that you see the drug dealer, but you also see the person that's abusing the drugs out in the street. And a lot of those good brothers and fathers and mamas are no longer here. Because even if you don't get deleted for using it, you might get deleted while you selling it. And if you don't get deleted, they had the crime bill when they said 1 in 4 you niggas gonna make it. The other 3, y'all might go to jail. Spending 25 years in jail of your prime of your life from 21 to 41, and you tell me that don't affect you when you might have had kids? They don't have a daddy. Now the daughter who needs a father is no longer covered by the daddy or the big brother who could protect. But again, and Mola, and I'll say this and I'll shut up. It didn't just affect one city. It affected from South Beach to LA. You remember the movies that they show. You remember the numbers. Go look at the numbers of black on black crime deletions from 92 to 2002. It's just started going down since we've been trying to be black on the internet, which is a good thing. I hope we stop taking each other out. I hope that children can have a 2-parent household. That's my future for the kid, for the young folk. Because when I go talk to these young folk, A lot of these people that say they talk to folks, these young folks, kids don't have a clue. Kids don't have because the world moving in their feelings. As a black man, you can't move in the world in your feelings.
Not the feelings.
Exactly. Go tell your feelings to your mom and your daddy are the person that broke your heart. You can't come to me with, I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Well, may I share? May I share?
Yeah, you can. I just wanted to read this.
Be the truth.
Brandon said crack was probably part of COINTELPRO. Can you put? Yeah, I did put it in there. I don't have you blocked 7. I don't know what's going on with the chat. But I know 84 wanted to share. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, this whole conversation is really making my middle child syndrome act up bad. I do have middle child syndrome. I really do. Yes, I do. I have it. Because I don't like the old generation. I don't like the young generation. I like neither one of y'all. And if I could delete some of y'all, I would.
Hold on. Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Do you realize what you just said, 84?
I know exactly what I said, and I mean it, and I stand on it.
What's righteous about that?
I stand on it.
Delete is pretty extreme, but I'm gonna let you.
I know it is. That's my Magneto side coming out. Bolo tell you that I got my Magneto side coming out. Now, anyhow, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like some people got to go. I've said it before. Yeah, I know how I give it up. And my thing is this, right? Because I definitely want to get to the meat of what you were talking about earlier, and the question that you had earlier. Because I want to talk about what you were talking about. The thing is that yes, a lot of old people did drop the ball. All right, we all know they did. It is what it is. Some of them did things that were right and whatever else. Cool. You know what I mean? But they didn't do everything perfect, and everything wasn't perfect back in the day. So I definitely agree with Scam on that. I'm not trying to crash out Brandon. It's just, I just share what I share. But that doesn't mean that as younger people, that the young people don't have to listen or get guidance from those who want to give guidance. A person doesn't have to be perfect in their life to give you guidance. I think that's what the younger people have to learn and understand. Because if you're waiting for that, you're gonna wait forever. Because nobody's gonna be perfect that gives you advice. We all have things that we've done wrong and have learned from. That's how you get wisdom, through trial and error, through mistakes, not just always through great decisions. So I think the young people got to show respect, and the old people got to take accountability for where they messed up. And if they do that, that's cool. But Mo, my question to you is, what was the original question?
It wasn't necessarily a question. We were just talking about the importance of being mindful of your thought process, because thoughts become action. And then the other part of the title was what's on your mind. So, and I came from 2 Corinthians 10:5, where we talk about taking every thought captive, how we fight spiritually, and we can't just fight carnally. That's why we're always worn down, because our battles should be fought spiritually, but a lot of times we are distracted by our emotions and just, an instant reaction to whatever is going on.
I would say this, and this goes into, 2 of the 3 principles that I strive to live by. As I say strive, because sometimes I mess up and I make mistakes as well. I'm only human. But and that's train your mind, guard your heart, right? You have to daily train your mind. You have to train your mind daily, read things, research, learn information, learn knowledge, things of that nature, gain wisdom as much as you can. And in that, also gain spiritual insight from those that are your peers, but also those who should be in a mentoring role. I would advise anybody, and you don't have to take my advice. You can do whatever you want. Everybody has a choice. You know what I mean? I would say at least have 3 to 4 people in your life. At least this is just my opinion. This is only my opinion, right? That are mentors, right? At least 3 to 4. I think that would be helpful to most people. And these got to be people that you can trust, that that will give you advice. That's gonna challenge you, but yet also help you and allow you to be a better person. And that will observe the things that you do and critique it in a way where they're uplifting you and not shaming you, if that makes sense. And giving you love in that way. So I would say that, and then I would say you got to guard your heart because, that's part of training your mind. And when you guard your heart is, you have to just be careful of, of things that you allow into your heart, whether it's what you watch or who you're around, and also understanding what relationships are. How can I say? You have to understand what level each relationship is on. You know what I mean? And if you don't understand that, then you're not going to be guarding your heart, and then people who you shouldn't allow to have access to you will have access to you, right? And vice versa, and then you won't be giving the right people access, if that makes sense. So that's when you got to guard your heart, so that you can make sure that everybody's on the level that they need to be on. You know what I mean? Whether it's on social media or without social media. Because we're not doing that, then that's how we get bitter. That's how we get heartbroken. That's how all these negative emotions come in, right? And then we don't allow the fruit of the spirit to manifest, because our heart is now bitter. It's now corrupted. It's now jaded, right? And all that can be avoided if we just guard our heart and allow the right people who really love us and really care about us in. You know what I mean? And then also self-love. That's the number one important, self-love, allowing God to love us and refine us. That's the most important. And then I would say self-love, then the love of others, or the love of the right people, I would say will be last. But yeah, I'll land there. Hopefully I wasn't long-winded. My bad.
No, that was really good. Thank you so much for sharing. You started out gangster, but
well, I mean, sometimes hey, listen, I shoot and ask questions later, Mo. That's how I get down. You know that.
Well, thank you so much. I thank everybody for sharing and supporting the channel. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe if you have not. Feel free to share the live, and you can also donate to the channel. I have my Cash App pinned at the top. Seven, would you like to add?
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the topic? I only came here for one. I only came here for one thing. For what?
Thoughts become action. What's on your mind? And we came from 2 Corinthians 10:5.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me one. Yeah, give me 1 second. All right.
Okay. Hi, Dan Patrick. So Dan Patrick said, I used to think that fear was holding me back when it came to certain people and situations, especially the females. I realized that it was my discernment that saved me. We had a topic on discernment about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, so, discernment is huge.
Just real fast. I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, when I said pin it, there's a way to pin like the actual link, because some people, they may just like click it. You know how you click it and it'll say like Cash App and all that extra shit.
Oh, the link, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So some people can just hit that, but most people will just look and say, I'm just saying that was an easier way for some people to maybe go
to right add my Cash App link.
Yeah, try to always remember, if you can, to do that like right at the beginning of the show, and like make it a habit, because boom, then it's there all the time for the people that don't see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
Right.
It's just an easy thing. I didn't know if you knew that. I wasn't trying to tell you what to do.
Yeah, I knew, and I've been meaning to add the link to my Cash App. It is easier.
I mean, we're all human. We're all human. We forget things. We have a life outside of the internet,
Correct.
Hey, Mo Love.
Hey.
To your question, right? I guess our statement, right? Where you say thoughts become actions, right?
Right.
But there's also another part to that. Your actions become habits.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't get in the habit of doing the action of what needs to be done to get the results they want. That's the thing. I can go back and I can recount everything bad happened to me, but I can't stay stuck on what bad happened to me. I have to put into action
to change it.
So And a lot of people don't want to face that truth of that reality because it's more difficult to change than to stay the same for a lot of people who still live on the hurt. A lot of people gonna live with the hurt forever.
Right.
Some people don't. The ones that don't, you'll see a lot of times you can see the evolution. The ones that do, they stay in it. They want you to be in it. Everything around them gonna be in it, and then they're going. They just, and I guess it's just me because I worked with almost every population you can think of people that say they needed help.
Yeah.
From kids to women to veterans to young people, high school age, middle school age, people in prison, did 50 years, 60 years. I had 25, 30-year-olds crying on my shoulder like a little kid. 30, 40-year-olds talking about the hurt that they endured, right? But yes, and I used to always say, cry it out today, because once you realize it now, and maybe it's just me, as a man, you can't stay stuck in it as a woman because the world is still moving. And if you and you can read any of the story, a lot of them, most of them started out in a sunken place, but they endured and they put in the work to overcome it. That's my only thing about it. I can't say I'm a leader, and if you say something I don't agree with, I'm gonna crash out on you. I'm not a leader. I can't say I'm a boss when every time you see me, I'm spending money. I'm not a boss. But again, that's just me. But from my experience, and when I'm out here, boots on the ground with these young people that are impressionable, once they learn, a lot of them don't know, and a lot of them ask questions. And I give them an opportunity. You want me to give you a father answer or uncle answer? And they ask me, what do you mean? Uncle mean I can tell you some stuff and you ain't got to, you can listen to it, you can move on. A father, you're going to do what I say. And then remember, we're going to talk about it, and then you're going to go practice it. And then you're going to come back and we're going to check in and we're going to talk about what you learned from that experience. How did you grow? And to me, I've seen the best results coming from that, because a lot of people, once they get out of their fear, oh man, it's something new. So then they overcome. I've seen kids go from all F's to A's and B's within a marking period. I've seen a kid come to school one day, come to school every day. I've seen people that had kids born on drugs to getting their kids back. But again, it comes to action and the work. And I'll shut up.
Right. I agree with that 100%. Have you also seen like the other side when you see people struggling or stuck in what they're going through and they don't want to be there? Like I've seen where struggle doesn't always equal resistance. You know, for example, sometimes just because we may see that someone hasn't changed yet, it doesn't mean that they don't want to. And I think that's the part that where my heart goes out to a lot of people who are struggling, being stuck in the same patterns, you know?
And that's the beauty of it, right? Nobody wants to be in a place of pain and hurt. Nobody. But again, maybe it's just me being a man, maybe it's just me saying, I have to meet you where you are. But then once we spend 12 weeks talking about it, because the good book is about action. If the last time I didn't think it was about feelings. I thought it was about you get the message, and sometimes it give you the ending before it give you the solution. So once we talk about the solution or the ending, how are we gonna get there? What steps do you need to take? Outside of me, it ain't about how I feel. Because in order for me to build a house, there's certain measurements that I have to be 100% spot on. Can't be no deviations.
Right.
Is all I'm saying. Everybody's journey is different, but it's like you got to follow the playbook to get to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And even you might have some false starts, you might have some penalties along the way, but is that game over, or do you continue to fight? We still living. People act like we ready to leave the earth. That's what people act like. Oh, it's over. No, motherfucker, you 25 to 45, 55, and you tell me you're gonna allow one incident to destroy you all that time when you still breathing the sun. I mean, the atmosphere. You still watching the sunrise and set.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But I wish I saw more. I wish I saw more brothers in the spaces where the young folk. Listen, and listen. We also and listen. I'm 57. If you 45, your ass is old too. You in the you are in the mentoring position, and if you ain't mentoring, because the young folk, they like, I'm not listening to these parents' age. They hungry for information. Give them the truth. Don't give them the feelings. Take their feelings out of. Give them the truth. And the truth is, ain't nothing perfect. You got to work for everything. A black man in America, put in your work, it'll pay off every time.
Hey,
when you gonna start telling the truth?
Oh my gosh. Okay, hey Anthony. I do want to give Anthony and Seven space to speak on the topic or add to what was just stated.
Does anyone smoke weed here or no?
Why would you ask?
I mean, it has a lot to do with the title for me.
Thoughts become action.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
So no one smokes weed on the panel, or?
I haven't in years, thankfully.
Never.
Yeah, take me back. You got one fired up. I mean, come on, don't do it.
What's the point? Like, how does this add to the topic?
Oh, okay. So here we go. So when I see thoughts become action.
Oh, Seven, I don't partake in the herb either, brother. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. When I see thoughts, yeah, I don't either. You know, when I was younger, I might have accidentally smoked some weed though. So thoughts become actions reminds me of like when I would smoke weed growing up, allegedly. What I would do was I would smoke and be like, damn, I don't want to do nothing. And it just makes me think like a lot of young kids, their thoughts are like, as soon as they wake up, they go, I want to smoke some weed. You know what I mean? And they're like, all right, I'm going to completely just F off this whole rest of this day. And a lot of younger generation is doing that to this day. Are they messing around with other drugs and stuff like that? Because you guys were talking about drugs just a minute ago. But I can't say what everyone's doing. All I can say is I think weed is probably the worst thing for a young man or a young woman to get involved in, because they're going to instantly be slowed down, less ambitious, you know, not be motivated. No one's ever really, some people, you know, would smoke and go to the gym, but most likely 9 out of 10, you're going to smoke and just sit on that couch and not do nothing. So I would say to the young generation, please don't smoke weed. Please don't do drugs. Please stay away if you can from alcohol, because your thoughts definitely become action. And when you're, you know, under the influence, you're not thinking properly. Therefore, you're not going to act properly. I'll leave it at that. That's all. That was right on topic.
Yeah, that was a good point.
You know, knowing a lot of drug dealers, they never really promote anything positive. I noticed they may say like, or do a couple little things in the neighborhood, but you know, when you're pushing poison, you know, you do have to be, at some point you need self-awareness, like the knowledge of self. You have to look inside of yourself, because your thoughts are thinking, okay, I'm doing the right thing, making money for yourself, but what are you doing to the community is a whole different thing. You know, you're not really helping yourself. You're actually hurting yourself. So it's just really self-awareness is pretty much your title. So it just makes me more reflecting, you know what I mean? Like within self, that's all. So great title, great show tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so
I'm
much
gonna
for
drop down. I gotta take care of some stuff early in the morning. But great show. You know, you're
Thank
doing
you.
a great job, Mo. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Hey, Anthony, did you want to add?
Not this second. You guys can finish the conversation.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening right now.
I can
taking
add.
care of a couple of things. So, by all means.
I can add to the topic.
Okay. Cool.
Thoughts become action. Here's the deal. Feelings, emotions, and logic run together. They're like A and B. They're like positive and negative with a battery. When they say feelings don't matter and skip all that, and we just go, that doesn't work. It's a scam. People, another thing when people say guard this, guard, it should be replace guard with strengthen. If you're guarding your heart and guarding your money, that means you curled up under the bed somewhere. And that's fear-based.
Rightfully guard.
The best guarding is to strengthen. Now you're able to go out and face whatever that you need to face, knowing that there'll be some dips, there'll be some pain, there'll be some whatever, but you're strong and you can deal with it. You can understand it, you can cope, and you can manage. Feelings, considering we live in a world where the most common thing we do is communicate. And we live in a world where crisis and ups and downs are a norm, need to be navigated. And actions need to be navigated with a purpose, with a destination. A lot of what we see is fictional destinations where somebody has a problem. Right? Perfect example. Women's. They have a problem. And what do people do? Man, if you go get your money, if you go get a job, if you go get more money, what do? Get more money, go get 3 jobs and got 3 women's problems instead of 1. Because the destination was women's, which is already a problem. But you told them to go get something else and then bring it right back to the same destination they were already in versus seeing it whole. Okay. It is illogical to not understand how to navigate your own emotions and be able to start to become better at communicating and helping others to navigate theirs. For example, they talk to leaders. We's the leaders. We's logical. Women's emotional. Well, if that were true, why would you go talk more logic to an emotional woman? That's like we speak English, they speak Spanish. So you're going to go learn more English. That don't make no sense. Go learn some Spanish. Now you speak English and Spanish. You can navigate and you can understand. Just like the better I get at Spanish, I understand why Hispanics speak the certain bad English and certain Spanish the way that they do. So if I were going to teach a Spanish person English, I see where their struggles are.
Right. So what are you saying that? Are you tying that into what Coach Ferg said?
Partially, and not just to take a shot. I'm just talking more somewhat in general.
I hope not.
Okay.
But the feelings, somebody's in a crisis and you tell them ignore their feelings. That adds to the crisis. Because the first thing that needs to be fixed so they can even navigate and see clearly is how they feel. Their dog died, they thinking about that dog. You can't say, oh man, we just get another one. That dog ain't mean nothing. Be a man. No. Man, the women's got me. I loved her and she ran off with Dick Jimmy. That's a problem. And you need to navigate through that very thing. Then you can start adding the logic and get them to see the actual clear picture. But where you got them has to have some kind of a destination. See on dust panels or whatever. And it's always my reference because it's something we all understand and we all see. And we know how it can spill into reality. They're navigating people to fictional destinations that don't exist. They're doing it to women's, the men's, the kids. The kids telling them, no, you ain't got to worry about school. You ain't got to worry about critical thinking, actually working out problems, resolving conflict. No, you ain't got to worry about that. Just go make some money. Just go be popular. Just go play football, basketball, and then everything gonna fall in place. Then you get on the internet and look at another story how a basketball player jumped off a cliff. or two women
Right.
threw a baby out the
Right.
window or something. And then you start shaming and talking about like it's just spinning in circles versus what's the problem? What's the destination? What are some potential solutions? How do you feel? And yeah, I said feel. Let me say it with the Jesus mic so they understand me. Feelings. And I'll say this, then I'll close. When I was dealing with some stuff, younger, army, whatever, random stuff, the most common person I would call was my best friend who was a year younger than me, who couldn't solve no problems his own self. But he knew how to talk, he knew how to listen, he knew how to crack a joke, and he knew how to tell a story. Which changed the way that I see stuff, the way my day would be going, because most of the time I can handle the problems myself and I can face reality myself. But at that time, I'm dealing with rage, I'm dealing with anger, I'm dealing with frustration, disappointment, whatever. It is a very valuable thing to be able to navigate people through what they're dealing with. Because a lot of times they can fix the rest or have enough capability. Most people can work a job, pay an apartment, and put gas in the car. 90-something% of people have proven they can do that.
So Brandon said, I disagree. Feelings are the antithesis to logical thought processes.
They run together. With no feelings, I'll put it this way. And people who talk to, man, explain sports. How is sports logical? How is entertainment, YouTube? How are any of these things logical? Entertainment as a whole is emotional. And to the men, I'll throw sports in there because most people ain't getting paid for it. You definitely ain't getting paid by the team that you're actually supporting. You're paying them. Taking your woman out to eat, taking her out to the movies. That's entertainment. That's feelings.
And I would say we should not negate our feelings. We just can't allow them to have the final say, and that really does go into the scripture that I talked about, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God. And that's not always easy because everything starts with the thought, and that's how we do become emotional because of our thought process. So we have to, no matter how that thing is weighing on us, we have to cover those thoughts like in God's truth, it's just they can lead us wrong, and they can wear us down, and it's just not wise. And that's where a lot of us get lost, and we grow weary and we fall off track because we allow those thoughts to become Lord over our lives and those emotions. And again, it's a very difficult thing to not walk in those things that you feel. And that's why I wanted to do this topic, because I know that behind closed doors, a lot of people are really struggling, with the thought processes, because it appears really small at first. And before you know it, like it has consumed your entire thought process,
Yeah, I'll say, if men are so logical out, why are they attracted to women?
Because that's part of the logic. But Scam, Sam, can I ask you a question? Was you in the regular army or reserve?
Active duty.
So you know that your commanders didn't care about the soldiers' feelings when they were trying to accomplish a mission, right? And when I say feelings is intimate. Let me just make it clear. Feelings is an intimate space in somebody's body, mind, spirit. That's intimate. What I'm saying is,
I'm sorry. Ask that question. I only did 2 years. When soldiers know that you don't care nothing about them, or when you imply that message, tell them their feelings don't matter, how do they respond? Positive or negative? Do they get better or they get worse? That's the question.
What you talking about? A soldier who's under the authority of a squad leader, who's under authority of a platoon sergeant.
Okay.
The morale, don't you know that the morale is one of the biggest things. However, while
how do you build
accomplishing
morale?
the mission, feelings are no longer voided. When you're trying to accomplish a mission, now once we accomplish the mission, now we can congregate and discuss how we felt during the actual movement. Everybody goes through things where something triggers a feeling, an emotion, but a lot of people get in their feeling and they stop striving through the problem. That's what I'm saying. When you come to the world of men, you cannot go to the world of men and say, I want to be a productive man. I want to lead. And you sitting back thinking about your feelings. We still have to get the house built. We still have to put up a perimeter. We still have to accomplish our mission at hand. And it can't be moving on feelings is all I'm saying, because feelings is intimate. When it comes to social media, your feelings should be going to your family, not social media.
Social media is feelings. What are you talking
Mo,
about?
may I say something real quick, Mo?
It's entertainment.
Oh, okay.
Mo?
Yeah, you can.
Gentlemen, I don't really know what's going on between the two of y'all. I don't care. But it seems like y'all got some type of history that probably goes back before this panel. And if y'all do, it is what it is.
If I got history, I don't know. I don't give
okay. Anyhow, for the sake of the conversation, I would like to comment on what Mo just said, but I'm gonna let y'all finish your diatribe, and then I'll comment on after that.
Oh, go ahead. You good?
No, you asked him a question. He was answering it, so y'all good.
Oh, no, all I'm saying is this. I'll make it simple. Even in the military, because they act like it's all robotic, and these people are all super logical men. When you work for some E67s or whoever, and you know they ain't got your best interest in mind, your work ends up being crappy, and you end up doing them dirty if you ever get the shot. To where it's like if you go to war, you're gonna pop them right in the back. That happens.
Bolo, are you awake?
Yeah, but it's supposed to be a combo. Like I don't say
Yeah,
everything.
I'm listening to y'all cooking. I'm listening.
Yeah, not everything is one or the other. Because that's what, and I'm not saying this on Trey Ferg, but what they do is if you don't agree with something or they don't like something, you're in your feelings. Men don't have no feelings. These robots. No. Because the reason they say that because they're in their feelings. They don't know how to communicate.
Are they? But I'm sorry to interrupt. Do they say that?
They say anything.
Because are they saying that from like a good, genuine space of don't allow your emotions to hinder you? I think that's
how it's supposed to be.
That they're making. Like, don't.
Thank you for softening it up for them.
They're supposed to say that, but they abuse it.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to say that, but it gets abused to where I don't care about your feelings.
No,
you don't agree. And most people are socially weak. So they say feelings and throw it out there and expect them to say, I'm not in my feelings. I'm a man. That's what they're expecting them to do. But the truth is they're not listening. They're not connected, engaged with the person actually expressing what they're trying to express. And I'm not saying Trey, I'm saying in general.
No, you can't say me because
the feelings thing should be men and women need to know how to manage their own feelings and be aware to be able to manage the feelings of others because they do matter. Yeah. And it doesn't substitute from logic. I never said throw logic away, but it's actually illogical not to understand and be able to manage feelings or to try to at least get better at it. That's all I'm saying. Both are needed. Both are very important.
Oh, well, both are needed, both are very important, but both can be used wrong. If you use feelings to try and search out logic, you're going to have a problem. You need logic to search out your feeling.
That's true.
So we have to understand how we have to place the order too. So that's very important also. So I think Big Ant wanted to say something. I'm just listening to you guys cook.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was in the middle of a couple of things.
I'm at the beginning.
Again, I kind of lean more to what Scam is saying on this part because we do get into this part where and it's not that Coach Ferg didn't have, good points. I mean, just bear with me. The fact of the matter is we negate dealing with the whole man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. To sit there and say, for example, my son was injured the other day. And he's older, but he got injured pretty bad. He's got tears leaking.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't sit there and say, "What you doing, man? Suck that up. You can't cry. What's wrong with you?" What? That would have been stupid on my part.
Mm-hmm.
That's dumb. We have pain. You show emotion with the pain that you have, right? If someone close to someone passes away, now that doesn't mean that you become a blubbering mess in public, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone close to you passes away, it doesn't mean that you have to do that. But for you not to feel it, and you just gonna sit there and be super stoic and all this other stuff that some people do, and everything else, because real men don't cry this and this. To Scam's point, it's ridiculous. We've gotten away with dealing with the whole man in regards on how he should function, and we put up an idol or a semblance of what a man is supposed to be and what he's supposed to do. Yes, your thoughts affect your actions, and vice versa. Your actions can affect your thoughts. Mm-hmm. That's why, to what Coach Ferg was saying, that's why the common thing is they say if you want to develop, I think they say if you change a discipline, if you change something in your life to something else, right, and something that you do for something else, it is an immediate. You wind up having an immediate reaction with it.
Mm-hmm.
If you continue doing this change for at least 7 days, you start to develop it as a habit, right? After you do it for about 30 days, it starts to become a way of life, right? So why is that all important? Why is this thing? Because the scripture even tells you, as a man thinketh, so is he. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for that, because wherever your thoughts are, wherever your processes are, in that regard, your actions will soon follow.
Right.
It's one of the reasons why Jesus was trying to get the Pharisees to see when they were complaining about how his disciples were eating corn out the field with unwashed hands and everything else. Jesus had to tell them, it's not what goes into a man that defiles a man, but what comes out of the man is what defiles him. Why is it? Because what he was trying to get them to see is not really the things that you eat or the things that you think. It's what you are. Because what you are will come out. That's why they tell you, you meet someone, you let them talk long enough, they'll tell you who they are. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be cognizant of this, right? And then having that cognizant way of understanding how, how humans work in general, right? We know that men operate most of the time on certain levels, where women operate on other levels. One might be more emotional than the other, and then you have some that is more logical. I've seen women who are very logical, more logical than a lot of men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not as emotional. But then again, I've seen some men that are way more emotional than most women, and it's like it's jarring to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how did they get that way? Well, they got that way based on the things they have learned throughout the years, the way that they grew up, the culture that they were in. Is a whole bunch of different stepping stones that made them who they are at this time. And for us to think that all men are monoliths and all women are monoliths does everyone a disservice, because now you don't get to operate with these people on who they are on an individual basis. You're trying to lock them in to a quote unquote, single point, what becomes basically a single point of failure. So now you say, because you're not acting this way here, you're broken. Because you're not acting that way here, you're broken. And that's not right. Because even Christ didn't do that. And there are standards on how the way you should behave. There are standards on the way you should carry yourself overall, right? But the way people do certain things individually, we can't chalk that up like that.
Right.
So I'll leave
agree.
it there.
Solid.
Thank you so much. That was so good. I appreciate that. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Who wanted to add next? Was it 84?
84.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to share, Mo.
You're welcome.
I will say, to the point that you were making earlier, a lot of times people are hurting, so I definitely agree with you. And a lot of times people don't feel safe to express emotions, because especially in our culture, we're told, or just within our race, we're told that it's not okay to express emotions, or it's not okay to share vulnerably how we feel or what we feel. And when we do, we're questioned, or we're scrutinized, or we're told that we either too much or too little, right? And then a lot of times you'll see it even in the social media space, where people will feel that way. Yet, they try to go to a safe space, or they try to go to a place where they feel they can trust people, and then everything they're sharing or everything they're doing is used for clickbait or a got you moment. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad, because there's a lot of people who actually really, really care about people. They really, really want to be in tune and in touch with people. I know people like that in my own life personally and in social media, who really are looking for spaces like yours and other spaces and mine, when I do go live, whenever I want to, or I desire to. And they can't find it. You know what I mean? Or people will masquerade and act like, oh yeah, come talk, and come over here, and we just having a cool conversation. And you go over there and you like, nah, this ain't a cool conversation. Like,
This is not
this
cool.
is a conversation that
Yeah.
y'all using in order to hurt people, in order to exploit people, in order to make people look bad or foolish, or in order to have funny moments, but you're not really here to really help anybody. You know what I mean? So now I'm not attacking no panels. All right. I'm not doing what
Right.
with Bolo Scam and Ant be doing. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
All
do
right.
it.
No, I'm not. Y'all
Yeah,
make whatever
do it.
content you want, and you live with the consequences of your decisions, okay? And the consequences are real, okay? You can just do your research. Your consequences are real when you make certain content. So if you're willing to live, if you're willing to, stand on it and go out on your sword on your content, more power to you. Okay, but there's certain things that cost more than just a StreamYard or Opus One or whatever y'all use. But yeah, I'll land there, Mo. Go ahead, y'all.
Thank
More
you so
love.
much. Yeah, I do want
Can I
to. So,
go ahead?
Coach, I mean, not Coach. Irby had a question for you. He said, Coach, I got a question. When do you think feelings actually matter in society? Because you brought up the military and social media.
It sort of ties in to my response to. I was wanting to respond what Anthony said about. I guess that was him about his son, right? See, and this is the thing. When a father's giving you that courage, a kid has feelings. One thing I used to do is cry when I lost a football game. The last thing my father ever did was told me stop crying. He understood that. But then once I come back to a place of calm and my emotions are calm, he would talk to me and tell me, boy, that's just part of the game. Sometimes it's part of life. You're going to lose a game here and there, but that don't mean that you continue to live in your emotions weeks and months past it because you have to face the reality. One, you've already survived it. You've already lived through it. So now you have to sort of come back to move in the world of people outside of Black people, outside of your neighborhood. No one is going to care about how you feel about your dog. No one's going to care about how you feel about you scratching your knee. And listen, what I'm saying is it's an intimate thing. So when a father is giving no father, and I'll say this all the time, I don't believe no man out here involved with his children is telling their children, the hell with how you feel, especially a young. No, that is the greatest thing a man is going to do is encourage his children, male or female, son or daughter. They gotta go. But again, at a certain age, okay, we can't keep crying about your knee now. You gonna have to get over it at some point. And that's what I'm saying. Because this is again, just based off my experience where I work, a lot of young people, they don't understand. They trying to understand their feelings, but they looking for the solution outside the feelings. Is what I'm saying. They understand it's a delicate time. I coached girls basketball this past season. First time ever coaching girls that young. All of them was in their feelings every day.
How old are they?
They was 5th and 6th grade. They was coming into that first little cycle. Some of them they was cramping every day. They be mad when they start practice, be laughing and giggling out the practice. Sometimes they laughing and giggle before, be mad at the end.
Right.
I wasn't like, no. I say, okay, you gonna get over this emotion because emotions flee. But when you do, now we get down to business, is all I'm saying. I'm not dismissing nobody's feelings. We all got feelings. That's an intimate place. But to bring your feelings to the world, you think Trump is caring about niggas' feelings? No. You think people that's making the world move caring about feelings. When it comes to people, y'all don't know me, I don't know y'all. I can't be coming around you, Mo Love. What about my feelings, Mo Love? My feelings. No, I have to come with some. That's all I'm saying. I'm not dissing nobody's feelings. Everybody got trauma.
I think what you're talking about basically is being able to harness feelings so that they work for you and with you and not against you.
There you go. Thank you for explaining it better than me.
No,
I talk to adults. I'm not sensitive when I talk to adults. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, to me, you're a masochist for coaching for the 5th and 6th grade girls, but I have more power to you, bro.
It's my lowest grade, and I just celebrated my 51st year coaching and playing sports.
Hey, man, God bless you. That. I mean, I'm serious about it, though. I'm just saying. I know all about that age. I know all about that age range. Woo, boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna die coaching young folk. You 40 something? No, I'll take that shit on. So I'm sorry.
No. Like I said, I commend you. Like I said, I'm not even playing. I commend you for it. I did it for a bit before work took over. But I did it for a bit myself, and it is rewarding to see them grow. It really is. You see the kids become better than what they were before.
He's going out. I can't hear him.
You're going in and out, Anthony.
Yeah. Yeah, you going out. He got a bad connection.
I thought it was me.
Foolish Scholar said, I don't know if you're still talking to Anthony. Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Foolish Scholar, that's a good point. But manipulation is a big deal, is a real big thing.
Good morning, Bagoda. It is. Anthony, I'm not sure if you're still talking.
No, I can hear you guys now better. Something
Yeah,
happened.
you faded out, brother.
What were you
Yeah.
saying?
No, I was just saying it was just good to be able to see, and because I did coaching for a while as well, not as long as
Yeah.
Coach Ferg, but to watch the kids grow, to see them become more than what they were when they first came under your guidance and your tutors, how much better that they are, not only as athletes but as people.
Yes, as people. Yes.
Yeah, it's a joy to watch. It is a joy.
Yes.
Yeah, I like Fuller Scholar's comment about the emotional constipation.
Oh, being emotionally constipated is unhealthy.
Yeah,
Or something like that.
yeah. It starts from
It's
social.
like, go ahead.
I think it starts from Social Week. They tell you this to be this fictional person, a real man, a real woman, a real, and it's not who you are. And you weren't guided into being whatever this fictional person is. And then those very fictional people that you're talking about, they dealing with the same thing on steroids. Content creators, entertainers, parents that be lying and all that, telling you what to be. They haven't dealt with their whatever. And they're trying to live some of that through the kid. And they create this fictional person and say, this is what you got to be, versus guiding you through who you are, meeting you where you are, and trying to just get you to be the best that you are. But emotional the emotional constipation, a lot of times I'll say men and women, they want to look hard on the outside, and they either become sociopathic where they don't feel anything anymore, then they just can't connect with anybody or anything, or they hide the pain and then they go home and cry themselves to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scam. Thank you. That's pretty much.
Oh yeah, you can go
everybody.
in on it. I didn't know you was gonna pop up.
No, because I'm like, man, people really be living these fake lives. Like, for real, like the way I look at it, because I study psychology and like I know like all these things I observe it in people, is like I see a lot of like even my guy friends, like they try to repress so much emotion, but it's like, bro, I can feel it, I can see it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you trying to hold it in. Yeah, and then it's like you're acting out in all these negative ways because you're not dealing with the emotions that you're actually feeling, right? And you're trying to be performative and uphold this character that's not you, right? That you've been given, that you was marketed. Oh, a man needs to be stoic. A man needs to, but when you stoic, right? That means that you understand that emotion and you're not moving based off it. You're not ruled by it, but you still need to understand your emotional reality to move past a lot of these things. Like, I think a lot of times people conflate these terms. It's like you don't even understand what you're really saying for real. Because if you did, then you would move more based off of like a growth mindset, in a sense that it's like me knowing what I'm feeling is not me saying I'm surrendering to my feelings. It's just me being able to understand what I'm feeling and giving space for it so that I can deconstruct it and not move in a way that's negative, right? But a lot of times people just like look at emotions like they're like these demonic things. It's like, no, it's like it's part of being a human, right? And the way I always tell people is like emotions are signals. That's information, that's data, right? So it's like, why are you ignoring data about yourself? Why are you ignoring these things about yourself that's actually going to tell you how to grow and become a more complete person?
Exactly.
Well, a lot of times if they're trying to be something that they're not, if they keep doing that, they'll even forget the person that they even already are.
Yeah, because now they're trying to become someone else.
Right. Or they're so caught up that they lost the person that they were. And a lot of there's value in being the person that you are. That's what God created you to be.
Right.
And I think
Stan, good to see you.
And I think that part is wrapped up. And I think Coach, if I remember hearing him correctly, when he was talking about this, early on, before I jumped on, you guys can agree, or you can disagree, but it all has to also be wrapped up because they don't have their identity, right? And because they don't have identity, then they have to go and seek an identity that is not theirs. So they'll try to be like a celebrity, or they'll try to be like an athlete, and they'll try to be all of these different things outside of who they were meant to be. Everyone's
Right.
not Jordan. You can practice as
Mhm.
hard as you want to, but if you 5'5", you could probably develop a nice killer crossover. But 9 times out of 10, you ain't junking on jokers, right? You just
Yeah.
not, because you're not 6'7", right? 6'6". It's a difference. There are limitations, and you can put out and you can go, well, what's his name was doing it. It don't matter. But you're not what's his name.
Right.
Right?
Hey, Daily Rundown.
You someone else completely different. And so until we get people to understand that, who are you, right? Who has determined your identity versus who has created an identity for you, then you can get to the crux of the matter. And I think a lot of people, to
That's
Scam's
good.
point, they have an identity that's been created for them. It might be by
Yes.
parents, it might be by friends that they hang out with, it might be by a coach, it might be a whole bunch of different things, because they see certain attributes in them and they say, oh, by default, they should be this. So there you go. Well, no, I don't want to be this. I'm not doing this. But because I respect you, or because I love you, or whatever the case may be, I'm going to bend to your wishes on what I should be. That person then becomes miserable. And 100%. So either they will willingly be led like a lamb to the slaughter before they have some type of breakdown, or they become super rebellious. And in that rebellion, they push back, and sometimes it leads to violence, sometimes it leads to
That's true.
where they literally, sometimes they lead to violence, sometimes they just try to just in their rebellion go to a dangerous path. Sometimes they turn around and they will even, which would be worse, is have a big case of apathy. And in that, which means I don't care about anything. Right. And then they begin to, they become to this point where they begin to shut down on everything. Right. So
a lot of it becomes sexual abuse to themselves, very promiscuous. This is what I'm saying. And my brother, you speaking from the point of view I'm trying to say, and you just putting it nicer, right? And I love that, right? Because when I talk to grown folk, I ain't gonna be as tiptoey as I would for younger minds. That's the thing, though. When you're speaking to your son or your daughter, you're more than likely going to be as honest as possible, age appropriate. It should be that way, right? You want to give them. I'm gonna be truthful. If my son can't jump 6 inches, I say you're not Jordan today. However, keep working at it. We don't know who you're gonna be, because you still have to write your story. A lot of people are not getting these messages. They're getting the fake P. Diddy celebrityism, Beyonce celebrityism, say, hey, that's your goal, instead of saying, no, you create your own goal. A lot of young folk don't get those messages. And I asked my brother this question, who was speaking about his friends, right? You're in the mentor position for your peers.
Right.
And you have to, listen, it's not on you, because a lot of us don't want to be in those roles. If the task by default, and I could be wrong, the fact that you're close to those guys who think like that, you're at the age of mentoring for them. You're their peer. So the task would be on you, which would probably take the next 15, 20 years for them to sort of break out of that mindset. But as long as you're consistent, you'll see the growth.
Right.
You that leader. I'll put it on you. You are the taskmaster for your peers to say, hey, we gonna break these narratives that they lie about us on. We ain't these no good dudes. We are stand-up guys. We are better than what they try to put on us. Is all I'm saying. This is the time. If we don't do it now, it's gonna be a hard 25 years for a lot of you working age people. It's gonna be tough.
So to your point, coach. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I've just been talking to my homies for years about different stuff like this, right? Like, in creating that safe space for them to actually talk about these things. Cause it's like, I've literally talked people off ledges before, right? So it's like, I've seen how bad these things can be, right? When a person does not say what they're feeling, right? When they want to hold up this character so much that they break, right? I've seen it. So it's like, for me, I'm like, I just always create the space to have the conversation, because I'm like, I care about your life way more than I care about like upholding some archaic value of what a man's supposed to be, right? And then it's like, a lot of times, for real, on the other side of things, it's like letting them tap into those positive emotions, right? Like, and getting them to like reframe things in a way that's not so binary, right? It's like, yo, you're a human being. You're not a product. You're not a machine. You're a person. You feel me? So it's like, when you get them to understand that, it's like, all right, then I can really more so interact with what I'm feeling in an authentic way, so I can actually live life, instead of to what Anthony was saying, this being like apathetic and lethargic and just going through the motions and just going to work and feeling depressed and sad and drinking your sorrows away. Like, there's so many like young men and men in general I know that just drink or just have sex all crazy, but it's like, bro, you're not stopping to just actually just think, what's going on with you? Why are you doing this? What's the function of your behavior? Right? Where did this start? Like, and just trying to like really break it down, like, and tease it apart. Right? What value does this have in your life? Right?
But that's the key, though. The key is to find out where that pain started. That's the key. If you get to where it started, then you can build from there, and they'll start seeing that despite what happened, they made it. They can still see. That's the key. That's the key with Black folks. We don't like to say where it started. What incident in my life took me down this pain or road pain? What incident? And that's the biggest thing. When I used to talk to those guys that were 3 or 4 time felonies, let's talk about where it started. A lot of them, it was early teenage years, a family member, a big homie died, big mama died, daddy died. Somebody left them or something happened. And once you can mine that out, you'll start seeing a breakthrough. And it may take 10, 15 years for some of them.
But that's the point. The whole point of the conversation is the manner in which you search out your emotion. Emotion is never wrong. The Lord tells you be angry and sin not. So, having emotion is not wrong. It's making the wrong decision while you're heated in that emotion. So when you use emotion to justify, when you use emotion to search out logic, you're trying to justify your emotion. You must use logic to search out your emotion. Why am I feeling this way? What happened? So, the questions that Ferg was talking about in the direction that Ant was saying to go in is the way we're supposed to do it. A lot of the times we don't want to go through our emotions that way. We want to be right. We want to be justified for feeling the way we're feeling. So we don't use logic to justify the emotion. We use the emotion to give validation through logic to what we're feeling, even though we may be wrong. Everyone in the room is saying you're wrong, but you just see it the way you want to see it because you don't want to take the time to hear. You don't want to take the time to squash or quash that emotion because it makes you feel good, that dopamine that's running through your vein. And this is where we get locked into. We get locked into that. This is why when you look at society, it pushes emotional content with the news. This is why everything is scripted, because if they keep you living in your amygdala, your frontal lobe, they got you. All they have to do is say trigger words and it moves everybody a certain way. The same thing when people say certain things about Trump, it moves Black people a certain way. You may not even know what the situation is, All you hear are certain words and you move that way. It's easier to control people emotionally than it is to control them logistically. Because with logistics, I got to give you facts. I got to give you reasoning. I got to give you understanding. I got to give you direction. With emotion, I need not that. Because a lot of the times we create so much more in our minds than it really is outside in the street. They have videos of a child about to hit the wall and don't hit the wall. The child looks at the parent, and depending on what the parent's response is how the child is going to move. If the parent goes, oh, snap, the child starts to cry. If the parent starts to smile, the child starts to laugh. So we have to understand that there is information out there that we pick up. Like Ant was saying, the people you hang around, sooner or later, if you hang out with 11 broke people, you become the 12th. It just is what it is. You pick up their mannerisms. So we have to sit down, and what the Lord wants us to do is be disciplined in our trigger, in our whatever incident, trauma, whatever it is, because there's something in there he wants you to learn. Because the longer it takes for you to learn, the more regret you're going to have. And when you live through regret, it keeps you locked down in that situation. This is why when Kurt Ferg is saying sometimes it could take 10 to 15 years, they have problem amongst problem on top of them. And really, earnestly, they don't even know where to start at. So this is why you need to be patient. But logic is needed. It's important. It's not you shedding off emotion. It's you being liberated to understand, why am I feeling this, so that I can deal with it properly, opposed to not dealing with it properly.
I will say this, just to piggyback off of Bolo, if I may. And Big Ann, I know you want to say something, and salute the sweat.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say this. You know what I mean? I would say, you know, you could be like, you know, around 11 broke people. You could be the 12th to break the cycle if you learn from their mistakes, right? Because, you know, only a fool doesn't learn from the mistakes of others, right? I'll just say that. That's neither here nor there. That was just one of the things I caught up what you were saying, and I just kind of want to respond. But not just that. One of the things I love to watch is I love to see social media videos with people. You ever seen the people where they just like offering people a hug? Y'all ever see that?
Oh, I have.
I love those videos, right?
Because I do too.
A lot of times we just need a hug. We just need a hug. Sometimes, Mo, you may just need a hug, Mo, right? No funny business, nothing intimate or overly, you know, sensual, but you just want a hug. That's it.
Right.
Sometimes we just want the most common, simplest things. We just want to be shown love. We just want a hug. We just want somebody to listen or actively listen. You know what I mean? Or just somebody to just say, hey, I'm just checking in on you. Or how you doing? I mean, those little small things mean a lot. And we don't know how much they mean, but they do. They mean so much. And people need those things. We need those things more than we even probably understand that we need those things, right?
Right. That's true.
And I think if we get just back to just showing people just basic humanity is what's missed out in this world.
Love.
You know what I mean? And if we get back to that, we can make a difference. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I had to pick on Bolo for a little bit because you know I do that with him from time to time, and and then make my point. But Biggie, I know you got something to say, man, and then Sweatback got something to say. So go ahead, y'all.
Can Meteor Man get in? He been waiting patiently.
Oh yeah, hey.
That's Sweatbread. What's going on, man?
Hey, Sweatbread.
No, you fine.
Sweatbread? That's funny.
He changed his name tonight.
His mic is low.
Yeah, you sound low.
We can't hear you, bro.
Is that better?
No, it ain't better,
A
bro.
little lower.
You on a headset?
Yeah, yeah.
Mo,
You gotta
try
connect
to turn his mic. Try to turn his mic up. Go into the settings of his box and hit the mic, and you should be able to take it off of the reverb thing and move the line up.
I just want to make sure you don't hear my breathing.
Is it better?
Is that better?
Oh, okay. So
yeah, it's better right there.
We can hear you a
Yeah.
little bit better. Go ahead.
That's cool. No, I got stuck at this blizzard, so I got to get a tow truck to come pull me out. So that's I saw you guys live. Like, hey, I can wait until they pull me out.
Oh, be
Where you at, brother?
cool.
I'm stuck in a ditch, man. I'm in no man's land over here in Minnesota.
Ooh, yeah. How many inches I get? 12, 13?
Just if you look at it, it's like, yeah, you can say that. I just woke up in the middle of the ditch.
So I don't know if Foolish Scholar who said, I love that book, is it people do not know. These experiences get locked in the nervous system. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
I do have a question, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait.
No, ask your question, man.
It's a question for Scam. I was in Minnesota and I saw this video, and he was saying that he was ugly, and he was gonna quote me if I'm wrong. And you say you want to ask somebody if they can fix it. Is that correct, Scam?
Huh? Say what?
What happened? Whoa.
Somalia.
Hold up. I told somebody
Remember you was on DD show and you was saying something about Somalia with something a little bit over here about saying somebody told you was ugly and you asked Somalia if they can fix it.
Oh yeah, I was probably trolling. I don't know what I said over there.
Oh, you was trolling? Okay, I was gonna make
Yeah, I was
sure.
probably blowing the whole panel up.
Yeah, he does that regularly.
Oh, that was right. Okay, see,
I ain't no
I don't
telling
want
what
to
I
be.
said over there.
Man, I love sweat bread.
No, I know because I don't want to be come up here saying things from words in your mouth. I know, I heard that. Like, is he serious? You
Yeah,
voted. I am.
Yeah, I'm only ugly on the weekends. I got it down to weekends and I split up holidays.
Must be a long weekend every weekend for you, Stan.
Wow.
I got it under control. Trey Ferg, the one that taught me. Right.
Yeah, he was there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I taught you Scam, we wouldn't be moving. Listen, man, and this is what I appreciate about, especially the social media as far as YouTube, right? Because a lot of these conversations that are being had, I'm glad that they on video because it's gonna be a lot of people watching these conversations and listening to them and need to understand how to navigate through this because we are living in a world where you cannot go about it on your emotions is all I'm saying. We can't build if we all sitting around in our emotions as men. You can't listen. The greatest hug anybody can get is from a father or a hug a father give to his son. The greatest hug is children.
Nah,
That gives them more confidence.
I don't want my father touching me.
But see again, if that was your father, that was you. That still does not negate the fact that you can be a greater and better father than the one before you. That still does not negate that. Is all I'm saying. We all have situations, but when we come, most everybody on YouTube done been kicked down the road of life. We all got a sad story. We all got a story. Only thing I'm saying is now that the Band-Aid has been pulled off of us here in America, now is the greatest opportunity to step outside of how we feel about shit in our past and start moving forward to better, even if it ain't for everybody, at least put yourself in a better position. Is all I'm saying. Get the knowledge, take the knowledge, take the love that you have in your heart and pass it around to people who's looking for love. And if it's just a hug you can give a hug.
I think 97% of YouTube does nothing but prey on the very weak people, make them weaker, and suck more money out of them.
Damn.
He said, I hate sometimes being in the room, understanding and seeing so much, but no one is seeing what I do. Laugh out loud.
Yeah, I'm watching.
The great thing about that is you don't need man to see what you're doing, brother. The Lord sees what you're doing. So if you're doing something, and this is why reading the word is important, because the Lord tells you if you're doing things for the eye service of man, then whatever glory you get and whatever accolades you get from man that's what you're going to get.
I
But if
don't.
you do it,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. No, go ahead.
I don't know if he meant it that way.
No, I think he's meaning it like, it could become tiresome
Oh,
because when you
okay.
do good things for people and you do things and no one says anything to you, it can become frustrating, right? Because you see that dude that always does something good and there's always a perfect frame of him putting a pair of sneakers on a kid. Anything he does, there's always a perfect picture. There's nothing blurry about the picture because that guy wants the accolades. He wants to be put on the shoulders of man.
Yes.
When Christ did
I
what he
don't.
did, I'm not
Wait,
saying
wait,
that.
wait,
I'm
wait,
just
wait,
He's
wait,
saying,
on.
real
Yeah, he's
quick,
on.
Bolo. That's not what I meant. I was more
okay.
so saying like when you're like in a room just perceiving like a lot of things that's going on in the room and nobody else is catching on or seeing what you see in terms of like the dynamics, the things that's going on with other people. Like I'm not saying like my work's being like seen or acknowledged. I don't really care about that.
All right, well, the way you wrote it, my G.
I think
Okay,
he's saying like.
I got it. Well, I got the point.
I
I see what
think.
you're
Oh,
saying.
okay.
Yeah, I see what he's saying.
Well, I think to Bolo's point from earlier, and kind of the things that we see in these streets and everything else, all of the talking points is built around an area that is basically, really and truly, is built around death. I mean, it's quiet. I mean, quiet as it's kept. You really want to get to the brass tacks about the traumas and everything else. The fact of the matter is that it's built around death. So, if everything's built around death, there is no life. So that anything that is life is either going to be rejected or it will draw people like moth to a flame because they've been in too much death. So you can put about anything, most trauma that somebody has that they've gone through and everything else is because of the culture that they have been in has been death dealing. That's what it is. And until those things are fixed and are remedied, the person is stuck in there and it's hard for them to get out. You can take it for whatever situation that they're in. There's an element of death there. The person who is SA, right, while they were young, death of innocence, death in the way that things were supposed to be perceived and the way things were supposed to be done, all of that's gone, right? So now they have to be able to build, first of all, be able to get out of that trauma to have a healthy relationship with anyone else, right?
That's true.
The person who grew up in gang life, death dealing. The person who grew up in drug culture, death dealing, right? Saw too many things, shouldn't have been it, but it was normalized so that anytime they come across something that is not that, it's odd or it's wrong or it's not real, right? Because this is the real life here, not understanding that they're living in the abnormality. That's one of the deceptions of the enemy, that he has gotten man to fall into that element of death. And in doing so, he kept them away from life. Now, we know for the fact that true life comes from Christ. That's where the true life is, right? And that life is light. But they don't have that. And they don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to them. That's why the scripture says the natural man, not other things, cannot understand the things of God is foolishness unto him.
Right.
Neither can he understand it because he's spiritually discerned. If you have not been made alive, you don't understand it. It makes no sense. I live in death. So all of these things, the way that the fake elements and idols of what a man should be, the fake elements and idols of what a woman should be, and all of these things that 9 times out of 10 goes against what scripture says it should be anyway.
Right.
It's all built around something that you can't obtain. And if you can't obtain it on a physical level, it becomes an element to you of a pie in the sky attempt to grab something that becomes like vapor. Right. And for you think it's life, but you grasping death. Because it was never real. So I keep you dying, I keep you in death, I keep you dead while you try to reach for what you assume to be life, but you bypass what real life is.
Wow.
I think slavery and captivity is a part of it too.
Yeah.
Keep them running.
That's
on a
death.
circle. Yeah, running on a circle. Just running around in the same circle, years, years. Chasing a destination that doesn't, like Passport Bro, for example. And I'm a traveler, like I say, I'm a traveler. I speak Spanish. I dance in Colombia. I move around. Passport Bro is the dude making 38,000, chubby and can't get no women's. You tell him it's a pie in the sky. All he got to do is show up over there, and there's these miracle women floating in the sky. That as soon as you show, ooh, you was American and you black, I love you. But there are people who can't even spell the word passport that'll go in these spaces, marinate, dream about Colombia, and they never left Arkansas, and argue with people like me who've traveled, who speak Spanish, who lives in Florida, knows people all over, who dated women who lived overseas, lived here, grew up. They'll argue. They're so stuck in that fictional identity, they become captive of some fiction that they're going to keep going around chasing this destination that doesn't exist. Or if they get in, or the other one, if you get enough money, women will submit to the money. That's a lie. So they're chasing all this money. Or I don't know what else they're chasing, but I don't know. If they chase something, can you at least run fast enough to lose some weight? I'm just saying.
Well, but that goes back to the point, right?
Maybe they're not,
like you said, it's a dead prospect, right? Because no matter how much money you have, they're still not going to change your social standing for the most part.
Money fixes money problems.
Right. Exactly. It's not going to change your character. If you're a person of low character and you get a bunch of money, then you're a person with a bunch of money and low character. Right. If I'm saying it's the death aspect. Even the scripture tells you, what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world but loses his own soul? And what can a man give in exchange for his soul? Right. If it's worthy of living for, right, it has to be some life in it. Otherwise, it's worthless. It's worthless.
Well, how about telling men, throw your emotions away?
That's death.
Throw your emotions.
Yeah, you can't tell them to throw his emotions away.
I throw my emotions away. I'm a robot or a psycho.
Yeah, but then go to try to attract a feminine woman. How does that make any sense?
But that's what I'm saying. It's like you saying, for you to say I'm going to throw my emotions away, right? It's the same equivalent of you saying I'm gonna cut my arms off my hands. I'll keep my hands, but I'll cut my arms off so I can clap my hands because they'll be closer. It's dumb. It's stupid. But with people who deal with death, it makes sense.
That's deep. You say it represents death. Man.
What's the end result of it? Is basically what he's saying. What's the end result? There's only two things you're gonna get out of this life: is life or death. There is no other. There's not a third choice, my dude. It's two.
It's true because depression represents a form of death.
Death,
absolutely.
All of it's death, man.
Rage.
Like, man, this is good.
Yeah, rage can lead to death.
Yep.
Disappointment. You actually start killing off beliefs and fit, which leads to death. I ain't think of it that day.
That's how it goes.
Okay,
No one
that-
does. No one does.
No
'Cause
one
we
does.
want to put names around these things, and we want to put, no offense to Foolish Scholar, because shout out to you, bro. But we do want to put technical jargon and terms around these things. The fact of the matter is culture built around death. No one talks about it. It kind of falls to the side. It goes to because no one wants to believe that what I'm doing is not profitable. Everything that I'm doing is profitable. But when you look at what you're doing, it's not, because it all leads to death. The woman who chases the bag, everything for the most part leads toward death.
A body bag.
Not even that.
Even
I
that,
think
don't
about
necessarily
how many women do you know or have seen or have heard or they have even shown on TV that have come out and said, I've gone out, I went, climbed the corporate ladder, I broke through the gas ceiling, I got all of this stuff going, and I'm 45 years old, I'm 50 years old, I'm 52 years old, and I'm alone.
Hey, look at it. Yeah, right. That's true.
And I'm trying to, I need to get these eggs that I put in at 35, and I'm going to try to do in vitro so I can have somebody to love.
Word up.
And then they'll tell you, love unconditionally. But you can't love like that. Why? Because you never have.
But Big Ant, a lot of those people are just crazy. And a lot of times seriously, they are. They're crazy. They're train wreck. And nobody want to deal with their madness and their craziness and all of their traumas and all their crazy actions. And they know that that they're abusive, that they're mean, and all types of stuff. This ain't just men, it's women too. And then instead of them really doing some self work and them really going through therapy or whatever else, they're just looking at anybody just to love them. And then that person will be living with that demon for a long time, unfortunately. And hopefully they don't have kids by them, because they're gonna be living with them for a long time about the rest of their life.
But see, the problem with that 84 is you got to understand about what happens with pain and hurt. It narrows your field of scope. You don't see that far. You know what I'm saying? My field of vision becomes very small, pinpoint even. Because when I'm going through pain, I'm not trying to hear what you're going through. That was the difference between Christ and man. Christ, no one asked Christ what he was going through. No one took the time and say, "You all right today?" So that's what selflessness is about. You dig what I'm saying? That there's gonna be times, like as husbands, we put our feelings to the side for the family. There are jobs that we don't like to do, but we do. So who's going to be there for us? This is why the Lord says, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. Other men that have been through that, the grandfathers, the great-grandfathers, and the other brothers that are husbands also, so that y'all can share and compare notes and what can I do to be better, blah, 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 blah. But the main key to what Ant and is saying that is so important, you have to go through these feelings with logic and figure out, why am I feeling this way? Because if you don't do that and you allow it to fester, you leave that back door to what you're saying. Someone that goes buck crazy. Because now if I'm chained in regret, that means whatever other problems that I have not facilitated the work to deal with that, because I haven't dealt with the first. So all I'm doing is getting heavier and heavier and heavier.
But as a man who is maybe a little emotion, just to retool Brother T-Biz, how to control a man, emotions, so I won't be like Radio Raheem, let my emotion want to just bust out.
Well, but that goes according to, are you choosing life or death? Are you choosing life or death? This is the point. This is the point. You're either choosing life or you choosing death.
There you
go. That's one of the. So if you want to crash out and be Radio Raheem, you are choosing death.
Right.
If you are decided to say, "Hey, I'm going to take the time and find out why this is making me so emotional. Why am I getting in my feels because of this? Right?
Absolutely.
How does this line up? If you're a believer in Christ, how does this line up with Scripture? Why is this working on me like this? What is the problem? How do I attack this? Right?
Right.
How do I put put the pin in this to lock this down and say, hey, I am not going to be, as Scam mentioned a few seconds ago, how am I going to not be a slave to my emotions?
Correct. You're a slave to your emotions when you don't have the answer to it. You're a slave to your emotions because you're not questioning. And what happens? You become that missile with no direction and you crash out. And at the end of the day, this is what makes this country so demonic. Because when you go to other countries, there's typically one word for one word. Here we adopt all sorts of words from different languages to make it confusing. Christ makes it simple. You either choose life or death. All those other words you want to attach to death, cool. Don't you notice that there's only one word for life? There's only one word for God. Satan gives himself all these different names. It's either life or death. You make the choice. Because when you sit down and you learn and you grow, you are now creating connections in your brain so that when you go to the next problem, you have that foundation of the past to help you stand on what you're going to learn new. But if you don't have nothing as a foundation, brother, you're like a tree that's being blown in the wind. You're going back and forth. That's what you're doing. And that's the problem. The problem is it is easier to say it's Ant's fault. It's harder for you to say, how did I get here, man? How did I get here? Because when you realize you're the problem, you then have to become the solution. And unfortunately, with our men, since we're talking about men, being mediocre is the new standard. Why build up when I can go look for at what they call birds? I don't want one. I don't want a bird, but understand, I'm not worthy of anything bigger than that.
The birds.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not worthy.
And I also think a lot of us were maybe never taught how to identify certain emotions. A lot of people were taught only how to survive.
Absolutely.
And even when we're talking about God and, not allowing our emotions to be Lord over our lives, we also have to understand that God did not design emotions to be ignored. And I think so many times they are. God designed them to be understood and properly stewarded. And I think that's also lacking today. We have a lot of people ignoring those emotions because in order for you to heal a thing, you first have to confront it. And we don't see that a lot. And I think that's where a lot of different mental illnesses and strongholds come from.
Mo, I'll say this, Mo, right? Listen, I hear what you're saying, and I agree to certain retrospect, but like a lot of people, here's the thing. I think people are smarter than what they put out there. I just do. I really do. Like women and men know if they create a peaceful home. You know if you cool,
right.
you know if you got your demon hours and your demon time. You know if you're a gentle person or you're not. Like we know. We know we play games and we act like we don't know. We try to play in people's face and we try to play mental chess and emotional chess, whatever. But people know. They know.
What do you mean?
They know.
Like, explain to me what you're...
Like people know. A woman knows if she has mood swings. A man knows if he has anger issues. We know. So we got to stop.
But here's the problem. But here's the problem with that. 84.
But I'm saying some people don't though. Some people have not got to the root of their trauma.
Let them land.
Right? A lot of times people do know. They do. Right? But a lot of times what happens is that we try to hide behind religious rhetoric or we try to hide behind different excuses because we don't want to deal with what's really in the mirror. We don't. And when we do deal with what's in the mirror, now we got to put the effort in to change. Or if we got to really make the effort at times to really love people, when I bring up the hug example, right? That takes effort, right? To love people, to do things, to love ourselves take effort. People just don't want to put in the work a lot of times. That's just really the truth of the matter. And then I'll land here after this comment. But when Bola was talking about like there were things that sometimes men don't want to do, my sense of humor kicked in that moment. I actually thought about Bill Cosby on the Cosby episode. Where he had to keep going out back and forth, and I think it was Thanksgiving or
The
Christmas.
Thanksgiving episode. Yeah, that was funny.
That was
That's
funny. He had to
classic.
keep coming back and forth, and
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, I love my woman, but she know if I go out one time, you better tell me everything you need in that moment because there's not going to be a second time I'm going out, especially if the weather's bad. But that brother kept going back and forth. So when he said that, I immediately thought about that. But I land there, y'all. Y'all do your thing.
Hey, 84. What about when the egg slipped out the bag and cracked on the floor?
Yeah, Mo, you
That
gonna say
was
something?
hilarious.
Yeah, so I wasn't speaking. I know that some people do play games in people's faces. I was speaking directly towards the people who aren't aware and who really are struggling in those emotions. And I was just talking about how important it is for us to confront our emotions and not ignore them because God doesn't heal what we pretend isn't there. And a lot of people numb everything. So that there has to be a balance between, okay, I'm going to acknowledge these emotions, but I also have to acknowledge that they are not in charge. Some people act like they are just not a thing at all, and that can be a true detriment, you know? And that's why people go off, they lose it at once because they've held in so much for so long, you know?
Yeah.
I need solutions. I know prayer, but what solutions? I need solutions.
But that's the thing. I think my man was already alluding to some part of the solution, which is not going to be a quick fix. Because when you are, let's just say we have, my man spoke about it. He has a group of friends. He's the one with the logical thinking process. So him trying to get a message of moving logically to his peers, that's a hard task. Not a lot of people are willing to even try that. Most people just acquiesce to the foolishness and birds of a feather flock together. What I'm
Right.
saying is the Band-Aid, we live in America. The Band-Aid is off. We claim we the most logical, educated people from the time we've been in existence today. Ain't none of us leaving America to go live in another war-torn country where you got to walk around everywhere you go and drink water from a dripping faucet. No, we're gonna be right here we're gonna be right here in America.
Right. So
Go ahead, Mom.
He asked what the solution was, I guess, to what I was saying. The solution would be how God intended us to handle those emotions. The solution is, I guess, not to ignore the emotions and at the same time, not to just blindly obey them. The solution is to steward them. God designed emotions to inform us and at the same time not to lead us.
I'll give a possible solution for men, right? Because one of the best solutions I found out working with young men, when if you can get 8 of your friends, 8 to 10 of guys you know, you drink beer with, smoke weed with, whatever, and y'all sit in a circle once a week, and all of y'all talk about how y'all feel about some stuff, and all y'all talk about how your job is treating you, how your mama and your daddy treating you, and your friends and your big and cousins just treat. Talk about that, right? But then once you talk about it, you got to come up with possible ways. How can I be better in it? Right? So I have to be accountable, meaning I'm gonna be accountable. I have to have integrity. I have to have a positive anger expression. I get mad, yes, but instead of going and punching a car, punching a wall, breaking your weak hands, now you can't go work, go box, go run, go swim, go exercise, go lift some weights, go do something constructive. Set a positive a vision, you know what I'm saying? Set a goal for yourself. Okay, I'm gonna lose 3 pounds, 5 pounds. I'm gonna stop smoking weed Monday through Friday. I'm gonna wait till Friday and Saturday. I'm gonna stop eating Funyuns every day. Set a little small sample. I'm gonna
Yeah.
give a. I'm gonna hug myself. I don't need no hug from you. I'm gonna hug myself. But most people got germs today. You know, clean your house. Do little stuff that you know. Listen, there's no one way to do it. It's just that as a person, we all YouTube has made everybody smart and 100,000 So what I'm saying is now that the Band-Aid is pulled off, as a man, it will behoove anybody to move in the world with more. Once you get the information, act on the, because if you read the Bible say act on everything. It's all about the action. You can read it, but then act it. It may not be for me, but maybe it's for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And I can learn from Bolo. I can learn from Mo Love. I don't put agenda on who I can learn from. I can learn what not to do by watching somebody else over and do it.
Can I ask you a question?
Hey, Coach
So,
Ferg.
Hey,
Coach Ferg.
Scorch.
Can I ask you a question?
Somebody got a
yes,
strong
brother.
echo too.
Yeah, brother, for
It's
sure.
coming from Bolo, Mike.
Hey, Brother Ferg. Oh, if it's okay, if I can go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead and ask the question. Go ahead.
I'll ask my question afterwards.
Hey, Brother Ferg, can I ask you a question?
For sure, go ahead.
I remember on DD's show when you asked me when you said you was at a church and the pastor said, "Well, I want all members. So if you ain't a member, you can leave."
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I said that the other day.
I know you don't get emotional. You don't get mad. Be like, "What? I gotta become a member before I can be, get prayed for or to get help."
No, I didn't get mad. I couldn't get mad. I just looked at it like it was odd. So instead of me getting all belligerent, I just got up and I walked out. Like, I questioned it. That don't mean I was emotional, but I questioned. Listen, a genius asked questions. So I was like, I'm in church, ready. And you telling me to get out after I heard one song. We hadn't even started church yet. And
Yeah, somebody did that to me, saying like, it's like I went to a brick wall, and like you told me the Lord said, I don't have to work. I'm doing the Lord's work. So I'm like, what? And you trying to become my leader? Then I asked so many questions. He kicked me out. I mean, yeah, I can be my feelings, but I'm like, why kick me out? I mean, I'm the sheep. You're supposed to lead me. But then again, I guess it goes like that.
That was just a bad place to go.
Yeah.
My man said, you trying to learn. We don't do that here. We got to get you out, brother. You a bad influence.
But I also think that man can see within another man what type of man he is, and some men are intimidated by it.
See, once you learn to see, you can't unsee. So a lot of the times, this is why they'll put you out. They'll put you out because, when the beautiful thing about this gospel is once you get it, you don't want to keep it to yourself. You want to go out there and spread it by any means necessary. That's just the Holy Spirit moving. That's just the way, you want to share this. You want, when the Holy Spirit opens that love, it's no longer a selfish thing anymore. Like to what Ant was saying, it's you want to give it to everyone. You look at people different. You hear them speak different. You feel different. And you articulate your feelings different. That's the problem. Because, I dislike when I hear men say, I feel, or I hear someone say, I feel. Articulate what you're feeling. Because I don't know what that means. Sometimes I feel like I got to go. I don't know what that means, dog. Explain to me why you feel that way. That's what we need to start doing. That's what we're failing at. And that's where the confusion is coming from, because we're not articulating why are we feeling these way. We're just going with the emotion. Properly said, like Mo Lev said, we're not stewarding these feelings. We're not actually investigating why am I feeling this way. Because sometimes I could be angry at Sweatbread, and I'm really angry at something man did to me 4 weeks ago. But if you don't ask those questions, what's going to happen? I'm going to unrighteously take it out on Sweatbread. So we can't be so quick to jump out of our hot seat. Sometimes we have to sit in it because it's there for perseverance. It's there to strengthen us, give us patience and tolerance and empathy, all these different things. It's only going to make you sharper.
And there are certain instances where you could be transparent in a thing and things still don't pan out.
That's true.
You know, you can be
absolutely true.
very transparent and thorough, and things still don't, you know.
And that's true. Because nothing on earth is guaranteed except that you know you're going to leave this earth one day. That is the only thing guaranteed in our lives here on earth. Nothing
That's
about
true.
another human is guaranteed. We all know that. Like, you can't get a no guarantee from no other human. That's what I'm saying. And I don't expect that from people, you know, outside of, you know, I expect to be loved from my loved ones. I expect respect from people that are not under my love, you know what I'm saying? My family members and close friends, my elementary friends. You know what I'm saying? I would think that they would love me enough to respect me and show up once I leave this earth. But everybody in between, I can't do business with Bolo if I'm always crying. He'd be like, this dude's always, you know what I'm saying? I can't bring that to the world all the time, is all I'm saying. Because when we mind those things out, Bolo just said, if you ask them about the feelings, what something happened in their life that triggered that feeling, is all I'm saying. And
Hey,
I don't
Trey,
teach men to move like that. Yes, sir.
well, actually, I was speaking in general. I think it's three components that matter. One is the origination. Two is the I forgot what it was, but there's a destination and the end. But yeah, I forgot part of what I was gonna say.
So would it be okay? Let me help. Can I help you?
There's the origination. In the beginning, there's a destination, and then there's all the manipulation and stuff that happens in the middle. Origination, trauma. Most of the time, it's a form of trauma, misleading, or something that wasn't given, which is neglect or a form of shame or abuse. Those people way off track. They don't see something, they don't feel something, or they do see something and they feel something, but it's off track. If you find out where it started, and really understand it versus being dismissive. And I'm not saying anybody's doing that, but for example, a girl says, hey, I know God and the church and everything. Father was a pastor. Then found father was out there doing what he was doing, slinging wood out there in them streets. She believed so much in him. And he sat down with her at night. I'm going to protect you. Daddy got you. When that was broken, a whole part of her was broken. And who's there to restore it? So then here comes, the door is now open for manipulation. Here comes Slick Meat Jimmy. Hey. Here comes Raw Dog Ronnie. Then it becomes a norm. Now I don't trust nobody. So that's the origination. There's the manipulation. The destination is the sky somewhere. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand. Are you saying that me finding out that my father was out in the streets is affecting how I'm moving in my life as a young adult?
Okay.
Or not even a young adult.
Things, right?
Hold on.
You want the
so
answer?
I'm just trying to understand. So most people who are I don't know if I say most people, because people are taking the experiences of their family, their mother and father, and applying it to their own life to make an excuse to be better for their own life.
You want the answer?
Yeah, please.
If none of this was true, everybody just be moving perfect. Nothing ever happened to everybody. And they good. But if you ask somebody what happened and they tell you, that's the answer. They just told you, and they told you how it affected them. What else do you want them to do? And if you dismiss it, you just threw away the origination.
But
And
if
then
you've been
you're
a
telling them, hey, that shouldn't be affecting you. They just told you that it is affecting them.
See, what a lot of people do, scam, pertain to that is they go into the situation with their thought process already. So if you come to me or if I'm talking to you and you're telling me you got a problem and you're giving me what your problem is, in my mind, I already have a solution before I hear your entire breakdown.
I used to be that. Yeah.
Right. And people
I used
don't
to have
hear,
that same problem talking to people. Yes.
and people don't, a lot of the times we interject ourselves into someone's situation. Well, I was young, I didn't do that. Well, you're not me. So that's the point of having these conversations, to understand the scriptures is creating doctors. That's what the word is creating. When he's creating an apostle, he's creating a spiritual doctor. Okay. So you as a spiritual doctor, when that man or woman or young adult come to you and start talking to you, the conversation that you're having are the symptoms, and that conversation should lead you someplace if you ask the correct and right questions. Now, you could be a bad doctor and prescribe wrong medication, wrong scriptures. Okay, this doesn't fit this situation, and you foolishly have this person thinking a certain way, which hurts them more than helps. So this is why the Lord says, study to show thyself approved, rightly dividing the word. So that's what we don't do. We don't take the time to hear each other. We don't take the time. It's like the doctors today. How you feeling? Here, okay, here, take this pill, write them a prescription, and you leave. Back when I was growing up, there was 3 generations of a doctor that my mom went to, I went to, and my children went to. We don't have that no more. Everything is like factory made, right? Everything is microwavable. You get it in 2 seconds and you get out. So to that point that you're making, that person comes to Bolo and wants to talk to Bolo, and they got a nail in their forehead. And I ask them what the problem is. Even though they're talking to me, I'm still paying attention to the nail in the forehead. And after they finish, I'm going to tell them, your problem is the nail in the forehead. And they're going to say, no, you didn't hear a word I said. This is what we're doing. We're doing this every day. Someone will tell you what their problem is, and you be like, well, if it was me, I'm not you. So give me the answer in a way that I can receive it. The same way Christ meets me where I'm at, you meet me. To the weak, I became weak. To the strong, I become strong. And this is what we're not having. This is what's not happening, because we're not taking the time to study. We're not taking the time to earnestly learn to love and understand what being selfless is. Understanding that Christ knew he was going to die, and he still sat with these dummies to talk about the law. When he's looking at you saying, Duke, I am all of that. What are you talking about? You cats have no clue. I came to die for you. But yet in your ignorance and in your selfishness, you want your freedom to be taken. You want your freedom killed. They didn't understand anything he was saying. Because we don't take the time to hear each other. What is truly bothering you, dog? What's going on? We got a timetable. Hell, if you put a timetable on your prayer to God, you ain't going to put a timetable on man? Well, I talked to God, he ain't answer me. So, I'm just going to do what I do. Oh, okay. See how that works for you. This is why the Lord tells you to be patient. This is why the Lord tells you love is long suffering. We don't suffer each other, dog. And I don't mean you be a pushover. But we're talking from the perspective of Scam calling Bolo and saying, I got a problem. What's the issue? Talk to me. What's going on? And not giving him the advice from my perspective, but give him the advice from his perspective so that he can understand it. I'm still giving him 1 + 1. I'm just giving it to him in a way that he can receive it.
It took me forever to learn. I'm still working on that very thing, though I talk about it. Still working on it. But a lot of what y'all see me dusting on somebody on the panels, some of them be lying, and I be knowing it. So that's different. But person obviously having a problem, I can't tell them how it's supposed to affect them or judge the level of pain. Only it's supposed to be judged based off of what they give me, because I don't know what they're fully going through, how long they've been going through it, really affecting them. Like everybody has their own sensitive spots or own thing that pushes their buttons. Like people, if anybody comes to my house, I can't stand the bathroom door to be open. If it's open, I'm going to go close it. But if you just leave my bathroom, I'm going to flip out. Close the bathroom. I don't want to walk up and see a toilet. It's irritating even talking about it. But that's just me. But somebody else got their thing. So I can't say they're talking about when their mom told them something when they were 14 and never apologized. If it's affecting them, it's affecting them. I can't say, shoot, I'll make my mama apologize. They don't want to hear that. That ain't important. What you need that apology for? You're supposed to be a man. They ain't trying to hear that.
Everybody has that same voice, boy.
So if somebody have OCD and I'm trying to fix the problem, I got to match with their problem, like, because I have that. I have a lot of people who's OCD, and I'm looking like I gotta cope with their OCD, or
Yes.
I'm like, is that true?
Yes. You got to cope with their OCD.
If you want to cope, you have to cope with the OCD.
If you
have to meet them where they are.
Right.
You have to meet them where they are. So.
But I'm not OCD. I'm more like dyslexia.
Right. But let me ask you, but you want people to suffer you though, right? You want people to suffer you.
But I'm seeing what you're saying, but it's like if somebody's that one spot and I'm a different spot, so it's like, how can I cope with LCD when I'm dyslexia or whatever schizophrenic?
Okay, what if Christ took your same position?
No.
Hold on one second, Ferg. What if Christ took your same position? I'm on this level, you're on that level. We all be dead. So your job, if you are incapable of dealing with the situation, then kindly walk away. But if that's your brother or sister that has an issue and they need to talk, OCD just means, they're particular of how they want things around them. You got to suffer that, brother. Christ suffers you every day. He suffers all of us every day. And we do the same thing every day. And he suffers us. How come we can't suffer each other? This is what Christ says. How do you say you love me but don't see me, but yet your brother you see every day? You got a problem with. He just needs to hear you say, good morning, bruh. That can change the scope of a day.
But the problem is we're all selfish.
Hey,
RB.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Mo. Hey, y'all.
What's up, bro? Mike is low.
Yeah, that microphone ain't.
It sounds a bit
Bolo,
muffled,
I'm
but
sorry.
he said the problem is selfishness.
Yeah, but to both what y'all was saying, both you said something, and I think you changed course. And the fact that I can recognize, right? Like he said something that this is what I was going to speak on. He recognized that he's different, right? His issue is different from someone else's. Now, my thing is, and this is just me, the fact that you can recognize you different, I can direct you to somebody who can give you what you need. See, that's the thing. If I care about my brother enough, then I'm gonna say, hey, I can't do it. However, Brother Bolo, he's the man you need to talk to.
No.
But again, if my pride is in there, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna give them how I feel about it instead of looking at it logically and say, you know what, brother, I understand what you're doing, but I'm not the one to talk to. Brother Bolo is, and I'm gonna send you to Bolo, and he's gonna help you mind that part of it out.
But
And then if I run across somebody like me, then I can, because I shouldn't have to suffer you if you equipped us. I know, but you're equipped for that though. You're equipped for that.
Suffer you means this is okay. It's a saying.
Yes.
Suffer you means that Exactly what you just said. So let's just say I'm not equipped to deal with your situation. I'm not. I had to suffer you to understand that I'm not equipped for it. Mo is equipped for it. I know Mo. So I'm going to give you Mo's number and you holler at Mo. Suffering means that I took the time to hear you earnestly and honestly and patiently to be able to tell you, dogs, what you're giving me right now is too heavy. Nah, I'm telling you that I would hurt you more than I would help you in that conversation. So I'm going to point you towards Coach Ferg. All right. That's suffering somebody, because that moment that he needed to talk to somebody and you was there, that shows him that someone cared because you took the time to say, I am not equipped. I hear what you're saying. I can give you my advice in it, but you need someone that's a lot deeper and a lot more intricate into this situation pertaining to what you're saying. But just by me taking the time to be able to say, I don't specialize in this type of surgery. I had to hear your problem. I had to sit down with you and have a consultation, which is me suffering you. That's me taking you in saying, I have the time to talk to you. I'm not going to leave you out in the street and let you figure it out. I'm going to tell you, check this out. Here's the number. Call Coach Ferg. He'll help you. And if he can't help you, he'll put you in a better direction or a better situation than me. So suffering just means that when you call, although I may not be equipped to go deep into it with you, I'm still going to hear you. I'm still going to take in I'm still going to sit with you in your pain for that moment and how I direct you. Yeah, for that moment. Because if you're not equipped to deal with it, then it's going to be a moment, right? I'm going to send you to someone that's going to deal with you permanently or get you to where you need to be. But for the moment you're hurting, for the moment you need to be heard, I'm here. Let's talk.
Yeah, go talk to Scam. Go talk to Scam.
I'll talk to you like this.
Scam go suffer you. He go suffer you for 5 years. Coach Ferg, you got about 6 months. Because Scam got you he gonna take you all through your whole 14 birthdays. Me, you got one birthday.
Damn.
Hey, question, Meteor. I was a supervisor in 2019, and an employer of mine told me that I was low in empathy. And I told her, no, I'm easy to deal with because I saw it my way. One thing is she did know that I cared, but when somebody would present a problem, I'd only see it my way and how to actually solve it. So I minimize certain things and maximize certain things. And it would be my way. Then certain people wouldn't come to me, or they'd had to come to me speaking the way that I understand. Where when I'm the soup, they're supposed to be able to come to me speaking however they can. They're supposed to be able to come as they are. I asked my supervisor, I was like, am I easy to deal with? She said, no. What? She's like, you're not easy to deal with, but I know how to deal with you. So what I understood, and then my mentor, I guess it was like big brother and a big sister. One mentor was away. He was a supervisor, married with children. This one was my direct supervisor at the time. She married with children. It's like we see things different than you do, because this is what we have to do every day in our households, in our lives. You're single, no kids. Yeah, this is going to be a developmental supervised position for you. But it made me want to inspire to be, what is it, one, that they see, that they deal with, that I'm not dealing with or seeing? And two, how come I can't see that I'm difficult? Why I can't see it? Because I'm only easy to work with for me or a certain group of people who think only like this.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm saying that type of person is right and other people are wrong. And it took time, and I had to work on it. So a person is not wrong for being OCD. They're who they are. And sometimes you can navigate them to the point where they eventually aren't. It ain't gonna happen overnight.
Does anybody know King Pen in the bag?
Let's be real. If I'll land right here. If Angel Reese came to your house and you are OCD yourself,
oh no, brother! Oh my goodness!
If she starts messing up your kitchen, you're gonna have some grace. You're gonna find a way to have some grace. Just like if you got a 2-year-old. Well, unless you're them old school parents at 1955. They're 2. They only been here 2 years. You're gonna have some grace when they pull all the pots and pans out. They're 2. That's all I got.
And the reason why I was saying that, brother, because I'm a truck driver, I train people, right? Usually, the doctor puts a pick up on this people who have seizures, right? For some reason, she must have slid underneath the radar, and we out here training. We on the road, busy road, and she has seizure, and I'm like, yo, I fell because I could have talked her out of it, but I was in my emotion because I don't want to die. I'm not ready.
You said you could have talked her out of it.
Well, because I don't know. I don't have proper measurements to how to. I don't know how to do with seizures. You know what I'm saying? Usually, doctor puts a check that before you come on my truck, but for some reason it got skipped, and now I'm dealing with the problem. And yes, I must have failed. And like I said, I don't know how to deal with these, and that's why I'm saying like how to do with certain people. Because I'm not. I don't know. I can only be calm and cool, but I'm not Jesus. I wish I could go Jesus right now. Can we switch places? Because I'm not having a good. I'm not having good with this. I talked to her. I tried to cook. I'm still in love, but I say, maybe you got to go. I can't do this.
Sweat bread. Those guys don't train you for that though. Like certain jobs that train you CPR. They're training you with things. They don't train you for that.
For kids, yes, for kids, but for adults, it's different.
No, I understand that, but a lot of the times I would think that they would implement that because a lot of the times you guys are in the truck.
Good night, Fuller Scholar. Thank you so much.
You can get sick. You can catch a seizure while you're driving, red light. You can do all those.
That's more like for heat strokes. It's just for heat strokes and other stuff. But yes, it's weird. Like I say, it's kind of like separate boxes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I say. I deal with different people's personality. That's what I say. We try not to work with female because it's another level. But I'm not gonna get on that. But yeah, it's like when I start to say OCD, dyslexia, and then you have other. Like you say, people who come up with these crazy, bipolar names. So I'm like, oh God, I don't know what to do, but I just know to be me. Loving and comfort.
You asked me, am I still echoing?
Yeah,
your mic's still sound the same. There's somebody named Kingpin in the back. Do y'all know him?
I don't know. It's a hell of a fine name.
No, I don't know no Kingpin.
Question Meteor, can I ask you a question?
You want to put up your overlay?
Yeah.
Go ahead and deal with the guests.
Let's see here.
Like I said, people be lying. So
Hi. Hello, Kingpin.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How did you hear about the channel?
Well, I know RLM Nasus T, and I was just given the link just to kind of chit chat.
Oh, you know my sister. And you
Which
said
one?
RLM?
RLM, yeah, Nasus, yeah. I've been on their panels a few times and stuff, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody know? Thank you so much, Foolish Scholar. She's probably asleep.
Where'd you get your name from?
I'm a Kingpin.
No, King. Where'd you get your name from?
It's just a nickname. Yeah.
Are you in
I'm known as
America?
a Kingpin.
I just
Sorry?
don't want to be corn bomb. Jesus.
Are you in America?
No, I'm British.
Is that where
I'm
you
in
at now?
London.
Where she say she
Yeah.
come from? She said she come from your
I'm
sister's
from
channel?
London.
She knows RLM and my
Nasus.
sister. Oh, and
Yeah.
Nasus. Okay. Thank
Can
you,
you cam up?
Vanta. Good to see you, Vanta. I appreciate the $2 super chat. He said Kingpin is a Somali queen. Mo love, give her grace. Okay, well,
Who said that?
Vanta said that.
Oh, Vanta. I know Vanta as well. He's my
What do
friend.
y'all think? Remove the overlay, or because I know
I
Vanta.
mean, if Vanta's saying, I guess Vanta.
Yeah.
You all
You
know
understand?
Vanta? I didn't know you guys knew Vanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know, man.
I know people love to hate him, so I didn't lead with that.
Yeah, because he's a hot man. So that's another subject.
I was like, I thought I
Yes.
I didn't want to claim him straight off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta
Well,
go.
thanks for letting
Guys,
me
have a-
in.
Big Ant,
guys
be
have a
safe,
great-
B.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
Appreciate you, brother.
Anthony.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you,
Guys, have a
man.
great one. Mhm.
You too.
Night night.
Hey, question media. Quick question for you. What if you're on a date and it's the woman in your dreams and she had a seizure or had a panic attack?
Cancel that.
You'd figure it out, wouldn't you?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's talking to you.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean,
You
like
figure it
Jesus, I'll have to pray.
My man, you figure it out. Dog. Don't
Well,
do
where
it.
your humanity kick in? Where your humanity at?
Humanity.
4-year-old son.
That's a scary situation.
He's not
Honestly,
on no
Lord.
humanity. This is the woman of his dreams. He gonna read the instruction manual right there and figure it out.
Right.
Go give a mouth to
YouTube.
mouth and everything.
I'll go research. You look at YouTube or something. Say, hey, what can I do? I don't know. It's like putting the fire. Don't know what to do. It's like, man, like I gotta think quick on your
Yeah,
feet.
but
You
what
gotta be
he's
quick.
saying, but the point of Scam
Lord,
bringing that,
Jesus.
the point of Scam bringing up that example is, why does it take for it to be the woman of your dreams or someone close like your child or something like that for you to be in that vibration to say, you know what, I'm gonna give you,
Hey, Duke.
I'm gonna give you, OCD at times or these types of things can be a reaction to something that traumatically happened. The same way, if a woman is raped, she moves a certain way because it traumatically affected her a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So,
But I feel you, brother. But
Yeah.
I'm different though. If I see a problem, I gotta do a research. I gotta look it up. I gotta get some information. I need instructions. I just can't jump in a relationship and know you got this problem. Like I gotta work it out. I mean, I need time.
That's a good breakdown. And the
Yeah,
way you
I need
get
time.
the way
You know,
you
I
get
need-
that time, the way you get that time, Sweat.
I gotta study her. Yeah.
Well, absolutely, but you
Not
see
her,
what
brother.
what the main thing to what you're
I'm a
saying.
different breed. Shoot, I
the-
need instructions.
Sweat, but
Different breed.
the point that you made is that you said you got to take the time to get to know her. You got to take time. You were patient and disciplined. That's the point, and that's the attitude we should have towards everyone. Patience
brother.
and discipline. It's not
Okay,
easy.
I get it.
It's
I'm
not
a
easy.
professional. I'm gonna get it. I'm a professional.
I'm not even
skilled. I
going
can
off
do
you
this.
being. I'm not even
But the
going off
thing
you being a
is-
professional.
But the thing is,
Sweatbread. Listen, what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying I'm not going off of you being a professional. The reason why it was a good example that Scam brought up is for a woman, a man across hot lava, but for his brother, he'll question him. Nah, dogs, I ain't doing such and such. So what he's saying is, if you take that same vigor, right, that same discipline towards everyone, it doesn't mean that you're going to know what to do in every situation. No, what it does is it shows that you're going to be patient enough and disciplined enough to either direct them towards someone that can get help or learn to help.
There you go.
But we
I
get
see.
security
Before
clearance.
y'all continue,
But
I'm sorry. Thank you for the $2 super chat banter. He said, "My love." I said, "My friend Kingpin is T's twin."
Mo, Riaz is backstage.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm
But
sorry
there's-
to interrupt.
Go ahead, Sweatbird.
It's okay.
there's security clearance, like you said. You're not supposed to be on here, but there's somebody snug like Scam who's more scamming, than tell the doctor everything you know. And I'm just now finding it out. It's kind of like out of
You're
nowhere.
saying they were not honest about their health
Exactly. I was
issues.
tricked.
Okay, now that you've articulated yourself
Yeah.
and said that,
Okay.
and you see it, now you pivot and you move accordingly.
Right.
Exactly. That's
This
why I
is
said you
all
get
right,
over there.
yeah. But what I'm saying to you is the discipline. Here's the thing that's so beautiful: the discipline, right, and the discernment working together is going to allow you to see the red flags and allow you to move how you need to move. And it takes time to kind of trust those thought processes, right? What questions and how a person's body moves when they're giving you an answer, but their body is saying something totally different. It takes time to look at all of these traits and things that's in the human. But if you continue to practice it, you become proficient at it.
Yeah, I know now. Yeah, believe me, brother. Ever since that scare, I'm like, no, never again, because I'm aware.
So, sorry, can I just ask a question? Are we
Yeah.
talking about seizures on the first date?
No, I think he was saying that we were talking about
Go ahead.
at work.
It's just a
At
wild
work.
scenario.
The Scorch one, before you go, I'm sorry, Kingpin and Bolo. Scorch said, y'all leave Sweatbread alone. He's on that truck by himself talking to the moon and stars. See,
Who's that?
is
Scorch?
where it's
Yeah, Scorch.
aliens
So-
visiting us, laugh out loud.
So
When I
Kingpin,
came in, someone was saying, "Would you date a girl who had a seizure on a date?"
yeah, Kingpin, Scorch, not Scorch, Sweatbread usually ask questions that are totally left. And
Yeah.
I like that question.
You have-
That's
Oh,
a good
he
question.
did
That's a
ask.
really good question.
yeah, he said, can I ask a question? And I guess it was a situation that he had to deal with pertaining to
At
training
work,
somebody.
right?
It's a learning experience.
It's a learning.
It is.
It does go into it. It
Is that
does
is that a red flag?
Oh, someone having a seizure on a date? I
That's
don't.
not
I
in
wouldn't.
their control.
I didn't say
so.
that.
Well,
Yeah, I
if they
don't
didn't
think
tell you they suffered from seizures, would you not take it personally? If I was on a date and they didn't tell me, like, I get seizures every now and then I'd feel like they put me in a very impossible situation, because now I've got to worry about, like, it's just, have you ever seen someone having a seizure? Like, have you seen?
absolutely
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, so if
And
you're
you-
not
Yeah.
prepared for that,
Yeah.
then
I
and they don't
understand
tell
both
you, I feel like
sides.
that's a red flag. It's like the
You have to
seizure isn't a
tell
red
them,
flag.
yeah.
Well,
The seizure
you know,
itself isn't a red flag, but it's like, if I knew I
right.
suffered from something that would make people feel uncomfortable, I would say, hey, by the way, I have this condition that makes me have seizures. I
Right.
might have this, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. But if someone just starts seizing while you're talking to them, then
That's
I'd either
tough.
think, yeah, then it's like, well, you should have at least told me, because I wouldn't know how to deal with it. And if something happened to you, then it would be my fault. And now I'm in this situation where I'm being, like,
There's
I don't
not
know, if
really
you're food
much you
poisoning,
can
I
do
don't know
with
if
somebody.
But,
someone's
You want to make
roofing
sure
you.
it's nothing around to
Yeah,
like
I
But what
understand
you
both
irritate
sides.
them.
you know what you
Yes.
said, Kingpin. You know where it put me in a thought process. Like if you're going out with someone they sees and they're driving.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's
and
You
they
know what I
didn't
mean?
tell you that.
So in that situation, I would think that, if they're going to drive, then yeah, you should let me
And
know.
also, like, if you're at dinner as well and they start seizing and you think they're choking and you start doing the Heimlich
Right.
maneuver,
That
but
could
then you
hurt them
make it
more than
worse
help.
for them,
Absolutely.
then it's like you don't know how to. So I feel like you have to, if you have any type of condition, even if you have like a food allergy, where you have to have like an EpiPen out, and
It's important.
you don't. Yeah, it's like these are things. So if they don't tell you that, then I just think that that's definitely a red flag.
100%.
I
100.
agree. I
Yeah, I agree.
agree. This
And they're
yeah.
not
That's
supposed
just
to drive.
that's
That's
just
life
that's
and
just
death. You
that's
should
just
want
gonna
that
help.
person
Right. That's
around
just
you to be fully aware so
because that's
that
only gonna help you.
And that's
Because God
very
exactly.
forbid.
selfish as well. It's selfish of them for not to tell you. Not. I went on a date with someone who didn't tell me they had bipolar disorder. And so then they ended up having a manic episode, and I just was like really thinking that they were serious, and I maybe added to it, made it worse for them. But had I known, I would have been able to say, okay, you're having an issue. Maybe I need to leave the
That's
situation, and it's not your
that's one of
fault.
the first.
Right, I agree with you. Right.
Vaughn
That, I
said
agree.
Not my
That's
part.
people who have seizures frequently are not allowed to drive vehicles.
That's true.
But sometimes
Yeah,
they do.
but sometimes they'll just limit like the amount of miles you can
Well, it
drive.
depends. They have
They
to. It
won't
depends.
completely like take it away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Most
I
break
you
they'll
know.
most
give
break the
them.
law.
They'll give
Yeah, a
them
lot of them do, because
medication.
people want to be like, people who have dementia sometimes end up driving as well, because they want to be
Right.
independent. They don't want to,
Mhm.
they just want to delude themselves
Ooh, brother. Yes.
and
See,
stuff.
what
I
about that?
think
What about that? People have dementia.
I think stuff like
But they don't
seizures.
recommend though.
Yeah, mostly
Can you
men, I
hear me?
think.
Yeah, you gotta turn your mic up.
Who, me?
No,
No,
the
no.
person said, "Can you hear me?" His mic was low.
I think that's Lord Duke.
I think it was Irby.
Lil
Irving.
Durk.
Hello, y'all can hear me right now?
Connect your headphones to StreamYard.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just quality.
Okay. What up?
Yeah, like I say, I'm trained in the other field, like an EpiPen, if you have peanut allergy. Oh yeah, I'm not trained, but these other things out the blue, brother, I am not prepared. I need to see. I need to do more research.
We need your instructions. I like that. Give me the
Exactly,
instructions.
exactly.
Yeah, you roll up to a date with a list of
That's
instructions.
what I call 1-800 Bolo. Brother, can you help me about brother? I got this girl, man. She's having a seizure, man. What am I supposed to do? Call 911. But
Brother, you
brother, I
ain't
don't know.
Yeah, I'm allergic to the bill. That's what I say.
you ain't got
Yeah,
time to be calling nobody. But again,
right.
the fact that this experience is upon you, it's a good time to, like you said, gain a little bit more knowledge, not just for her or
Right.
that person, but it could be a family member or a loved one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
sister.
then you, instead of panicking, you know how
You know
to
what to do.
save the day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait,
You
Hey,
guys.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Duke, hey, did you want to add? Oh, I'm sorry, Kingpin. Were you saying something?
I
No,
wanted
I
to
was
ask.
agreeing. I was like, it's good to kind of know these things just in general, even if you're not going on a date. But then at the same time, like, if you're going on a date, I feel like these are things that should be said. If you have
Yes.
any mental health issues, if you have any
Yes.
physical health issue, if you're in a wheelchair, like, you should tell people
I
that
would like
that
to.
might be
I would like
So
to
significant.
that's
add
good.
to
That's
the. I
good
wanted to
questions.
add something to also. Wait, could I say something, please?
Hold on, I think Duke was next.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I just.
Your mic is let me see.
Everybody got echoes today.
Oh wait, hold on one second.
No, that's
Maybe
my
I could
mic
just.
giving everybody echo.
Right, I'm just saying Ria's mic is always really loud.
Sorry, hold on one second. Let me see
Re-
what's wrong.
Riaz is talking to cats from NASA. That's what it
Now,
is.
That's
can I
funny.
add something to? Wait, how about now?
I turned it down some too.
Okay, let me check.
Now you Gucci, you good right there. You good right there.
Yeah, I turned it down.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Duke. I think you're on mute.
You on mute, Duke.
Hold on.
Oh, there you go.
You can hear me now.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah,
why
I
you
don't
fix his
really
mic?
talk
Can I
big
add
loud.
something?
Don't even worry about it.
You can next, Irby. He didn't hear you, Duke. Go ahead.
Huh?
Damn.
I don't know if he got frustrated, but shout out to Duke.
Fanta Black hits you back again. What
You can
the?
come back, dude. What were you gonna say? Thank you so much, Vanta, for the $2 super chat. He said shaky
Shake
heifers deserve
to
to
be in
be.
Arkham Asylum.
Did he mean
Asylum.
insane asylum? I
That's a
don't know.
Batman. That's a Batman
No,
reference.
that's
That's
a
What's
what
a
it
Batman
shaky
is.
heifer?
Okay.
reference.
Is that a woman having a seizure?
I don't
Or,
know.
or, or a
That's
man.
not funny to me.
What would you do?
I
What
don't
would you
make fun
do?
of
Heifer.
I don't
Heifer's
make
a
fun of
female cow.
seizures.
I
What would you do?
I
even
don't
I didn't
either.
even think he was coming that way. I
I
thought he was
don't
being
either.
serious.
He said shaky heifers.
What would you
Wait, what
do
does he mean by
if a
that?
man was having a
I've
seizure?
never.
What would you do?
Wait,
Me.
no, I was just
Yeah.
gonna ask, what does he
I'd
mean
leave.
by
I'm
that
sorry.
though?
I'm not a nurse.
You just gonna leave him there to
I'm just
go?
gonna
Oh
walk
my
away.
God.
If I
Lord
didn't know that,
Jesus.
no,
Vanta,
I would take it personally. If
I
I
did
didn't
read
know
it.
that you have a seizure disorder
Oh my
and
God.
you are just randomly seizing up on a date where I had to get ready and do all this extra stuff, and then you're saying this,
Wow. Where's the
I would say
humanity?
peace. Like, no, because it's I find it very
Wow.
selfish. I find it very selfish. Like, if you have a legit medical condition and you're going to be out in public and you're going on a date with someone, it's your responsibility to disclose that information.
You have to tell
Thank
him,
you.
right?
Like
And that's
someone
what I
said,
was
I
trying
need
to say. Right.
instructions.
Thank
I need
you.
instructions.
Exactly.
But if you're
Yes.
gonna do that, and then now it's my responsibility. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Like, what
Yeah.
else?
It's my
Yeah,
responsibility. Right. I'm with you.
yeah.
Exactly.
If
Dang.
I wouldn't not go on a date with someone because they told me they had seizures. I would respect that, and I would appreciate the fact that you told me, because it's not, it's not the first thing you want to tell people. So if you say,
Right,
look, we're
bro.
going to go on a date, I suffer from seizures.
Oh,
So it's not going to be a problem of I take my medications, but I just
I
need to let
think
you
that
know.
should be common sense, like
It should
especially at
be. So
our
but a
age.
lot of people don't give
yeah,
you that.
but if someone
Yeah.
starts seizing in front of me, foaming from the mouth, I'm like,
Hey,
I'm sorry,
Mercury.
goodbye.
But see, the
Yeah,
only
I'll be
I do
panicking
not
too.
want
Like
to.
help,
Like
I
help,
mean,
no,
even if
help.
they didn't make me
I would
aware,
send flowers
I
if you
don't.
told me
Y'all
this.
in
That's the
these
first
Even
scenarios.
if they
I hope you're
didn't
alive. I hope
even
you're
if they
alive.
didn't make me aware, I still wouldn't be like, forget you, bye.
No, you
Y'all
have to. No, listen, that there are certain boundaries you have to have, and you have to be very
on
strong with your boundaries because
Lord
if
Jesus.
someone
Yeah,
is
I get
lying to
that,
you,
but
I'm
if you
not
don't
Just
rocking with
disclose
it.
it,
heart is just different.
hold
Yeah,
on. So
mine
y'all
is
say
no,
so
hold on, one
I'll
at
be
a time,
honest.
guys. One at a
Wait,
time, one at a time.
Yeah,
wow.
but as I was saying, my heart and my mindset is just different. Even if they did not make me aware, I'm still gonna have, even if there's nothing that I can do, my mindset is not gonna be, oh, forget this, you didn't tell me. I
mm,
just think that's heartless, but
I
that's
agree.
Well,
Right.
I don't buy.
what you
I
would
don't
probably
buy
do is,
hyper because
I've
God
hold
I've
on,
been in
feels
BS.
good.
situations. I've been in situations
Sorry,
like
what?
that.
I said, hold on.
I mean,
Okay.
you would probably just ask, I
I
would
didn't even get.
ask,
I didn't even get to speak.
why did you decide to keep that, keep that from me? Because again, you making me privy to
Yo,
what your
wow.
situation
I'll
is
tell you why
will
they'll
only
keep it
help
from
you.
you.
Scorch,
I'll tell
don't
because
do
I've been in a
that. You
situation like
saying,
that.
hold on real quick.
Sorry.
Y'all see the difference between how men react compared to women, please.
Uh-oh.
She
No,
Women.
it's
doesn't
not a
speak,
difference. It's not a
so she
difference.
doesn't speak for all women.
Okay,
No, I'm
let's.
not saying that I speak for all women. I don't think anybody
No,
speaks
I
for all
was talking
women.
to Scorch. I was
Women.
reading his comment.
No, I'm just saying like I don't speak for all women, but I'm just saying like it's one of those things where these are things you have to disclose, right? And for you not disclosing it, it's a very selfish thing to do because
We
if
agree on
if it's
that.
a first time thing, then fair enough. If you've never
I don't
experienced it
agree.
before and it's happening, but once you do, if they the reason why someone wouldn't tell you that is because they just are either too ashamed or they're like,
Or
they
test
don't
you.
want to disclose it. But at the same time, it's like these are things you have to disclose. Like if you are sleeping with someone, you would want to know if they have like a disease, right?
Right,
Like
but
and
when you're talking about the seizure thing, we've all agreed that it would be in that person's best
Best
interest, and
interest,
just out of
absolutely.
respect alone, you should let them know. That's just basic decency when it comes to
it's
such
common
a
sense,
severe
yeah.
critical thing like that. So I want you to know that we agree. The only
Okay.
part that I was addressing was to say forget them. Just
Would you
that
go on a
mindset
second
I
date?
think is just that mindset I
No.
think is
Okay. Well, that's the same thing then.
selfish.
If
But
would you go
that
on a
again,
second date with them?
that's just my opinion.
She's
No.
asking you. She asked you, would you go on a
That's
second
exactly
date?
the
No,
same thing. If you're not going to go on a
hold on.
second date, you're basically saying
I
I'm
didn't
never
say
seeing you.
that though.
No.
I
That's
didn't
not the
respond
same
to
That's
thing.
that.
her. Hold on, Mo. He's asking you, would
I
you
know,
go on a second date with that person?
right. And but then she responded as if I had said that I
No, that was
wouldn't.
No,
Ferg. That was
that
Ferg
was
she was
someone else.
responding
Sorry,
to.
I was yeah.
But
Okay.
she's waiting
It
for you to
depends
respond.
on the connection that I have with that person. I don't know. I'm not in that situation, but I think if we had talked it out and we came to some type of understanding, absolutely. If there had been everything else was good and that was just one negative situation, I would try my best to work through that. But again, I know everybody's different, but I would hold them accountable and let them know that that was disrespectful to not inform me.
If I may, real quick,
Okay.
Vanta here. Hello, hello,
Oh,
hello.
hi, Banta.
Hi,
Hey,
Manta.
I agree with you, Mo. Like I think,
hello.
I
if
think
that was the
Irby's
only
trying to get
thing,
in.
if I knew them for I was thinking on a first date, which means like I've only started talking to you. But if it was someone that I've known and then they've had this thing, this like I don't know if I can like trust them again because I feel like it's a very big thing to hide and it's not a big deal if you were to be honest. But I think if you're able to lie about something as small as like, oh, I have seizures, then what else are you hiding from me? Then my whole mindset shifts to like this guy is not really serious or they're not an honest person, and that's something that I take seriously.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
you said a first. Hold on, Vince. I'm sorry. You said a first date, and
Yeah.
I'm just knowing the person. Well, everybody's different, and this may sound a bit old school, but I talk to somebody for months before I go out on a date with them, but just because
okay.
people are so crazy, weird. I
Okay.
have to really connect with you. So it's not going to be somebody that I just met 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay.
If I go
Okay.
out.
That's
That's why
different, I
I
guess.
said, yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
said it depends on, how deep the connection is for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'd like to get the first date out the way right away before
But
I connect with someone.
if I may, real quick, Kingpin.
Yeah,
If I may.
No, that's what I
Irby's
was
trying.
supposed to go next.
Wait, sir.
Irby's been trying to get
No,
in.
man, I'm supposed
I
to,
have a
supposed to go next.
question. Let the
Yeah,
stage
hold
go.
on. Irby was first, but Irby, you
Oh my
said you had
God.
been trying to get in, but I was trying to let Duke talk, and I think y'all got confused. But go ahead, Irby. Then Vanta, you can go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree that's something you should know. The person should notify and tell you that they have seizures or any type of mental disorder because those things tend to be hereditary.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, it is hereditary. So like that's definitely something you have to disclose before you go on a date with someone. I've
I
been in
agree.
situations people have had issues where they didn't tell me that they had these issues, and then after I built a connection with them, it just came up. Um, I had a guy who had like diabetes, but he said his insulin was some military thing. But over time, I found out it was just his diabetes thing. I was just not. This is not a big deal. Why did you lie about it?
What do
But
you mean military thing?
you know, there's this
How's
thing that you put on your arm, right? He was in the military before, so they have like this thing that you put on your arm that like measures your blood sugar. And so I was like, "What is that?" And he said, "Oh, that this is something the military gave me for like tracking."
That's weird
Mm,
because you can't even get in the military with
Actually,
Yeah, I think he
wait,
was
wait, wait,
discharged.
wait, wait. I can defend Kingpin on this, Mo Love, because as
This
a
is, yeah,
diabetic,
it's not.
right before you
by the
go,
way,
but I
wait,
just wanted
Kingpin.
to say,
I want to confirm.
I'm gonna
I'm
let
trying
you
to
go,
confirm.
but I was saying something
Wait,
very quick, briefly.
yeah.
Did he gain that after because you can't even join the
I didn't know
military
that. No, because he had like
with
cystic
diabetes?
fibrosis, and he had cystic fibrosis and like diabetes and all these things.
I mean,
So
that's
like
not funny. That's not
I
funny. I
was
don't know
like,
why you're
what is
laughing.
that? And he said, oh, it's a military. I don't know anything about the military, so obviously he was lying.
Yeah, he
I
just
think he got
lied. He just
discharged
lied.
because of his health issues. Yeah, he's definitely
Yeah,
was
you can't
lying.
get in the military if you
He
have.
just lied to you.
He
Yeah,
had a
that's
genetic
all.
issue. He definitely was lying, which is why this is like something that I'm like, okay, I cannot fall for this again because
Right.
people will lie, and then if they're able to lie about that stuff, then their intentions are not good. Because someone with real good, like with good intentions, would want to be upfront because they would want you to choose them for who they are, or
Or
someone who
maybe
doesn't.
they're uncomfortable. You can't speak on why people do what they do, and that's not to take away the accountability of them needing to be honest. But I'm not about to sit up and say their character is bad, even though they may fall short in that area. Yes, that's something that we need to work on, but in totality, are they a horrible person? I don't know. I can't make that judgment. I think that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say
Hey,
they're a horrible person. They're
artifacts.
just not bad.
Can
Go
I
on,
go
Vancha.
next?
Yeah.
Can I go next, Mo Love? Because I believe
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
first of all, just to address Kingpin's point, as a diabetic myself, that was born, I had juvenile diabetes.
Are you
Yes.
being serious or are
No,
you
no,
Yes,
no,
he is. He is serious. He
I'm
is
dead ass.
serious.
No, she
Yeah.
knows me in real life, by the way.
Yeah.
Mo Love. She knows me in real
okay?
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Kingpin is my real life friend, so she knows my
I
situation.
know. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
type 1, you take insulin?
Yes. I
Yeah.
was diabetic from 6 years old, and I tried to be part of
I've
the
never
military.
heard this.
More love, because again, more love. Listen,
I just
I
know
know
you troll. That's why when you're a troll, it's hard
He
for me
doesn't
to
troll
take
when I'm
people
around. You can
serious.
ask
So
everyone.
I hope that you're not joking about this. I hope that you're being serious.
that's why I brought Kingpin. Tell
No, he
more
doesn't.
love.
You can ask Nazis in them. Like he doesn't troll when I'm around because he knows
That's
that I know
fine,
him.
but he's trolled up here before with me. So
I know he does. He gets kicked out
I'm
of
just
everywhere.
saying,
I'm a
are
demon.
you being serious about this diabetes conversation? Because it's not.
She knows
No,
my.
I vouch him. He does have diabetes. Yeah, I've known him for like over a decade now.
Okay.
He definitely does, and that's not
I'll go
something to
with
lie
it.
about.
Go
Nobody
ahead.
wants to lie about diabetes.
Well, people lie, and I know Vanta
Yeah, that's true. They
is
do.
an evil troll.
No. I don't troll about my health. Like I don't troll. I don't trouble health. Like if people are sick, they're sick. I don't do that. I'm not that evil. But yeah, I
Okay.
tried to register to the
Well,
British
I believe
Army,
Scott.
and they
Okay.
rejected me. They rejected me. But I also believe in Kingpin. Like currently, one of my cousins have the patch that she mentioned. The patch does regulate sugar
The
levels.
thing in it, the thing
Like
is that
Yeah,
so you
the
don't have to
arm
put the
thing.
fingers.
the arm
Yeah.
thing.
No, you don't have to
Yeah,
do that anymore. I think it's an arm thing now, which is
yeah.
like
Right. It is.
insert it into your arm.
It's a new
Hmm.
tech. Yeah, so
And they have an
no
insulin
more
pump too.
injections, none of that. Yeah, just your arm tells you
An
your blood
arm and an
levels.
app. Yeah.
Right, right. So more love. I got rejected from the British Army in the mid 2000s because I had diabetes and asthma. Because I wanted to serve the British Army, real talk. Like I actually wanted to join the army, but I couldn't. And but yeah, like I think young men, like if any young man is listening, if you have if wait, please don't interrupt me, if men listening. Young man, if any young man listening, if you have health issues, just be honest with the women. Most women will actually accept your
Nobody cares.
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Just be
Nobody cares.
honest.
It's when you lie about it that makes it
Right.
really it's not fair because
Uh-huh.
it's like why would you lie about something like this? And I get it. Like people are not very they don't want to like they're insecure about certain things. We all have our insecurities and stuff, and nobody wants to put all their cards on the table and be rejected and all that type of stuff. But I feel like if you really do care about someone, like you'll tell them like no one's gonna shit on you for having an illness, and if they don't want to deal with it, then it's
You'll
better
be
to like nip it
That's
surprised.
in the
their
bud.
right. That's their right.
Right.
So it's good to be honest up front. This is what's going on with me. Can you
Yeah.
handle it or not? It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think
And I respect that, and that's someone I
I
can.
told Kingpin, and I told T. One of the love of my life. I had to let her go because I had a medical situation where me and her could not be in the same country. I had to go back to the UK, and she was in the UAE, and she could not come to the UK with me. So I'm like, you know what? You're better off just finding a new partner because I don't know how long it will take for me to recover. So yeah, sometimes you just be honest with women. Like if you have some health issues, just let them know. Like
That's a manly thing to do, but I feel like
But
it's very wimpy to not be upfront because I feel like I lose
right,
respect for people who are not upfront.
just be honest. Yeah, just
yeah,
let
but
women
when
know.
it
Go on.
but when it comes to health, just be honest on both sides,
I
men and the women.
agree.
If
Right.
you out
Yes.
there in the date, if you out there in the dating game, whether you're a man or a woman, it would be best to divulge that information. However, since we are in the modern times and all these modern people know every damn thing, ask the question, hey, what is that?
Right.
And listen, again, he could have been getting treated with the military because the military gonna make sure if you got an honorable discharge in America, you can get treated and they're gonna give you the patches, they're gonna give you everything you need. However, if it looks shady, it is shady.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And sometimes just ask the question.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody you meet going forward,
Now you have to
do
ask
you
me.
have any health issues? No, but you got this big odd looking thing growing out of the side of your armpit.
Oh
You got
god
some
damn.
problems. So,
Yeah.
God
No,
but
damn.
I didn't know.
again,
I was naive.
but
Yeah.
ladies, a man, if we like you, we used to be president. We
Mhm.
got $1 million. We gonna lie
No,
to
you're
you.
right.
If he like you, he gonna lie to you. However,
Well, no, I don't want
we
to lie
have
to you.
discernment, we have understanding. Ask the question, and
So
yes.
you have to ask very
So
specific questions. So do I have to
yes,
say,
you
hey, do
have
you have
to.
any mental health
This is
issues?
this
Do you
this
have
is
any
the
physical health
scamming
issues?
world of
Okay.
2025 and 2020. You
Mhm.
better ask a question.
Take your
Okay.
time
So
getting
You
the
better.
Thanks
next
for
one.
This
I
reminding.
is
I
too.
definitely do
That's
that
the
now.
Too
huge
many
so
part of it.
yeah,
Like
too many
saying
questions. I hang the
because I
phone up.
remember. I remember you saying, Kingpin, like you like to get the date right out the way. And sometimes when you rush into a thing, people are not going to lead with all of
But
their
do
information.
you think sometimes, because I've done
So
it both ways, right? So I've been in situations where I would text and call someone like and be on the phone and stuff with them for like months, and then I would meet them and it wouldn't match up. Like I feel like there's like a false sense of intimacy that you build with people and like you idealize them when you're just texting them and
she
talking
means
to them.
Vanta, by the way. She
And then
means
when you
Vanta.
meet them in person, it just never the image that you have of them just doesn't register with you. And then it becomes a situation where you've just wasted all this time
You're
I've been
saying
in similar
physical
situations.
appearance?
No, not
Right.
physical. Like the physical is fine. Like you FaceTimed and stuff. I just mean like the energy. So like people can like really fake their personality and who they are over text, and you'll be surprised by like what people can get you to believe. And then you meet them in person, and someone can like come across very confident because they're using text messages and like phone calls and
But
stuff. And then when you see them face to face, they're the complete
That's why
opposite of
prayer is gonna be key in that
Wait,
thing.
wait,
know,
fella,
like,
wait.
that.
I want to
That's a
double up.
huge thing.
person
That's why I have to see them. I have to see you first because it's like
but
if I don't.
again, that's part of the chance you take in dating too. You know,
That's true.
whether you choose to go meet them right after that
But do you
day,
not
or
think
you
it's
choose to
it's
wait.
important to like see the person so that you can actually get a feel of who they are? Because there's so many like non-verbal cues that you miss out
yeah,
when you're
but
texting and when you're calling.
I guess it depends on the person, but for me, even if I'm gonna go out, I'm just gonna take my time regardless. We're gonna have to have
Do you have a cutoff
a
time? Do
decent
you have like a
amount of conversation. It's gonna have to be a really good
but
connection there before
but
I
that's what she said, Mola. She said they had the connection over the phone, but when they saw each
yeah?
other physically, now here's the other thing you
There's
also
so
have to
much.
take
Do you
into
not
account.
think like there's so
That's
much
why I said
non-verbal
that's the
cues?
chance you
People
take
can
in
But
dating.
people
yeah,
can. There's
but
less of a chance if you see them face to face though, because
but
when you see someone face to face, you can actually get their energy, get their like non-verbal cues, you get their
Wait,
body language.
It's
You see them
different
in
for
real time. You
everybody
see when they're
but
though.
it
lying.
could be
It
the
depends
fact
on the
that
person.
they
I'm not there. Like to each
yeah
their own,
I don't
but
Yeah.
see.
I'm not going to
yeah.
just meet somebody, have one conversation, then I'm gonna meet up with you.
No. You
You
can
know.
Yeah.
go back to texting and calling and stuff, but I feel like it's really important to like see the person when you start talking to them because there's so much like people get into textationships and like there's a false sense of intimacy and like this idealization and you kind of like put them on a pedestal not knowing that they could
But
be doing whatever, you know.
Hey
King,
DJ, this is actually a God-based biblical channel. We focus on mental health, but the conversation has taken a turn.
Actually, if I may, Kingpin, if I may, sorry, Coach, whoever's trying to respond, Kingpin, we are all grown people. Like we're in our 30s roughly, I assume, going towards our 40s. If you meet someone online, the first thing you should do is FaceApp. FaceApp, like Spotify. Sorry, not Spotify. God damn it, what's the other one?
FaceTime.
FaceTime. Thank you. FaceTime,
Yeah.
WhatsApp, anything that's visual, apply it. And you know what? I'm like, who are you? Bloop, bloop. And you see each other. Okay, you're legit. You're legit,
I just think
right?
there's like so much like body language cues and like
I agree.
religiously,
No, I
even
agree. I
if
agree.
it's like
Wait,
religiously,
Kingpin,
you can have
wait.
it could be a public
Kingpin,
place.
Kingpin. I
Yeah.
agree. Kingpin, I'm trying to finish my point. I agree. Visually, you see the face map. All right, cool. Then you meet up. So that's the key point. Visual is all good, right? You meet up, you go to a cafe, bar, whatever, and now you have to decide. Observe the body language. You know, the conversation. Is the energy flowing? If it's not, then goddamn, I don't care how pretty a woman is. If I'm not vibing, we're not
You have to
vibing.
vibe with them, yeah.
Yeah,
And
we're
also
not
like
vibing.
people can like make things up and stuff. Like I think even when it comes to like, you know, prayers and like being, you know, like in religious wise, like I think even seeing the person, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to go to, you can be in a very public place. It's really important to kind of get a feel of who they are for them to make that effort right away to want to see
I talk
you.
about marriage, Kingpin. I mean,
Yeah, like
marriage.
obviously dating with intention, like you're not just dating to just, you know, just waste time. You know what I mean? But then again, I
but
get like you're putting a lot of
but
effort in having to go and meet someone. You can't meet every single person you're
but
talking
but,
to all the time.
but Kingpin, can I ask you this question? Did you ever think about the fact that when the person saw you, they thought the same way you thought? Because
In what way?
believe it or
Can you
not,
explain?
you know, and I'll just toot my own horn because I'm old and ugly now. There was once upon a time when I thought I was God's gift and every woman should like me, right?
You are
But
God's gift though.
no. Well, what I'm saying is some women didn't like me.
But that's the wouldn't you want to know that right away though? Like
Yes, but again, the day of social media and you know
it's really hard to
Instagram.
date nowadays. That's the
But
problem, right?
well, that's because
And
people
there's chat.
make it
People are
that
using
way.
AI. How many people have like used Chat GPT to help them with text messages? I'm being
But people
honest. Like
make it.
I've been out there. Like they
But
use.
you respond to that though. You know,
No,
you
but
like it's,
that's why I don't like to text people so much because I'm like, okay, I have to meet you because I don't know if
but
you're even
why even
around.
respond to it anyway if you're meeting men outside? There should
Yeah.
be no need for you to entertain somebody over the well.
No, no, I don't. I don't do that anymore. I've just been
Okay.
done. I've done it I've done it quite a lot. Like I've learned from my mistakes. And it
Okay.
is a huge
Okay.
mistake.
There you go.
And I feel like maybe talking on the phone and maybe FaceTiming is different. But I feel like a lot of people, everyone's busy and stuff, so a lot of people kind of like text a lot. And when you text, you kind of form this bond that you feel like you know the person, but then you go and you see them and it's like, that person has all these different things that you all their like their insecurities and their stuff comes up and they didn't have the luxury of being behind a phone, in the comfort of their own home. Now they're out in the world, so it's a different type of energy, and you feel like I can't do
And
it. You feel like
and,
wasted your time.
So
Kim,
I have a question. Did y'all have anything to say in regards to the topic
Wait, what's the topic?
tonight?
yeah, we went deep. We went into deep dating world.
Did y'all want to add to the actual topic or?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Sure. Wait, but what's
Okay, go
the
ahead,
actual topic?
Reyes.
Okay, but can you actually give a little bit of an explanation on what the topic is, and then I can tell you what I think.
I was asking, did anybody want to add anything to the topic?
Okay, I guess though nowadays it's also relating to this though.
What was
No,
the
the
topic? I think
actual
he's asking.
Not
Oh,
that.
yo, I
He's
know,
asking what the
The
topic
actual
is.
topic got something to do with the thoughts and stuff. For me though, basically, when you said like you have to pray on it, I agree with you though. When you actually pray on it, because it's conscious
I
and
was
subconscious.
talking, the
So I can.
topic was about our thoughts, being good
Yeah.
stewards over our thoughts, and
I
not
can
allowing our
answer, more
thoughts
love.
to
I can answer.
consume
the
us in a
question.
negative way.
Yeah, I
Oh
can
yeah,
answer the
that
question, more
basically
love.
your thoughts though. Oh wait, basically what can I say about your thoughts? Basically though, basically your thoughts as well. It's subconscious and conscious energy and stuff like that. And also though, if you think positive, you're gonna get positive. And when you say whatever you say, you have to be careful with that. Because you can physically manifest what you're saying, because your words can also become reality based on your thoughts, because whatever you think can actually become real though. So that's why we also have to sometimes be careful with what we say, because it might come true. That's what they say though. You have to be careful what you say, or it might just come true though. So that's what I can say.
That's true. I agree with
Thank
that.
you,
Your
Rhea.
thoughts do become they do manifest.
Kingpin, what do you think,
I
Kingpin, regarding the
I
question?
100% agree with what he said. Like, whatever, you have to be careful with what you think because sometimes your mindset literally kind of predicts what you're gonna see in the world. So if you have like a very negative mindset, or if you feel like you're a victim all the time, then you're gonna find reasons to feel that way. And I feel like your thoughts literally predict what you envision. I think there's so many things that orbit you in every moment, and you make a decision based off of like what your energy is and how you think. So if you're
Mhm.
like coming from like a very low place, then you're gonna find reinforcements for feeling that way,
Of
So
course.
and when you
Wait,
feel a certain
wait,
way,
wait.
that's all you
That's
see.
bullshit. Okay, you know what,
It's not
Kingpin?
bullshit.
No,
No,
Hold
it
you right
is.
now.
It's
It's
true.
bullshit.
no,
Look,
it's
listen,
Now,
listen,
now
basically
Vanta.
I'm going
No,
Vanta.
no,
I'm going
Vanta. I'm
to
gonna be
Vanta.
honest with
But
you.
watch your language,
Okay,
though.
let me say one
I'm
thing, and
sorry.
then
I'm
I'll
sorry,
let
more
Vanta.
love.
Vanta, let me say one thing, and then I'll let you speak. So when you think about like seeing like a blue car, right? You just think about everywhere you go, all you see is a blue car. You notice that. I'm not saying like there's more or less of it. It's like whatever you think about, whatever like is out there, your brain literally shows you that. It shows you what you're thinking
I don't
in the
care.
in the pool of whatever is out there.
I don't care.
So what is it that you care about?
yeah,
Because I'm being censored in the UK. I'm being censored to speak
Nobody's
honestly.
censoring
I'm
what you
being held.
see.
No. Oh, really? More love. Can
What?
I say the F word? More love. Can I say the F word?
No,
How
Vanta.
do
No,
why do you
Why
want to
y'all
say
Vanta.
the F
saying the
word?
F word?
One
See?
voice at a time.
See?
Vanta, don't start trolling. I'm
No,
not
no, I'm dead ass
there.
serious. I'm trying to
You
be
don't need to say the F word. Just
I'm
say
trying
it.
to
Say
add
Okay, hold on,
If I
guys.
corrected you
passive
for
critical.
if I
Hold,
corrected you for saying BS,
We cannot be free in
why
a
would
mental
you ask
state
me? Can you say the F word?
because the question is Thoughts
Your
lead to
thoughts.
actions.
We're not talking about people censor what you see. We're seeing your thoughts. If you're
I'm
thinking
being censored.
something,
What's in your
and
mind?
if you're
What's in your
believing
mind?
something, you're going to see more of that. What is it that you're thinking that needs to be
Kingpin,
censored?
Yo.
Kingpin,
Okay, listen,
Kingpin.
guys.
Don't be a simp.
Yo, Mo, do me a favor, Mo.
I'm gonna call
Yeah,
the F
you
This
word.
dude.
doing
I'm gonna
too
call the F
much.
Mute him,
word.
please.
Fanta,
Mute
chill
him.
out.
That's why I don't
Okay.
let you up
The
here.
one
Yo,
thing,
chill
He
out,
said chill
man.
out.
mute.
Vanta,
All
please
right, so
calm down, man.
we're not gonna do
We
that
got
here.
it, Riz.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm
At the
going
end,
for Somali. I'm going for
mute him
Somali.
again.
Fanta, relax,
If he
man.
comes off mute, I'm gonna drop him. If he comes off mute.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, all right, Mo is the curator of this place. She gives certain corrections. She gives leeway. When you're corrected, I'm sure that there's other words you can use to express what you're going through or what you're trying to prove. This is a biblically based platform, and she told you, mind the cursing, respectfully, mind it. If we come to your platform, whatever your rules are, we'll go according to your rules. So I don't know if you want to unmute him and allow him to
Who's
speak
off
again.
mute?
I said, then drop him. Let me drop him.
Oh no, he didn't go off mute. I was
Okay.
asking.
All right. So
He
then
didn't
take
say
him off
so.
mute. Yeah, take him off mute. Let him finish.
Fanta, don't
Go
cut.
ahead, Vanta.
Fine.
Who is that in the
What the hell is that?
background?
Mute everybody. Let me mute everybody. All right. Good. Go ahead, Vanta.
Okay. The only reason why I said what I said is because I'm talking about the title of the topic. What's on your mind? If my mind says I want to say the F word, which I won't say it, by the way. However, I like to engage, play around with the subject, Bolo. So let me play around because that's what I do. I like to play around with subjects.
All right,
So
but
the subject is,
Vanta,
can we
the
speak?
problem
But do
with
you
that,
understand
hold on.
Can we
the
speak our mind?
atmosphere that I set on my
Love,
channel,
again, I'm being
Vanta?
Love.
And I
interrupted.
know you do
I'm being
this for
interrupted.
attention.
Yo,
I'm not in
Vanta.
the mood.
I didn't finish my point.
Let me. Okay, so
No,
Vanta,
thoughts
listen to what
become
I'm saying.
action.
Hold on, Kingpin. Vanta, listen to what I'm saying. If Mo Love speaks, that's the position of you just to chill. This is her channel. Okay, you can cut me off if you want. That's cool. We can go back and forth. But when Mo Love speaks, we give that respect. This is her channel. She's the curator. So we give her that respect. Now, go ahead, finish your point.
Ben, I don't think you understand the topic.
Wait, Kingpin. Wait, Kingpin. Bolo said I can finish my point.
No, but you need to understand the topic.
Hey, women, please let me finish my point. So Bolo said, all I said, I'm regarding the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Could I speak my mind on a panel? Yay or nay, Mo Love. There you go. I'll stay quiet.
Yes, you can speak you can speak your mind, but there's a decorum in which we speak our mind in on this channel. Now, if you want to have a consultation with me, my number is in my description. You can call me and you can cuss all you want. But when we're here on her channel, there's a decorum in which we have.
Can I rebut that point, Mo Love?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, you can rebut it. I don't know what you're rebutting.
What is
She
that
set
a
the-
rebut?
yeah, she set the
Because
standard.
the topic is, let me read the point. What's on your mind? What's on my mind?
Can I explain it to you, Vanta?
No, you don't have to say nothing to me because I'm a man. I can speak my mind.
No, you're not getting it.
No. Woman, hush your gums.
Okay, Mo, do me. Okay, so listen. This is what we're gonna
See,
do.
no.
No. This is what we're gonna do. No, hold on, Vanta. Hold on 1 second. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna mute you for a second.
Why are we gonna mute me? Because I said woman.
No, because this is a serious conversation, and this is the point. We're not gonna allow. I'm not gonna allow. Okay, in my face, for this to become a clown show. Okay. We don't come up here to argue. We don't come up here. We come up here to find solutions for those that need help. So I understand that, at times you troll and things of that nature, and sometimes it's entertaining, right, on the other channels. But when we're on these kind of channels where it's focused on mental health and helping those that need help, because, right now people are emotionally out of bound and they need to find their way back. We're not going to deal with the madness. With all due respect, for real.
Right.
Now, typically, I would have just dropped you, but you're polite and and you want to get your point across. But let's not go back, let's be respectful about it, please.
Okay, we're talking Mo. Can
Wait,
I
wait,
say
wait, wait,
something?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Riaz. Hold on, Riaz.
Vanta, I think you need time to
Wait,
sit
Kingpin,
back
I'm
and
talking
And
no,
to
you need
stop
to you need to
interrupting.
sit back
Let
and
Vanta
chill.
make his
101.
point, please. Like
let
I got
Vanta make
it.
his point.
It's a
Go ahead,
101. Yeah. Bolo, I apologize if I was too reckless and too hyper energized. I
I
apologize, sir.
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you for
Yeah.
that. Thank you. But go ahead, make your point though.
I just feel if the title is Speak Your Mind, then I think when you say my mind, then you know, come on, Bolo, you know how my mind works.
Well, let me explain to you
I'm
what
twisted.
that meant. What I was tying that into is 2 Corinthians, where it talks about casting down the high things. I meant what is on our minds. Are our thoughts positive? Are they leading us to liberation spiritually in the Lord, or are they a hindrance? So my topic was bringing those things under subjection, not allowing your thoughts to be lord over you. I wasn't literally talking about let's kick it, what's on y'all's mind tonight. That wasn't the topic.
I agree, more love, and again, I'm not here to bring negativity. I'm just saying, Bolo, if I can speak my mind freely, then at least it gives me access to say, this is on my mind, and I can freely express it, and it gives me a sense of relief. Is that so bad?
No, it's not bad, and I get what you're saying. So this is why I said to you, I can give you my number, and you can express it the way you want to, and you can use as many cuss words as you want. What we're saying is there's a decorum in which we do things, right? So it's like if, you know, I'm presenting something, and, you know, there's not going to be that many questions asked of me in that moment because I'm just presenting it to you. Now, the day that I release said product, you can ask all the questions you want. So there's a decorum because we understand that this platform is not meant to go that deep into it. None of our platforms are.
I think you need to explain decorum to Vanta.
Decorum meaning that
it.
decorum
Hey,
meaning that.
Kingpin, I know what decorum means. God
Okay,
damn it.
okay. So
Yeah.
calm
Silly
down,
woman.
guys.
Silly woman.
Give him a green light to speak
Guys,
his
calm
mind.
down. Listen, calm down, because typically, please, what we're saying is there's no problem with you speaking your mind. Mo has no problem with you speaking your mind, but there's a certain way we speak it here. Now, if you want to go buck wild and cuss and do all that stuff, that's not a problem. You can call me on the back end, or you can talk to whoever. You just can't do that here.
Right.
The same way, if I come to your house, you may say, yo, Bolo, you know, we take our shoes off here. I'm going to adhere to your rules. I'm going to take my shoes off, or I'm not coming into the house. Those are two choices I have.
It's within reason, Vanta. Within reason. Speak your
Wait,
mind
no, you
within reason.
misunderstand again. You misunderstand my point because I'm very, very literate.
Yeah, I know.
Again,
He's very literal.
No, I
Don't
understand.
give
yeah.
Vanta the
When
green
you
light to
say
speak his
when you
mind.
say
And he's
when you say
also,
speak your
and
mind,
this man, as long as I've been on YouTube, has been a troll. So
Let me
when you're
no, I'm
being
not troll.
serious,
Oh my god,
it
here we
is
go.
hard for me to take you serious because you get on and every
Kingpin,
time
Kingpin,
you
am I a troll?
come
Kingpin.
on my
No, listen,
panel,
Vanta. When they say speak your mind, they don't mean
I
literally
end
speak
up
your
having to
mind.
drop you
They
because
mean
you end up saying something disrespectful. So I don't know when to take you serious.
Vanta. When they say speak your mind, they don't mean speak what's on your mind right now. They mean speak your mind in general. Like, don't say what's on your
In
mind.
general,
Just say what you feel. Like, and
that's what
use.
I'm trying to say.
If you're very negative, just say, listen, I've got really bad
What
I
are
am a
you
news.
trying to
negative.
say,
Don't say the
Vanta? Go
word.
ahead. I won't. Nobody will interrupt you. Go ahead.
All right. For YouTube's terms of service, I'm gonna avoid the terms of service. I'm gonna be very, very careful. I just don't like the rainbow. There you go. I'll stay quiet.
See what I'm
The what?
saying? Mm-mm.
I don't like the rainbow. I don't like the rainbow.
Okay, do me a
Yeah.
favor. So
It's
let me
silly.
just
I love
let me just do
rainbows.
this for the sake of just keeping the conversation moving. Vanta, you my brother. I love you. But
Likewise, sir. Likewise.
Yeah. But listen, next time a statement like that is made, for the safety of the channel, so that it doesn't get struck and things of that nature, because of there's bots and computers that's going to read this.
I know.
All right. So for sake of that, if another statement like that is made, I'm going to drop you. So I'm giving you a heads up.
Bolo, how does one truly speak honestly?
You can't. Here's the thing.
Talk about yourself, Banta. Talk about yourself.
No. Wait. I'm talking to Bolo. Real talk.
There are forums set up. There are forums set up and platforms set up where you can go buck wild, speak how you want, and have that conversation.
Right. This is so mature.
I don't have to.
I see straight through what you're doing, man. So you do it every time.
I'm trying to be very subtle.
I've been doing it for a whole year.
I'm
Mo
using
Love, so let's do this.
low
Mo Love,
levels.
I'm gonna drop him, Mo Love. So let me drop him. Let me drop him. All right. So, we wasted enough time on the conversation. And again, this is the thing that, this is the thing that people don't understand, and they're gonna need to understand it. And let me explain it to you as concisely as I can. All right. When you play with God's information and you play with what he's trying to build, you ain't got a problem with me. You see how calm I am? You ain't got a problem with me. You got a problem with him. And this is what cats don't understand. They think that it's just a game for us. It's not a game at all, whether you believe it or not. So when you come to try and disturb what the Lord is trying to create and trying to heal people that need healing, and you're getting in the way of it, he typically rolls through you. Especially when you know what you're doing. If it's something that you don't know what you're doing and you're truly not understanding in the moment, then ask all the questions you have. But when you're playing this analytical game, you're not hurting me, dog. And this is straight talk out of love. You're hurting yourself. Your arms are too short to box with God. Watch what you're doing. To all of you cats, watch what y'all doing. Y'all take his mercy and grace as weakness, and it isn't. So for 20 minutes, we're talking about madness when someone could have just tuned in and said, I need help.
That's what I'm saying. And I let that go on too long. Like, it's like I let people come up here and be free, but people try to take advantage. Like, I'm on a mission. I don't get on YouTube to troll. I am operating in my God-given assignment. I understand that my channel is not for everybody, and by all means, you don't have to tune in. But if you come over here, know that this is more so of a serious platform. And I understand everybody doesn't rock with that, but I also know that there are people struggling, and there are people who come in here that are genuine. And, they really take part in the conversations that are being had. If you want to troll, as Bolo said, it's plenty of channels. They love it. They look forward to it. That's not the environment that I have cultivated here, respectfully. Everybody is welcome, but when it gets to being ridiculous, I mean, how old are we? Like, really?
So that's
84.
what
I pretty much let anybody up on my channel. And when they don't act accordingly, that's when I drop them down. And then you said that too many egos up there. I knew somebody was going to get dropped. The only ego was Banta, from what I heard. I don't know who else had an ego.
Listen, okay, there was no egos. There was an ego. There was no egos. And here's the thing, man, that we got to start understanding. The Lord deals with order.
I got to stop doing what, 84? You're more than welcome to come up and explain, because I've been very patient. We dropped somebody that we warned plenty of times. Everybody has rules and regulations, guidelines on their channel. These are mine. Not wanting somebody to say the F word. It's plenty of people that don't even have a God-based channel that don't allow the F word on their panel. I gave him plenty of times, but I need to know what I need to stop doing respectfully, because I've been pretty patient.
Wait, sorry. Is it okay if I can say something, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, so basically, based on the topic as well, the reason why thoughts become actions is because when you subconsciously actually feel that when subconsciously think the thought and it becomes conscious, basically the thoughts can also turn into feelings. And when you actually feel something though for a long period of time, it's up to you to decide whether you want it to become an action or not. Because the reason it become a feeling becomes an action too, though, is because you're thinking something and you actually want to do it though in your mind though. Because the way God created us, though, we're also like what we're saying too, though, is the way God created us, though, kind of that spiritual type of being, so that God created, though, we're just physically here on this earth and stuff like that. And that's why when we say something, it's like basically becoming true, though, and that's what I take from it as well, though. Thoughts become actions, though, because from thought it turns into a feeling, and from a feeling it becomes an action.
Yeah.
I
Can I
think
say
before
something?
thought,
Can I say something?
yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, I think feelings become actions more than thoughts, because I know that we have so many thoughts throughout the day, but once you start feeling that something is real, that's when you start to kind of act on it. So for example, anger makes you want to fight. Empathy makes you want to kind of like feel sad and then you do something about it. Excitement makes you want to act. So I guess once you start, like, whatever energy that you put behind your thought, that's what becomes action. Because I know whenever we're like having to make a decision, we have the options of like doing X, Y, or Z, but the ones that we feel the most compelled to do is what we do. So I feel like when you're thinking about God, or when you're like driven by that like godly force that generates that feeling that makes you want to act in a certain way, even though you might think something else. So you might think that something might serve you in a certain way, but then when you have that like drive and that feeling and that motivation, that's kind of what makes you act. So it's not the thought alone that makes you act, because I know we all have different like thoughts where we might not think in a positive way, but when we feel compelled to do something, it always comes from a feeling, not necessarily just a thought. That's basically what I basically experience when it comes to like action.
Well, I think before thoughts becomes action, I think it's best to seek advice from somebody.
Advice, did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, advice from someone. Then it's free. Then it's free will, whether it's good or bad. If you
I
want
don't
to
believe in
follow,
free will. I feel like free will doesn't exist. I feel like I believe in determinism. I believe like whatever you go through, or whatever your trauma is, or whatever your experience or your upbringing is, that's kind of what you kind of end up doing, unless something else makes you feel a certain way.
you don't believe everybody has free will. You don't have the
I
free
don't
will.
I don't believe you have free will. No. I think free will is a I think free will is, there's a limit to it. So it can't be free. Nothing is 100% free. You're born, you have a life cycle, you end up dying. There's a certain like rhythm to life. um so free will, it means that everything is completely free. We don't have the same starting point. We're born in certain conditions, certain like communities, certain religions, certain cultures. So if everything was if free will existed, we would all be coming from the same place. But we're programmed by our upbringing, right, in our lives. And so there's a limit to free will, and you can't have free will if there's any limit to it, if that makes sense. So we're very limited in our free will, which kind of negates the whole idea of having free will.
But don't help me understand it, because the free will, don't that give you the, I would say, just the ability to make the dumb decisions that we make based
Yeah,
off our free,
but I
just
think
our
there's a limit
concept.
to it, though, right? There's a limit
But
to it,
but
because
but
if
but
you're
there's a
born, let's say, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
no. What I'm trying to say is there there may be a limit to what my free will allows me to do based off society. However, I can choose to crash out to a
Yeah.
point to where society is going to limit You know what I'm saying? I can
But
go
do you
all the
think, sorry,
way.
can I just say, do you think like the idea of you even crashing out is also limited because nobody
We're about to
chooses
end it
nobody
too when
chooses to
y'all are
crash out.
done.
Sorry?
We're gonna end it when y'all are done. We're gonna do final thoughts, but go ahead.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just saying, like, there's always a limit to it because depending on someone's upbringing or their trauma or where they live or whatever their sick circumstances are, your free will is limited to what you can do in that moment. So crashing out in itself isn't necessarily free will. You're a victim of your circumstances. So if you grow up in certain traumatic situations, there's a limit to what you can do, which is why people follow these patterns and they end up in these situations. And when we say things like, oh, they've got free will to do that, that kind of takes away the empathy we have towards them because we think they're making those choices because they're making informed choices, but they're misinformed because of whatever they've gone through, the trauma, the abuse, the stuff that they've gone through kind of led them in that direction. But if it was real free will, then they would have had the option to be able to explore other options, but they don't have
Thank you,
that.
Truly. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't like the way I don't know, maybe it's me, but my channel, I work overtime trying to make sure I cultivate a peaceful, calm, positive environment. So yeah. And a lot of the people that's making comments don't have the most peaceful or fruitful conversations on their panel. So I don't understand where all the negativity is coming from. Okay, somebody was up here, they got dropped. They were trolling too much. I get it. But to try to police who I allow up, no, I don't do that on anybody else's channel. So respectfully, please don't do it to me.
Who got their TV out blasted today?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of get you on what you're saying, also. That's just what I think about the topic as well. You know, basically, I just explain when we think things slowly, at some point we start to feel things, and then from a feeling, it tends to actions though as well. So that's why though me actually think something though, not just on a conscious level, on a deeper subconscious level though first, then we go consciously, and then when we say it, it becomes true though, because that's just how it is, because you're actually communicating what you're actually thinking out loud, and that actually brings the type of energy outside.
But
Well,
what is free then, though? I think maybe we might not have the same
I
definition
mean,
of what
I
free
think we're
will is.
going left from what the
Right.
conversation is. And
Okay.
here's the thing: this is the bottom line, right? We did a show, and we had a conversation pertaining to desire and discernment. And desire alone is not an evil emotion, but it's an unfettered emotion. It's an emotion that's not checked. It's not disciplined. Discernment asks, what of this desire do I need? Do I need it right now? Can I afford it right now? Can I maintain it right now? It's the same thing when we look at the other side of it. We're talking about emotions that go unchecked. It's the same difference. Okay. We call it emotional. Emotional just means that whatever emotion you're in at that moment, it's in abundance. That's all it means. So when we're dealing with unchecked feelings and we don't take the time to understand it, because again, I understand that it's easier said than done. Then, hurt, no one wants to stand in hurt and try to figure it out. We want to get out of it. But there's a lesson there that you need to learn. There's a message. Okay? There's something there that's going to make you a better person, and it's going to prepare you for the next day. But we run from it. And that's the problem. That's the problem. We don't take the time to understand, why am I feeling this way? How did I get to this place? And is it right that I'm pointing it at this person? Because a lot of times people sit there and go, yo, I'm sorry for yelling at you. It wasn't about you. But in the moment, they were full throttle on you.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, this is not easy. There's a lot of nuance to this. Because this is only going to help you to become a better version of yourself.
Hey,
Because
Coffee.
now what you're creating a discipline in you now. So before you do something, you're going to say, let me sit back and understand. Do I need this in my life right now? Is this something that's going to add to me or subtract from me? Because the one thing I can't get back is time. Once it's gone, it's gone. So on the first date, I'm going to ask you certain questions about your past. I'm going to be totally direct because I'm intentional in what I do. I don't have time to wait for the 18th date. I don't have that time. And this is what this world teaches us, that we have time. How do you know? We procrastinate. We don't get help. I'll do it tomorrow. So that's what today's show is about. Today's show is about you taking accountability and responsibility for your thoughts, for the things that you go through. That's what today is about. I can only control the controllables, which is me. Anything else I can't control, it's in the Lord's hands. I let go and let God. Those things I can't deal with, but you know what he did? You can control yourself, so get yourself in order. That's what I'm going to do my best to do. All of these other conversations where it splinters into different things, they're good to have. They're very deep to have, but that's what the enemy does. He doesn't want us to focus on it's you. AAA, acknowledgement. Most of the decisions that we've made, most of the situations that we're in is because of the decisions that we've made. Acknowledge that. You didn't have to get into that car with the guns. You didn't have to go to the corner and sell drugs. You didn't have to go to the strip club and strip. You made a choice to do it. Bad or worse, you made a choice. So when you can acknowledge it, that's the first step to growth. That's acknowledgement. The second is acceptance, accepting the ramifications of the choices that you made. You made these decisions. In most situations, the reason why we're here, because of you. You're here because of you. But see, a lot of people like to always talk about the effect, but no one talks about the cause. In between acceptance and acknowledgement is the growing curve. That's where growth starts to happen. The same man or woman you walked in, you're no longer that person because you've learned. This is what I brought to the table. This is the madness I brought. I'm not worried about what Coach Ferg did. I'm worried about what I did. I need to grow. Coach Ferg ain't here. I am. So let me learn from it. And then the last A of the other two is application. Applying it. Now you become that light that you were seeking for. So now you can take that plethora of information that you have that we're trying to do here and be that light for that man, woman, young girl, young boy that is in that bathroom about to take their life and they just happen to hear you. I've been there before. I've been in that place where I thought that I just couldn't do anything, that I was alone and nobody was there with me. And then you hear that voice say, but you're not alone. That's what we do this for. And if you can't get with that, it's cool. There's 50 million channels that talk nonsense. I promise you, you'll find one. So I don't know, Mo, if you want to do last thoughts now.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for coming up and for giving your thoughts on the topic. I pray that everyone has a blessed week. I apologize if I seem a bit more short-tempered. I'm just becoming more sensitive to the foolishness when I'm trying to have a serious topic on mental health because I know people are wanting to delete themselves and they are hopeless. So I take these conversations very seriously. But I thank you all for coming up. And Vaughn, I just want to thank you for your words of encouragement. Your well intentions do not go unnoticed. May the Lord continue to bless you in your journey in ministry. Peace and longevity. Good night. Thank you so much, Vaughn. Because yeah, I mean, I try. I know I'm not perfect. Maybe sometimes I do need to drop some people sooner or not allow any certain people up, but just don't police me is all I'm saying. Don't try to make it seem like this is like every other channel you go to, because it's not. But I appreciate you encouraging me. Who, I guess, question Meteor, you could go first, or whoever wants to start with final thoughts.
Yes, I apologize that if I took it left. But
Oh
yeah, happy
no,
New
you're
Year.
fine. You
Yeah,
didn't
I
do
do.
anything wrong.
Okay, I know I kind of do these things. But yeah, happy New Year, Mo Love. Thank
To
you
you
guys,
too.
Bolo,
Thank you.
brother Bolo. Yeah, I've been
You too,
busy
my
because
G.
I've been stuck in the winter storms lately. Thank God that He spared me out of these, you know, looking like a snowman. But yeah, it's been really rough out here. The weather's been really strange. How you is in Bolo, New York? Everything okay? You keeping
No,
warm?
brother, we getting hit too. So
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
there with you. I'm there with
Let's
you.
everybody stay warm. Have good heat. Pray for good heat.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Irby,
you.
floor is yours, Irby.
Yeah, this was a great stream. Mo, don't beat yourself. Everyone has their flaws and faults. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you just learn. Overall, thanks for letting me up on the panel. And I would like to apologize for Duke. I don't know if it was his mic or if it was me. If I was interrupting him, I would like for him to apologize if he's still listening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Thank you
that's
for
what
that,
I
bro.
thought, that y'all didn't hear, or somebody had a delay. But thank you so much. And I know you were trying to speak more. It was so much going on tonight. My apologies.
Yeah.
Coach
And
Ferg.
can I just say thanks for letting me come on today, Mo. It was really interesting. I did enjoy the topics. And whoever I don't is it whoever was just preaching just now, um, I didn't get your name, but
Bolo.
Bolo, yeah. So Bolo, what you were saying really resonated with me. I'm not a
I'll
particularly
drop his
religious
link.
person. Sorry?
I'm gonna drop his link if you want to follow his channel.
Yeah. Yeah. You said some really important things, and I did enjoy what you were just saying just now. And yeah, so thanks for that. I didn't know what to expect when I got on here, but I did really enjoy. I feel like it was a lot more organized than I'm used to. So that was really nice. And yeah, so thanks for letting me on. And I just, yeah, wish you all well. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Kingpin. It was such a pleasure to have you here. I appreciate you for coming up.
And apologies for Vanta. I know Vanta's my friend and everything. I did try and get him to understand what we were trying to say, and I knew where he was trying to head with it. Um,
Mhm.
so yeah, so apologies on his behalf. I didn't really, when I first came on, I obviously didn't really mention him, but I didn't want to I obviously didn't want to be grouped in with with the chaos.
Mhm.
But I honestly didn't know what to expect when I came on here, but I did really enjoy the conversation. I've been on a few other panels and stuff, and I feel like this one was a lot more chill. And I feel like you've gave people time to speak, and I really understood where it was headed, which is a huge kind of advantage. So yeah, there's a lot. And I do want to, was it Bolo? Is that your name?
Yes, ma'am. Bolo TV.
Yeah. Yeah, Bola was saying just now was really, I mean, I guess, yeah, it did stand out. So thanks for saying that.
You're welcome. Coach Ferg, floor is yours, my G.
And please come back, Kingpin.
It was very
I will
yeah.
definitely. That I do like that this is a God channel. I know that I'm not the most religious person, but what you were saying about taking accountability, it's something that I always tell people to do. Um and yeah, and the way that you put it together with, taking like responsibility for what your actions are, regardless of like what put you in that position. I think that's something that people really need to understand. And also being able to forgive yourself and to understand that, just because you made a decision doesn't mean that it's the end for you. I think that's kind of what I got from what you were saying, when you were talking about how, we should all, whether we decided to make that action is a choice that we made, regardless of what made us make that choice, and now we've got to take accountability and kind of move forward from that. I think that's a really, really strong message that a lot of people need to hear. And it was very direct, so that really kind of like really hit home with me as well. So thanks for saying that.
You're welcome.
That was great. Hey, Ray Midnight, thank you for tuning in.
Ferg.
Coach Ferg was next. I'm sorry
Yes,
for
ma'am.
interrupting you.
I think third time is the charm. I've been asked to go 3 times, so it's got to be the charm. It's got to be the charm. But love, I just say this. Listen, this is your channel. You don't have to apologize on how you run your channel and your topics and none of that. How you address people in the chat, how you address people on the panel. That's your rules and regulations. That is what it is, and people have to learn to respect that when they come into the space, because they wouldn't act the same on man's channels. That, you know what I'm saying? So me, you doing your thing. The conversations are needed. We see that not everyone thinks the same about life and where they are and where they're trying to go. But I don't claim to have the way. I just have a way. Salute to my man Stan. Stop following stupid people that ain't got no way. So at some point, I'll just say this: YouTube, it's a needed space, but it's also a messy space, right? It's a gray area right now because
Absolutely.
we never had this type. Y'all in New York, Minnesota, Texas, California. I'm in Indiana. We all over the country trying to come find out how we can get to the space, I guess the place in life where we need to be or want to be. However, it's a journey. It ain't a sprint. Some of us will get it early, some of us will get it late. Only thing I'm saying is everything in between, don't give up. The world is going to beat you up enough. Don't give up the fight. God didn't say give up the fight. Jesus didn't die for you to give up. If that's the case, everybody would have been gone. But we here now. The Band-Aid is pulled off. You in America. You here. So now that all of this information, we found out the fake Gucci and Gucci is all that's fake now. Now we don't have to run and waste our money on it. We can use it for something better. We can help our children who are overweight, who lack motivation. We can find ways to make sure that they are better than us. And a lot of people, I understand. That's why I say my feelings when I come to the world, I can't bring y'all my feelings. I just have to move in truth and logic. I can't be crying on your channel, Mola. You be like, he's a big old baby. No, I ain't. I'm a man. But if I'm moving in my feelings, that's how people are gonna see me. I'm not saying dismiss your feelings, but I don't know. When I heard that, I just say real quick, that just I don't know. I don't see man moving the world worrying about their feelings and people's feelings. But that's just me. And I say this is 2026. And maybe YouTube with 40-year-old and 50-year-old hurt people is not the space for me. We want to, well, if you want to be better, now's the time to do better. Now's the time to act. If you're going to read the good book, you better act on what the good book say. You better move amongst people the way the book say. And don't be so hard on yourself when you make a mistake. Be willing to accept the fact that you made a mistake and move on and open your mind, because a closed mindset is always going to be, it's always going to fall behind. But now's the time to have an open mindset, a growth mindset, and you'll be all right. So I'm sorry, I'm done.
All right. Young Riaz.
Oh, look at me pressing buttons and I couldn't even hear. Hold on.
Okay. Mark Okay, my final thought is a good stream, good topic. I just spoke on the topic based on what I heard so far, because for most of it I was asleep though. I just recently woke up though, and basically, yeah, I kind of agree with how you guys basically explained everything, Awesome. Basically, everyone else, so basically, please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host and everybody else, so basically here. And
Sorry, I
yeah,
don't understand what you're saying. Can you speak a little bit slower?
sorry, sometimes I have a tendency to speak fast. I'm from UK too, though, Kingston. Basically, I'm from London originally. Sometimes I'd speak too quick, but basically, slowly what I was trying to say to everyone else, please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host, connect to everyone else here, support the host, Mosi, and I hope you're okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I speak, or is it not my turn? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, 84.
Okay. So y'all asked me to come back up, but I was doing my R&R time. And the only reason I'm back up is because my lady is doing some work and she's allowing me to come back up. She said, "Baby, go play. You can play with your friends right now. 'Cause I'm doing some work." I said, "All right, cool. I'm coming back up."
Okay.
But the reason, and as always, Mo, she says hello.
Tell her I
You
said
know,
hey.
definitely. The reason why I said it was too many egos on the panel earlier is because, you know, homeboy speaking, he getting interrupted. It's just back and forth, cursing and all that. It's just, this is, and this is one of the things I do agree with Bolo on. You know, you're trying to create a safe space here, Mo, correct? And I think that in trying to create a safe space, sometimes you do have to run a tight ship. You may not want to. You may want to ask certain people on or whatever, but certain people are not for certain conversations. Like I'm not gonna call, I'm not gonna call Geek Squad if I want my plumbing done. They fix two different things. Geek Squad fixes computers. What's up, Liberated? And a plumber does plumbing. You know what I mean? Now somebody in Geek Squad may know how to do plumbing, but that's something that, I would have to investigate, and see if that person knows how to do plumbing. But y'all get what I'm saying. Not everybody's for every conversation. And certain people we just can't allow in our space because all they're gonna do is continue to bring on foolishness. All they're gonna do is continue to not make it a safe space, which is exhausting, which makes me a lot of times not even want to be in the space. And a lot of times this is why I don't do live streams and whatever else, because I don't want to deal with the foolishness. I don't want to deal with the back and forths and with the cursing and all that. Like it's just exhausting. It's exhausting. It literally is. And you know, as Bolo said, some people are coming up here for help. They really coming up here for help. They really coming up here because they had a long week. You know what I mean? They're struggling. They may be going through substance abuse or whatever, or mental health. And we trying to stick to the topic, and people want to talk about gender wars, or people want to talk about their point of view of what they believe, whatever the world is, or how men should be, or how women should be. And it's like this is not the topic. The topic is about thoughts becoming action. What's on your mind? Mo shared the scripture. She told you what it's about, and we just deviate from it, and then it just becomes a circus. You know what I mean? And then we can't even really have a real conversation. And if y'all noticed when I was on the panel, I just kept trying to get back to the original context of the conversation. I really did. And then after a while, I was like, you know what? I got stuff to do. Let me go do the stuff that makes me relax. So I left. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, why am I going to spend time and people don't want to have productive conversations? So that's ego. You know.
All right.
I think the sound messed up, but I did want to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to be clear that I am in control of my channel,
It's just a bunch of back and
and
forth.
I'm always aware of what is
I'm
going
back.
on.
I'm back. Yay.
I'm always fully aware of what is taking place on my channel. And while I may
I was
not
struggle
move
streaming. I'm sorry. I'm back.
immediately, while people think that can you hear me? Maybe you
We can hear you. I think he's having problems on his connection and there's a delay. But we can hear you
Yeah,
perfectly.
but what I'm not gonna do is make it sound like I have a bunch of chaos up here 24/7 because that's not what my channel is about. Are there chaotic moments, dysfunctional moments? Absolutely, because everyone has their own thought process. And when it gets out of control, I definitely drop people. So I'm never going to allow it to go too far. I think maybe I did once or twice on a stream and I don't let it go that far now. So I definitely block and get people up out of here. But I'm in control of my channel and I understand what's going on over here. And it's just like I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, like it bothers me when people try to police me. Um and their channel is not all of what they're trying to make my channel about. So it's like, okay, self-reflect first. And again, I work overtime to make sure that I provide a peaceful environment. But I know that there will be trolls. And once they start trolling too much, because I've had a very serious conversation with Vanta before. So I didn't know, I couldn't really gauge what type of timing he was on, but eventually I was like, okay, let me get him up out of here. He just wants to argue and cause confusion. So again, when I noticed that, I do get people up out of here. But again, I don't want somebody telling me, well, that's why I wasn't up here, or I can just go and do this if it's going to be like this. Like, this is my channel. I understand that people may not rock with it every time I go live. You are more than free. Like, feel free to not engage. I get it. Who's next?
Scam. It's
Hello?
Scam next.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That totally wasn't what I was saying, Mo. You completely took it out of context. I noticed your channel and I respect your channel. Heck, I'm a member here. You know what I mean? I definitely respect your channel. It's got nothing to do with that. It's a simple
Okay.
fact of as you were creating your safe space, I just seen people deviating from it and it was getting annoying. And Vanta wasn't the only one. You know what I mean? There was people in the chat, which is why I timed somebody out in the chat for a little bit. There was people on the panel deviating. You know what I mean? And I kept trying to bring it back to what you were talking about because you was trying to have a productive conversation. I actually wanted to have that conversation. You know what I mean? But it's like every
But I
time you
let
try
it,
to
did you notice I let it go on and then I said, okay, do y'all want to address the
no,
topic?
no. I did see that. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
did see
I
that.
brought
So
it back
so
when I felt the need.
I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is this, right? If something is going on and I see it, right, and I'm trying to bring things back to where you wanted to be at least I assume you wanted to be about the topic, right? So I'm bringing it back to that. So when people keep deviating from that, it does get annoying. You know what I mean? It does. Because it's like, dude, I really want to come up here and talk with y'all. I really want to come here and joke with y'all, but I actually want to be productive and let's really have a real conversation instead of it being about all other stuff that was just going on. That just makes no sense. Now, a
But
little bit
that's
of it,
what I'm
a little
saying.
bit,
Majority,
a little bit of it was entertaining. Yes, it was. I had my laughs in some of it. But then after a while, it's like, after like maybe more than 10 minutes of it, it's just like, come on, y'all. Like, we trying to have a conversation. This is a safe space. We're trying to do something that's different than we see on other panels. So let's do that instead of it being all this other foolishness. That's all I was doing.
right?
So
And again, they may have spent what, maybe 30 minutes or longer talking about that. Majority of my show was centered around my topic in the scripture. Majority of my show was centered again around the topic. So I understand that it did go left, and that's why I brought it back. And people also have to understand when they come on panels that it may not be something that you're interested in the moment. And you have to understand that I'm not just going to, I guess, position my channel around one specific person. And that's why we have freedom to engage or disengage. I will respect you either way.
yeah, I don't want it to be all about me. I don't. It doesn't have to be all about me. I have somebody in my life that makes it all about me. So it has nothing to do with that. But it's just the fact that we were on the topic, and I just wanted the topic to be about the topic. And when people deviate from it, or they make it into something else, or they start coming up here trying to troll, it can get a little bit annoying. It
That's
can.
why I got him out of here.
Yeah.
84.
No, you did what you had to do. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying you didn't. You know, and I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to time anybody out in the comments. I didn't want to, you know, say anything to somebody. But if I see things are going back and forth, then I'm like, yeah, I got to say something. You know what I mean? And usually I don't. Usually I'll just let it be, and I'll let you and Bolo handle it. But this time I was like, nah, I got to say something.
I mean, I think I saw you talking about Lady D. I see everything. I just didn't say anything. Like,
Mm-hmm.
she's a known troll over here.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the stuff is foolish, but some stuff I just ignore.
Yeah,
And
I do that a lot of
if
times
things
too.
go too far, I know how to get people off my panel, and I know how to time them out.
No,
Just
I know you.
because I
I
don't
know you
move
do.
according to how somebody think I should when I should, it doesn't always mean that I'm off. Now I understand I make mistakes, but just I don't like the fact that you making it sound like this is just what my channel is. Like, oh, I don't
No,
want to
you
come over
you
here
taking
saying
it.
this thing.
You're taking out of context. You're taking it personal.
Majority of my show was about the topic.
I
That's
don't.
the part that I want you to also
I don't
acknowledge.
think that's what your channel is about, Mo. If that was, I wouldn't be up here.
Okay, but you've said it a few times in the comments, and then you said that there were a lot of egos up here. There was only one ego. You said and as soon as Bolo dropped him, you said I knew he was gonna get dropped. Too many egos up there, laugh out loud. So who were you referencing?
I was referencing everybody who was being disruptive. It wasn't just Vance. It was more than one person that was interrupting and being disruptive. I mean, we all heard it, right?
Do you have
Correct?
names? Can you
Yeah,
be specific?
I guess he would say Kingpin on myself.
It was.
I'm
It
trying
was.
to figure
It was.
out who else had an
What did I
ego.
do? That was
No,
disruptive.
it was okay. Hold on, listen. It was just three people talking. It was myself, and Vanta, and then Kingpin would try to get into it to kind of wrangle, Vanta back in. Okay.
Everybody was talking, Bolo. Everybody was talking.
No, it was only three. It was only three. It wasn't.
I'm
the other-
asking who the other egos were because it was only Vanta.
It was
Listen,
only three.
like-
Even if I throw myself, let me just say this, 84. Even if I throw
Yeah.
myself in there, which is cool, I don't have a problem with doing that, because it was Vanta and I going back and forth having a conversation, and Kingpin was trying to, just wrangle in. But even if I throw myself in, here's the difference: I'm a co-host there. So if we want to talk about egos, there's only one ego bigger than mine. That's the woman next to me.
Okay, Bolo.
No, hold on.
I pay for my stream like everybody else. I don't care about this. This is starting to annoy me right now, like for real.
Hold on. Let's know what I'm saying, brother. Let's know what
I
I'm
hear
saying.
you, and listen.
didn't
I'm not trying to
finish.
argue with y'all.
I'm not saying you are. All I'm
Okay.
saying is sometimes I get your point, because again, we're trying to do something here, and you're 100% with it, and that's good. We're trying to do something, right? And sometimes to figure out, because again, there are some people that are trolls and they troll out of pain, and then there are some people that are trolls that just troll because they are what they are, and the spirit has to be able to declare which one it is to see if they can be helped or not. So sometimes conversations will go a little left at times, and I know sometimes it can be frustrating, because it is for me. I'm the one having it. I don't have, I don't have the leeway to say I'm going to go to sleep and come back, right? I don't have that leeway. My job is tasked to sift it out with Mo, to kind of figure out what the issue is. But I can understand from your vantage point that it's frustrating because you want to see the train move. So I can understand, and really, I appreciate your opinion. I really do.
Absolutely, and I'm just here to show love and help. I don't think you off or Mo off or none of that. Like, it ain't none. I'm just here to show love and help. And that has been irritating me really a lot lately, even personally. The love that I show, it's like people just think that they're like I'm trying to get off on them or whatever. It's like, dude, like, nah, like I really am him in real life, but I'm not. Let me not even go here. I'm not gonna do it. Relax. I'm not gonna do it. But At the end of the day, I'm just here to help and love. That's it.
There you
That's
go.
it. That's
There you
all.
go. All right. So
And Vanta, yo, chill in the comments, dog.
all right,
Like for real, man. I'm
hold
sorry.
on. No,
I'm
it's all
sorry.
good. That was him doing it. It's cool. And you know, I've never timed anybody. I did the duty earlier, but you know, if that's gonna be the case, Vanta, you gotta chill for a second, brother. For real.
Thank
So
you for the $2, but
yeah. Scam. Floor is yours, sir.
I'm not doing any more links.
You talking about what?
I mean, if we want to
Pagoda.
give, no, I'm
Nah,
saying Vanta said, "Can
nah,
I
nah,
get
nah.
a link to defend myself?"
Nah. There's no need to defend yourself, brother. There's no need. There's no need. Go ahead, Scam, sir.
How can I say it? Years ago, I used to ask to be able to, even asking God, asking mentors, can I get to the vision to actually see the whole 360? Hear, feel other people, understand what they going through. Sometimes I want to give it back. Tonight's one of the nights I could say, I wish I could give it back and just not say anything. But I understand where a lot of people are coming from, but it comes with a price. I'll just leave it at that because some conversations are for public, some are not.
Okay.
What's the price?
All right. So I guess it's myself. Thank you guys for coming up, man. We can't do this without you. You know, Mo has blessed me to go down this journey with her pertaining to creating a safe space for people to come and who seek help, need help, let them know that they're not alone, to let them know that there is still love out there, right? Hence the name Mo Love. So, you know, again, anytime you're doing something right, you know, and you're generating that heat, mosquitoes will come. And, you know, at times we have to ignore them. At times we have to endure them. And at times we got to swat them. You know, we have to use our discernment to know what time it is. We have to, you know, because again, conversations like this that we have where sometimes it goes off, it teaches us perseverance. It teaches us patience. It teaches us understanding. It teaches us longevity. It teaches us so many different things, right, that we need. You know, that's one of the problems that we have with each other, is that we're so short and so curt with each other. And we need to stop that because sometimes, you know, it's not always a breakdown someone needs. Sometimes it just may be your ear, or they just may need a shoulder. So the only way you're able to understand that is by using your discernment. But if you are yourself messed up, it's going to be hard for you to try and help somebody else, right? We both will drown if I can't swim and I try to save you. So that's what we're doing here, okay? We're cultivating conversations. And in this last thing, I'll land here. We're not trying to change the world. We're not trying to change the world. But what we want to do is to stimulate conversation so that you can pollinate where you are on your side of the earth. That's all we're doing.
Hi, Miss Shirley.
That's what we're creating. You don't have to infect the world. Just pollinate around where you are, and slowly but surely, those that need it will get it. I'll land on that. That's on you, Mo.
Oh, great show. Thank everybody for tuning in. We'll be back next Sunday night, 10:30. And I pray that everyone has a blessed week. Remember to not give in to the thoughts that consume you in a negative way. Try to focus on things that will uplift you, as the scripture tells us, you know, to focus on whatsoever things are good. God tells us that for a reason, because there are enough things for us to feel down about. So just remember to start your day with the Lord, you know. That's important. So many times when we wake up, we're distracted by the things that we need to take care of naturally, but let's be sure to be covered spiritually, you know, because spiritual warfare is definitely real. But I thank y'all so much for tuning in. And I'll see y'all again next Sunday night. Bye, guys.
Peace.